And then Luke took his lightsaber and killed Darth. What's up, Max? How you doing? Don't mind me. I'm just studying. This is a big book.
It was hard to not laugh as you said Luke took his lightsaber. Like, that's just starting out with that. Like,
no,
come on, bro.
It's just reading up on some Star Wars books here. You know, my little pastime that I have going on.
You know that's for kids, right?
No, it's not. Not at all. It's actually for grown adults. And if you go check out the YouTubes, it's all grown adults. But you know what? This is an RC car.
Kind of like RC cars too.
Yeah, exactly like RC cars.
Star Wars is kind of like RC, exactly like RC. People think it's for kids, but it's mostly adults.
I would agree with that. I watched 7 seasons of cartoons related to Star Wars. So, but you know what? This is not a Star Wars podcast. Not anyway. I haven't made one. This is an RC racing podcast, and we have to race and drop that intro. And I messed up and
That's
played
the wrong one.
All right, let me just. I don't,
You're gonna have to leave this in.
I know. Yeah, I just messed it up. Oh my gosh.
Nitro is the glory. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast with your host tonight, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and if you are unlucky, the Finnish village idiot, JQ. This is the RC podcast with no name, but plenty of content. So sit back, relax, and get ready for some serious bench racing.
Yes, indeed. Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 122 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keenan White, a.k.a. Lefty the Great. And to my right in physical world is Maximus Mortimus. What's up, Max? How are you?
I'm doing good.
Thank
Just came home from work.
Mm-hmm.
Time for a podcast.
Yeah, it's been a long day. I've been up since 5. I was sick here, and I was
Corona?
No, of course that's the first thing you think when you get sick, but actually it was something to do with stomach. I do have a slight bit of a cold, but my buddy was actually here with me last week, and he had a cold from his son.
You know, actually, with young males, the first symptom of COVID is often diarrhea.
Well, I'm not young,
but you aren't young,
so
yeah.
That's good. But yeah, I was down for the weekend, something I ate, and I'm still not 100%, but I'm all right. And yeah, man, thanks for coming on. And thank you, everybody. Shout out to all the NNRC squad around the world. What's up, everybody? Thank you guys for tuning in. We have a podcast this week.
No new sponsors.
Yeah, we're going to do all of that. Yeah, we got to.
Yeah, but like no new sponsors. I mean, usually you always have a new sponsor every time I come in.
Well, I actually do have 2 new sponsors.
Growing and growing.
I do have 2 new sponsors. But I'm going to tell you about them in a minute. Let me.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So, but anyway, shout out to the NNRC squad around the world. Love you guys like life. I'll see a whole bunch of you here soon in a couple of weeks, less than 2 weeks. I'll be on a plane and out of here. Hopefully, nothing happens and I have to stay home.
2 weeks till Silver State?
No, I leave on the 6th of May. So to Charlotte, and then we drive over. And people think we're crazy for doing that, but we're doing it. And shout out to all the patrons of the podcast. Thank you guys for your support. You guys, I posted some questions for you guys. Sorry for the late release this week, but the sickness caught me. And yeah, it's been a long day. I've been up since 5 recording. Had to do a whole podcast in one day, and it's going to be a long one. So yeah, this is the last little bit. But before we go on any further, Max, we have to shout out and say thank you to all the sponsors of the podcast, all these companies that put the support behind the NNRC. And first off, shout out to Mayako. I think Joseph said they had sold over, last time I talked, over 50% of their prototype cars and memberships. So that's good. for them. I myself, I've seen it, but I'm waiting for more detailed pictures of the car and prototypes when they come out. I know a lot of people are upset that they didn't show under the body prototypes, but that's kind of how prototypes work. So
isn't that kind of the point? Like the point is you have to buy the membership to see the car.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know,
so
isn't that like the whole point?
Yeah, but
so obviously they're not going to show everything.
Right. Eventually, the public pictures will be made, but that's the people who.
Yeah, well, the car is public.
You
know.
Yeah, but not when the car is public. Exactly. So shout out to Mayako. Joseph did a live last week. I should have to talk about that. Shout out to TNR Fuels. Chris Nelson, I see there at Steel City, going to do some on-road race. Man, he is going everywhere. He was at PNB, then he was at a race the weekend after PNB. Now is in his local track, which is a world-class facility for on-road. So shout out to TNR Fuels. Check them out, tnrfuels.com, or hit up Chris Nelson on Facebook. New sponsor, Max, Hitec. Maybe they were on when you was on last, but shout out to...
Yeah, we had that on.
Yeah, so shout out to Hitec for joining us as well. And, some great servers and a badass charger that they have. I'll talk more about that later. Beach RC, been with us for a long time. Tekno RC, JQ Racing, Sun City RC Racing, Raceway. Another new sponsor is Lugs RC Racing Tires, Max. Don't think you was on when we announced them.
They came on the same time.
Okay.
Hitec and Lugs were already then.
All right, so I don't have to, no new sponsors. All right. Manscaped.com, they've signed on for another quarter, and we have some new equipment coming that I can't talk about yet, but when they say it, I can talk about it. Papa Willie's Traction Tonic, Racecraft USA, Wally Builds, RCGP, House of RC, and we have links and promo codes to all these sponsors in the written description of this podcast. Affiliate links, if you guys can use this, it really helps us out a lot, helps the podcast grow. And thank you to those companies that show support to the podcast. We greatly appreciate it. And I would like to say happy belated birthday to Mr. Pierre Ronafalk. His birthday was last week. And he's a nice gentleman. It was funny.
Yes.
When I never knew him, and then at DNC 2019, he was talking to Joseph, and then he asked me if I had any decals. I was like, for the what? For the podcast? He says, yeah. I was like, I do. And he goes, I said, you listen to the podcast? I was like, yeah. I was like, really? And then that's kind of how we just ended up talking for about 30 minutes. I had never talked. I didn't even know he could speak that good of English. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, like, if you're from the Nordic country, if you don't speak good English, something's, like, wrong. Like, most people do speak very good English.
Yes.
Especially Swedes.
Yes.
Swedes are the best.
I just had never really heard him speak English.
Yeah.
I've seen him type it.
But he's a super nice guy. Yeah, I've always enjoyed him.
And his at that time, he was kind of midway through his journey of weight loss. And we just got to talking. And then that's how, like, the bromance between myself and David started, because I said, hey, can you run this decal? And he did. And then very nice man. And it was, for me, quite an honor to talk to him. And when he told me he listened to the podcast, I was like, wow, like, you listened to me ramble on for a lot, and Joseph at the time. So thank you. Happy belated birthday, Mr. Ronafalk. And what's up, Max? It's been about 2 weeks, I think. Before PNB. Yeah. One thing I must pay homage. You called it. You called it.
I did.
And like, I had written him completely off. We paid homage to Ty Tessman last week. We played the Canadian national anthem when we started this last week. YouTube flagged us, and I had to mute it, but on the audio.
For real?
Yeah.
Is it copyrighted?
Yeah. And I even heard it's a national holiday now in Canada for him winning that. So once again, congratulations to Ty Tessman for winning PNB. Congratulations to you for picking him, because, man.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't actually expect him to win, but really? I did expect him to finish high. I mean, if he finished second or third, I would be like, yeah, like he was supposed to finish there. Like he was dominant. He was like actually much faster than anyone else.
Okay. I'm not saying he was dominant.
In terms of speed, he was like, if he didn't make so many like small mistakes, he would have been like way faster than anyone else.
Well,
his car was a little bit edgy.
I think Cav
Like
was
Fend is always gonna make mistakes. No, Fend was faster than Cav.
No, he wasn't. As soon as
yes, he was.
Cav had that body cap.
Cav wasn't even close.
Yes, he was.
Like, yes, he had. Yeah, I mean, he would have been fifth without Fend. Like getting. I don't know what even happened to Fend. He was taken out by. Oh my God, the lappers were so bad.
He took himself out. He took himself out on the first bloody lap.
No, but like at the end, he was leading the race, and then the lappers took him out.
No, I don't think that was it because I couldn't see it.
Fend was leading the race. Fend was leading the race when there was like 5 minutes to go.
Right, and Tessman
hadn't taken it. Yeah, and then the lappers took Fend out, and Fend dropped to fifth.
Well,
so Fend wouldn't have finished second in the race.
Well, Cav would have finished first if his body didn't alligator.
No, he wouldn't have.
Yes. Dude, look, you know what? I might have to kick you off if you're gonna talk bad about the GOAT.
Tessman, you are such a fanboy. You're like even if Cavalier didn't make the main, you'd have been like he was the best driver out there. You would be like, I mean, come on, he won the B main by like 5 feet. Like, you see the next guy, like he was dominating the B main.
I think you're wrong. But anywho, yeah, did you see how Fend took himself out? Like in that first lap, that was so weird. Like,
well, the car took him out. That's what Jake has been saying, and he's completely right.
Yeah.
No, but like if he was driving any other car on the track, he would have not taken himself out there.
You know, I'm gonna get in trouble for this because I already heard from Barry Baker this week about Joseph's video last week. Because I know you told. I said, look, all I said to JQ was that you were pissed off at him about his video that he made, and then he was laughing. And I think I'm officially banned from picking Fend, though. I think I might get a letter about it.
I think you should be banned of picking Fend or Cavalieri because you're obviously biased.
No. I picked Boots.
By the way, are you a TLR fanboy? Now I'm thinking of it.
No,
it's like you love the TLR guys. You always pick Fend and you defend Cavalieri to the death.
I'm actually not a TLR fan.
Is TLR paying you under the table?
I wish they were.
Is Barry Baker slipping you 50s under the table every time you say I'm gonna pick Fend?
No, but I've been officially banned from picking him now. So I'm just gonna not pick him. And then watch, he's probably going to win everything now, just because I didn't pick him.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't want to have anything any beef with Baker. I really like him. He was very nice to me when we were at the Pro Line. Yeah, so I don't want to have any beef with him, but I think Jake is right still.
I think he was all right about it. I think he kind of doesn't understand how Facebook, like, you know how some people when Facebook say things and stuff like that, and it's not.
Yeah,
like, I think he does. He gets upset. He believes in Dakota. He believes in him a lot.
No, but it's not Dakota's fault. I think just the way they set up his car is the issue.
See, and that's the problem right there because he's the one that's setting up his car. So no, Barry, I didn't start it. I didn't do it. I didn't say it. Max did.
Yeah, but the way they set up the car, it makes him fast, but the way they set up the car also makes him fend out.
Well, you know, I was talking to Barry. He was in the hospital like a week and a half ago. He's on the mend, and Barry. Hopefully, we see you at Silver State. And
no, we're talking shit about him, and he's in the hospital.
No. You was talking shit about Barry. I think he wasn't in there for like a long time. It's good that you bring
this up afterwards.
No, he wasn't in there for a long time. Something he told me.
But he's working at TLR anyway, though.
No, he's like an advisor. I think that's the word he's using. Or
he consultant.
Has a real job.
Yeah, he's like working at a school or something.
He works
right?
at the university. I'm not sure which one.
Yeah.
But yeah, great chat with him, and we got talking about Silver State. And hey, man, Fend wasn't fast there last year. He was gonna, but his truggy broke. Well,
yeah, until he hit the pit lane, right?
I think he hit pit. No, I think.
Oh, that was 2 years ago, right? It was 2 years ago.
But his truck broke, and
they didn't have it last year.
No, they didn't. So
it might have been 3 years ago then.
2019.
He hit the pit lane when he was leading.
What? So. Back to your pick, Tessman, because I really should have just done the PNB recap with you because you was just a little bit more into it. What did you take from Tessman's performance at PNB? What you like? He shocked you because he won. You didn't expect him to win, but what did you take from his performance?
Well, I mean, I wasn't surprised to see him win.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised that no one had a chance. I would have expected like Fent to like at least TQ like one round in the start. But like Tessman was like set from the start, which kind of surprised me. Although, I mean, that's sort of the classic Tessman performance. Either he's dominating, like 2014 Worlds, a lot of the DNCs, a lot of the big races he's won, or Nats. He's like, either he dominates or then he finishes like third. So he's not like Mayfield where he can qualify fourth and then win the main by a lap like he did at DNC this year.
Well,
you know, like Mayfield has that quality that he just turns up at some point.
And
like, I don't see Tessman do that quite like.
Did you see anything different about his car? Because I mean, you really critiqued his car at DNC.
It was pretty much the same at DNC. This track just allowed it to work better.
All right.
That's how I feel. I mean, they must have changed something to make him feel more comfortable. But like everything that I could see that was wrong at DNC, I could see it was wrong here. Like, you could just see how bad his car was over those bumps. Like there were some cars that were really good over there, and his car was like one of the worst. His car looks so soft. It's like he's always sort of like dancing around the edge. It looks kind of hard to control. So that's why I feel like that's the reason why it was such a hard fight at DNC, because that track you need to trust the car.
Right. Well, Joseph was like, did he go back to Canada? Yes, he did go back to Canada. I was told. I don't know if he's going back to Canada now. I mean, he did release a video today or yesterday about hot race tires, and it looks like he's at home.
I do believe he schedules those. I'm not sure,
okay,
but
so
they
maybe
look
he
like
done
they're
them already.
scheduled.
Yeah, maybe he done them already.
Yeah,
and,
I'm not. Yeah, I don't know, but
I see like FX released that whole big banner of the FX team, all in red, like that whole poster. Did you see that today with all the X-ray guys sharing?
Yeah.
It? Yeah.
I mean, most of those guys were just some like because they have they do this system where they have like every country has like at least one guy running the X-ray. So they like just put every one guy who wins the national championships or like finishes high up or whatever.
Well, I did notice that Ty was the first person there, and I think before it was always Bouno. So interesting stuff.
Yeah. Well, Bouno. When's the last time Bouno ran an 8-scale race?
The Worlds? No, he was practicing.
Like if you think about it.
Yeah. Yep.
Race, right?
Speaking of that, I don't have it up here, but that really boosted Tessman in the NNRC Cup points as well. And I really hope he's going to Silver State. Your points, your point system, because you were so
but if it was the original point system, he would still be way down the list.
Yeah, and Mayfield's still there, but the big move was Cav to the top. You know, it's just preordained.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, no one else had a decent finish in both races. Like,
that's true.
Jones screwed up DNC, finished second here, and then who was Denny, who finished high at DNC, and Ogden, who finished high at DNC, were really down the list here. So
Ogden was really
Cavalier is the only one who. Yeah, I think Cav got top 5 at both races. No, he was 7th at DNC or something like that. But anyway, he got like semi-high positions at both races. But it will balance out once this year, because like if you look at F1 or like any real like full-scale motorsports, always after the first few races, the points are very skewed if you guys retire. Like it balances out as the season goes on. So
yeah, it's going to be interesting. Yeah. I hope
Silver State is going to be like show who's actually going to get it.
I wonder if he's staying in. I hope he is. I hope he's staying in America and testing, even if it's by himself. Because Silver State's literally in 3 weeks, but he might have went home. I just don't see the sense of going home and coming back. Maybe it's not. Maybe he's gonna come back for the Nationals. I don't know.
But
I hope he's at Silver State.
Is there any regulation? Can he just fly home? And
well, he
back?
would have to quarantine for 14 days.
Oh, he has to.
Yeah, when he gets home.
Which way, to Canada or to?
And I believe some parts of Canada.
Yeah, but like,
So not his part.
Yeah, I don't really know. Americans and Canadians are weird. So
oh gosh, you just insulted the biggest North American countries in North America. No, yeah, some parts of Canada's locked down, and I think you could come across the border, but you have to do a mandatory 14-day quarantine. I would just think he would stay in America now, like, you know, spend the next 3 months in America and working with Hot Race and getting those FX engines, 10 minute fuel tanks.
I guess they just enjoy being home more. Maybe. They seem like those kind of people who enjoy like you like to be home road. Yeah, but like, I don't know. I don't really. I like to be home, but I don't really care where I am.
Right.
Because I bet they go to church at home. They have like a community and all that. They look like those kind of people.
That's what people do when they have a community, you know, and they get in their neighborhood and stuff like that.
Well, no one goes to church here, so church is banned.
You know, Finland's full of heathens. That's why. Reindeer herding, Viking fighting, whale eating.
You know, Finland has its own like ancient religion as well, but it's kind of lost because Christianity took over like 500 years ago.
When you were nomadic reindeer herders, you worship like trees and bark.
the nomadic reindeer herders are actually not even Finnish.
Okay.
People
are just weird, period, man. I've just come to the conclusion that Finnish people are just weird ass people. Dealing with JQ, dealing with you, the only normal one
JQ is not even Finnish.
Well, he's
not a Finnish citizen.
Oh, God, here we go with this argument again. He is Finnish. He doesn't have Finnish paperwork.
He's British.
I know, but he grew up in Finland.
He has never gone to a school as Finnish in his first language.
I think the only normal Finnish person that I've met was Giannis, because he didn't talk.
Yeah, well, that's the only Finnish person apart from me who you met.
That's true too. All right, it's gonna be interesting, man. I'm getting excited for my trip. Quick question: is there gonna be an 8-scale Euros? I'm a little confused on this. They said no, then they say there's a race coming.
They said no. EFRA is so fucking awful. So they said no. ECIR, no Euro IC race or something.
Right.
That means the warm up.
Okay.
It's ECIR or something. Like you have to have the European Championship on it, and it just had like European IC on it.
Can't we just say
the warm up is cancelled, and the race is still on? But they said in the initial post that they'll reconsider in 1 month. And make the final decision.
Are you
what it looks like now in Spain and Italy and pretty much everywhere else apart from Denmark and Finland, the vaccines are kind of sucking ass. So it's not going to be open until August. No way.
You think
like Finland, Denmark, I guess Sweden's doing all right. But like the Nordic countries and Germany are doing decent with the vaccines. And the southern countries are kind of sucking with the vaccines. Except for Italy, they somehow found 30 million vaccines somewhere, even though they shouldn't have had them. So
I think I'm going to try and get a vaccine is going on there. Maybe. I don't know.
America's doing pretty good because like they are just buying all of it. So the country like bought a huge chunk of it, so they just give it out to everyone. Okay. And lots of those vaccines are going like they're going like old. So they put a huge amount of money to it. So. But yeah, no way there's Euros no way there's Euros this year. So? I really doubt it.
If there is,
but like most countries, probably not.
Okay.
Because like the thing is, even if there's gonna be countries where traveling from or to is gonna be not possible, or you'll have to have the quarantine of 2 weeks, and it's not like everyone's gonna have to. No, it's not like everyone can take 3 weeks off of work.
Got you. Maybe we just see the pro guys go at it this year. That'd be great.
Airfry isn't that smart.
Maybe someone else just puts on a race then. I don't know. Or maybe we'll see. We'll see. I was talking to Hagberg. He's in Slovakia testing now, so I guess he was able to travel from Portugal to there, which is good. He was having fun. We're trying to get Martin Hootie on her to talk about how X-Ray started.
What do you mean? Is Hagberg living in Portugal?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was living in the UK.
No, he moved to. You got to listen to the podcast, man. He moved to the UK with his girlfriend, wife, and their kid. She's from Portugal.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, then I get that. I thought it was because of Colho, but yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah. Well, he lives there, and yeah, he's having fun there, and he is enjoying being back at the track and testing. You know, he's one of those testers.
Oh, by the way, it might have been that he wasn't allowed to be in UK anymore. He might have been kicked out.
I think he's been in Portugal for some time now.
Okay.
You mean because of Brexit?
Yeah. Because if you didn't have a UK citizenship or a work in the UK, you were kicked out.
I don't know.
No ifs and or buts.
I think his. I don't know. Maybe they just wanted to. They had the kid and they wanted to go back to Portugal.
Yeah. Well, most likely, he just moved there. But like he probably would have been kicked out though.
Yeah,
especially if his wife was Portuguese.
You know, I like the fact that. Well, I liked the fact that with a British passport you can go live anywhere in Europe. No, I can't do that. But hey, you know what, Max? Hey, you got Bush. Do you got Bush, Max? You definitely have
George Bush.
No, because I look at your upper lip right there. So that means down below you ain't doing some manscaping, because this podcast is actually brought to you by Manscaped, right? And after using their
To me, is this?
Yes, this is to you. We gotta get you. We gotta get you manscaping and get you groomed all up here, man. You might get a girlfriend.
I'm considering a hippie lifestyle.
I thought the army knocked some sense into you, but I can see the hair is coming back, and you're gonna have that wild hair all over again.
Yeah.
But after using these life-changing products, you're going to want to join the Ballsack Beauty Contest. I'm looking out for you because I have a 20% discount for you to save on this. But anyway, I want to talk a little bit something, because this has been my thing about testicular cancer, that the Manscaped crew has teamed up with the Testicular Cancer Society or something like that to, try and bring some awareness to this testicular cancer epidemic. There actually is the most.
I bet the Testicular Cancer Society is bigger than the RC Society.
I'm pretty sure there is, but that's not something you want to brag about, because you don't want people with testicular cancer. And
do you really want to brag about driving RC cars either?
Yes, but I do. Well, I don't drive them. But basically, I didn't even realize that this is the type of form of cancer that affects males between the age of 15 and 35 more than anything else in the world. Any other type of cancer.
Yeah,
so
probably.
You know what that means, Max? Next time that you're down there trying to find your junk through the jungle that you have down there, just take your hand and give yourself a little feel for any lumps, bumps, or any type of soreness in your precious jewels down there. And if you have any, go see your doctor, because it might be important. Me, I don't really need mine anymore. I got 2 kids, but you might want to have kids someday. So, just check it out.
You might still get it. The cancer, I mean.
Yeah, Mom. Yeah, I'm probably, I hope not. But, check them out. Manscaped's been with the podcast for a long time. Go to manscaped.com. Get yourself a lawnmower 3.0. Get yourself the perfect package performance kit. Comes with boxers, ball deodorant, all this cool stuff. Nice little carrying case. Go to manscaped.com. Use promo code NONAME in all caps. You will save 20% off your order with free shipping. And it's not just in America. It's America, Europe, Asia. And I think that's it. Yeah, maybe Australia too. So thank you.
No Africa?
I don't know. If they have sent anything. I'm sure Manscaped is sending to Africa. I'm not sure. I'll ask next time I talk to them. So thank you, Manscaped. Remember, manscaped.com, and use promo code NONAME. Let me get back to my notes here, Max. So anything else you want to talk about before we get into the news, Max?
I'll keep a more positive attitude about the news. I've been sort of negative so far on this.
You know
podcast.
what I did? Somebody did complain about you. Finally, they said you're too stubborn.
For real?
Yeah. So they can't listen to Max.
Stubborn?
He's too stubborn. And you know what? I had to sit back and I said, this guy is absolutely right. He is a stubborn little bastard.
I would like to know what's the subject matter.
Because
I don't feel like I'm stubborn.
Exactly.
If I'm,
most stubborn people don't.
Good arguments.
Most stubborn people.
I mean, if you provide good arguments, I don't feel like I'm stubborn.
Hey, do you like this new cup I got? It says
Yeah, that looks cool.
Yeah, it's a tumbler.
Is that like metal?
Yeah,
or?
it's engraved in her. My buddy Clint Treadway of 454 RC Designs or RC Works. Sorry, he's selling these. So I think I said, hey man, get me one with I bought one with a No Name RC Podcast logo on it, and I got my wife one made with that and her name on the bottom, and she's stealing mine. I had to bring it up to the office so she didn't steal mine. Like, I got you one with your name on it. So check him out at 454 RC Works, I believe it is, on Instagram, on Facebook, and get yourself, he engraves everything. Like, if you want something engraved, get it. He's the guy who made the skate deck. So I didn't get my skate deck, though. Cool. He said he's redoing
Not the guy who made the trophies? No. Is it a different guy?
No, that's another dude.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry. We got a big trophy coming for the NNRC Cup. We got a big trophy. All right, Max, you know what? I think it's time to go into some RC news. The RC news is brought to you by Hitec RCD. Since 1983, Hitec has been an industry leader in engineering, manufacturing, radio control systems, servers, and telemetry components. Our team of top engineers have researched and developed the most superior servo technologies in order to bring you the highest level of performance and reliability to your hobby. Along with Hitec's rock-solid reputation for quality products, including our extensive charge line, we have a dedicated customer service team available to offer constant support. So trust in Hitec, your servo and charger headquarters. Check out the RDX2 Pro charger. It can charge up 2 4-cell packs in just 45 minutes. All you e-buggy guys out there wanting to charge up batteries. Also has a Bluetooth dongle, which makes it really cool. And check out the SHB-9381TH servers and pimp your ride out with the best server from Hitec. And yeah, these are just really great servers. The guys I'm talking to are having really good luck with them, so check them out. And they are available at A-Main Hobbies, HRP, Max Products, Motion RC, and the Robot Shop. So thank you, Hitec, for bringing us this part of the podcast. And now we talk about RC news. I think I want to talk about Alex Bernardzak beating Kyle McBride straight up at like both the
7/10 faster in top 10 average lap or something.
I think, and it beat him by like 30 seconds.
Yeah, but I don't know if Kyle was just out. He said in his Facebook post he picked the wrong tires, but like possible. He was already like I checked the qualifiers. He was like a second off the whole day.
New car.
Maybe he picked the wrong tires every single run, or then he was just slower than him.
Well, so Alex is extremely fast, number one. He's also been on his program for a very long time. He knows his stuff. Kyle's got new tires, new car, so he's going to have to, it's not going to be a cakewalk. He's going to have to put in a little bit more work.
Oh, yeah, but I don't know. Hard to say. Like, I wouldn't really say anything. And the thing is, like, club races are club races.
But
like,
this wasn't a club race per se. This was a decent sized Australian type race.
Yeah, but this wasn't like the official race. No. Yeah, like Americans are a bit different because you only have the nationals, because in Europe there's like every country has its own nationals. So it's like every country has their nationals, then we have the Euros. And then there are like 4 big races around Europe the whole year. So like for us, there's a lot of times where me and JQ race with the other Finnish top guys, but most guys are just using used tires, having fun. And then with the nationals are people like actually give a shit about it. And what I do is, if there's like, it's not the official series, I'll run my practice car for the race. And JQ used to do that as well. He hasn't been running in Finland recently, but like when he was. So like I'm not sure how other people do it, but like that's at least how it is back at home. So like these sort of smaller races, I don't think these people really, they just go there to have fun or to test.
Well, when you're Kyle McBride and you're Alex Bernardzak and you are the 2 best racers in Australia, and Kyle is a world-class racer, it's just Alex will probably be a world-class racer once he gets out and does some international racing. It's a big deal. We're talking about the 2 fastest guys. And Alex is fast. Like,
but
Alex,
the thing is, like, he's fast, yes, but it's Kyle's like first race, I guess.
Yes. So not too much to look into.
He probably doesn't care.
But well, he like, should care.
If this keeps going on, if like, let's say, if is the Aussie, do they have a national series or a national race?
I believe they're just having a national race this year. No series.
Yeah. So yeah, well, if like Alex keeps beating him, then I'd be worried. But like one time is all right.
Hey, he was getting close before. He was getting close before.
Yeah, but like Kyle got beat good. Like
he did.
I checked all qualifiers in the main. He got like second off pace. That's a lot. Second lap off pace, almost.
Yeah, and I would like to congratulate to all the listeners up in the Pacific Northwest. You guys got back to some arena racing with the Northwest Arena Championships. The track looked pretty cool. The pictures that I saw, Adam Drake made the trip up there, and Cole Ogden, I've never seen Cole Ogden go up to the Pacific Northwest before.
Which makes Pacific Northwest?
Seattle, Washington, Oregon,
okay.
That area. Like
he had to fly.
Yeah, of course. I'm sure he had to fly, and Drake too.
Why would he go there?
Well, they have a big HB presence up there as well, and I just thought it was strange that he went up there, and so someone got him up there. And Drake has been up there many times before. He put on a clinic, like an actual clinic, not a clinic like of.
But I think Drake goes to a lot of races. He goes to a lot of races in Canada, I feel like too.
No,
like the Quebec Classic, he's been going there for a long time.
He hasn't been to the Quebec Classic for a minute. He used to go.
But he used to when he wasn't a thing. He used to go there or some other race in Canada at least.
You're probably getting the big barn, probably this area confused with Canada because it's right below Canada. It's Washington and BC.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, he used to go. He's used to be going to races that are like no one else goes to. It's like him and then the local guys.
Well, I used to go up to Rome, New York to race at the Barnstormers track.
Yeah, that's one race I saw.
So you might have got that
I believe he went to Canada.
He probably has.
I'm pretty sure he went to some race in Canada.
Drake at one point was going to, if you paid him, he was going to any race you said. At one point.
Yeah, he went to like Bolivia and all those races.
He went to Brazil and
yeah. But I think there was this one race where Robert was at too. And I think Uruguay. It was in Bolivia.
Uruguay.
Oh yeah, Uruguay. That's right.
So, yeah, he went on to Tico with those guys. But Adam Drake beat Cole Ogden, man. And this is the type of things that I think Cole needs to. This is like people like, you're always getting on Cole Ogden about things. Well, because I think Cole Ogden needs to be winning these type of things. Like, you know what I mean? So let's look at.
Yeah, Cole is. Okay. Yeah, Cole is one of those guys who just. He's either fast or then he screws up. Well, it's like it's either or.
Well, Drake,
even like this, he got beat by 20 seconds.
Exactly. That's a lot. Like Cole should be.
Oh wait.
Yeah, it was 20 seconds, just on the.
Drake had something. Oh no, Drake didn't finish. Yeah, 20 seconds. Yeah.
But I went and looked at the laps, and I didn't see like any long laps.
Cole was faster if you look at the lap times.
But inconsistent.
Average top 5 is,
Too many of those little mistakes. 30 for her, a 30, a 34, 31, a 32, followed by a 25. But isn't he pro?
He doesn't do anything else but race nowadays, right?
No, he doesn't have a real job. Like, this is his
so
job. Sorry.
I think he should, if you don't do anything other than RC, you should win every race like this.
I just think he should win this race because, but then again, Adam's been up here a lot and he knows.
Yeah, but that's no excuse. Adam is not like a professional racer. He's
well,
more
he
like
is definitely a professional racer, but you just look at his lap times.
No one would pay Drake just the race.
No, of course not.
Like if he didn't do his YouTube stuff or have his brand, no one would pay him.
Oh, he's earned that.
He's not like a.
But
I know. But his value is not the driving. His value is something else. Cole's only value really is driving.
His value was driving this time because if you look at his laps here, just consistent, very few 30s.
Yeah.
And if you want to look at what, like you can be fast or, consistent. I think you want to be for consistent here. And this is, I like Cole.
Yeah, but like Cole, like these are the races that if you are pro, you should win. Yeah,
you should be walking away with
if he had a real job, I would give him slack. Like he should, if he does good at big races like DNC he did this year, and he like messes up smaller races like this, if he is this wasn't his first job, I would be like, okay, let it pass. Kind of like I can't remember this guy who ran X-Ray. What the fuck was his name? He had a brother too. He finished like top
Where?
3 at nationals. It's American guy, Wheeler.
Oh,
He didn't even like he wasn't even pro, and he like attended a few races a year and always finished like top 3 or something.
well, he was a pro at one point. You know what I mean? I actually had him on
like,
the podcast.
In the end times he wasn't like.
No.
I remember 2017 he ran like 4 races the whole year and finished like top 5 and all.
Right.
of them
He
or
actually
something
he
crazy.
did the smart thing and got an education and got like his family have a big business. And when you speak about talent, that dude was able to come. He was at the Silver State
he was
2019 and he was like in the B main, I think. You know what I mean? Hadn't raced in years and was in the B main at Silver State 2019. Just a
There are
naturally
just some of
talented
those
guy.
guys.
Hmm?
Yeah, there's some of those like, because there's guys like Ongaro
Mhm.
who is like super talented, but he has like everything is down to a T. Then there's just guys like Wheeler who doesn't have to practice, just shows up and is really freaking good. It's like different type of talent.
Yeah, and he's lucky to be alive. You know what I mean? So,
Oh yeah, I heard the story, but yeah.
but he's still alive, and we had a great chat with him. I remember when they were young, him and his brother were racing, and but like, yeah, he's just one of them guys who could. I talked to him. He's like, I just don't want to put in the work to be like at that level again. But he goes, give me 6 months, and I think I could be 6 months of me going at this hardcore, and I think I can make A mains again. I think he could too.
Well, yeah, he's the type of like in America, if there's 15 guys in the main, it's not too hard to make the main.
Well, come on. Well,
At
there was
least
18 at
one or
PNB,
twice. Yeah,
but they had to do.
I
it.
mean, yeah, well, kind of, but I mean, yeah, DNC making the main is a big deal, but like PNB making the main is like, especially when there's like 18 guys, it's not a huge deal.
Well, they had to get through 800 entries. They had to have 18 drivers. But no, people like you're always getting on Cole, but I'm not. I just think like when you go up to these races, he should win them, and I don't know. Like Cole just needs Cole needs to get on a win streak. Like he did good at DNC, then had a bad PNB, and now like he needs to get it going for Silver State and the Nationals and the Nationals.
But the thing is, like he's been super fast for so long, but it's like the same. Like he's been getting better and better, but it's just like he keeps having a good race and then a bad race all the time.
Well,
so.
I think it's the support too. When he went out to the West Coast, he had like Eddie Lorette, Tyler Brown, the guy from J&T. All those fast.
Does he have like a mechanic?
HB guys. Eddie Lorette usually is a mechanic.
Okay.
So he had him out in California.
I noticed that when I was running RCGP, that when I didn't have like every race on mechanic was different. It really, even though it shouldn't matter, it does matter because you have to think about it. You have to like think about, hey, maybe I need to tell him like to tune the engine this way or refuel the car this way. You can't just be like, hey, we're ready to go, and you're just like, it's a deal that it makes it easier when you have a mechanic, like, even though you know the mechanic is good, if you don't know them, it still makes it more difficult.
That's for sure.
So that's definitely one thing that he could improve on if that is an issue. But I don't think it is if he has the same mechanic most of the time.
I don't think Eddie goes to every race with him though, because he has a real job. So, and he's in California and Cole's in Georgia. So I just think when he has that core of people with him where he can lean on people and get information from people, that's when he shines. That's why I always think he does better when it's got David, Torrance, Adrian, and everybody with him too, which makes sense. So
that's what Ongaro does really well, because he has his dad, he has Verre, and he has like at least one hang around as well, and all of them know his race program in and out. So
he isn't racing as much. I see all these Italians racing, but I don't see his name showing up. I don't know, is he not racing? Is he not?
It's weird. His dad has some beef with the Padova guy, so that might be the case.
Yeah, but these guys ain't at Padova. I don't know.
Yeah, but the first national was in Padova.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
It was this one race because Ongaro lives like 4-hour drive away from Barufalo. Like the places Barufalo and Boots are racing in, it's almost like a 4-hour drive from Chile. Okay. Yeah. So it's not like he's just gonna go around for a weekend.
Got you.
So he has to like be the whole weekend.
All right. So LCRC, home of the 2021 Nationals. They had, I want to say this is the unofficial warm up, even though they're having a warm up race on the from the 20th to the 23rd of May. They had their opener this weekend, and the facility looked great. A lot of people. It was well attended. All the Northeast guys, man. Spencer Heckert is from that area. I don't know if he's from that area, but he does race at this track quite a lot. Lot spent, Bornhorst, Wiggins. Those were the top guys that I saw go there. And Heckert beat them all, man. He beat them all. He just about beat Lutz. That was a very close race. I don't even think it was. Let's see. Yeah.
By the way, I completely forgot about Lutz talking about PMB. He could have been in top 3 if he just didn't flame out in the first.
I know.
Whatever. Like he looked good. Like he was in the lead. Like he took all his jokers, but he was in the lead. He was clear track ahead. He just gone set laps. He could have easily been in the top 3, I think.
Okay. Well, what if that would have been a regular race? No joker lanes, like, you know?
Yeah, no chance.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Spencer Heckert went up there and he beat everybody. He just about beat Lutz, like just about, and by 0.52 seconds. Jesus, that's close.
Lutz is also one of those guys who goes to random races.
Well, he's doing
a lot of Drake.
Yeah. Well, he's kind of hooked up with the USRC guys. Rob Isaac.
The guys who didn't pay him.
He's doing a lot of clinics and stuff in this area, Region 2, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and he's kind of sticking to that area and trying to build like they do races. There's a lot of race series there, and they do them with local tracks. So they don't build rate tracks. Yeah. They just work with the local tracks, and he's doing their series and doing clinics and stuff like that. But if I was a pro guy, I'd be going to LCRC as much as I can. You know what I mean? To get ready for the nationals.
Yeah.
So
there's like so many tracks in the United States that people don't like completely miss out on. There's like they always go to like PMB and all these races that are like built tracks, but there's so many awesome tracks that people just never go to. It's only like club races. Like SMB is actually pretty cool. Like it's one of the best tracks I ever went to when I was there. But like there's so many cool tracks around the East Coast, for example. West Coast is more like sort of limited to a few places apart from the North. But in California, there's not too many, like at least in the South. But like East Coast, there's like tracks every like 100 miles.
Well, in the Carolinas and Georgia, there's a lot of tracks.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but I heard Florida is pretty good too.
Yes, Florida's has a lot of tracks too. It just rains a lot and they have alligators. So Spencer Heckert, first big win for him with the S-Works, I want to say, goes up there. Good confidence booster. I hope all these guys are going to the warm up later on next month. It will be after Silver State, the weekend after Silver State. So it's going to be kind of, yeah, I'm sure they will be there. If you want to win the Nationals, you want to be at the warm-up race, I would say. But then again, some guys would say, it's just another race. So we shall see. We shall see. Wiggins in third, but a lap behind Lutz after Wiggins had a very disappointing PMB. And Joe Bornhorst, I messaged you about this, and I was like, Joe Bornhorst, like this is another guy I expect to be winning these races or at least battling it out up here in the top, but it just seems to be a bit off.
Yeah,
lately.
Joe seems kind of stuck to me. He was sort of like an upward like trajectory a few years ago, and he might have won a few races like in the past few years, but like since then he's sort of like just kept at the level of, well, he maybe finishes second sometimes. That's sort of what type of guy he is at the moment. He's not like a guy like T-Boy is the type of guy who is like he wins PMB. Like Joe Bornhorst is like, you would never pick Bornhorst to win PMB.
Well, he was doing well last year. at PNB.
Yeah, but you would pick it. You would pick him for second, but you would like not pick him for first. You would pick T-Boy any day over Bornhorst.
A lot of competition on that Tekno team. A lot of competition.
Yeah.
Good.
I don't know. Yeah, hard to say. Like the Tekno team is kind of hard to say because like there's a lot of like fast guys, but it's hard to say if those guys are like how fast they actually are. Mm-hmm. Because like none of those guys are Mayfield. Like T-Boy is probably the most established guy, and when he left Kyosho, he was like out. He was not even like close to what he used to be. So it's hard to say if T-Boy just stepped it up huge when he moved to Tekno, or if like the Tekno is doing all right with their team. So it's kind of like hard to say like which it is.
I think the biggest person missing from all of this is Seth. And I told you, we talked about it in private. I think he's been suspended.
Oh, yeah.
I think he got suspended. I said grounded on the last podcast. I still haven't heard any more. It's being kept very hush-hush. But he has been non-existent since DNC. And I'm worried about him because...
Maybe he's dead.
He's not dead. He's alive.
I mean, you never know. It's America.
He's definitely alive.
Might have shot him.
He's because I believe he did do a race. I believe he did the Hobbyplex race. But my worry for Seth
he's
is
still racing. So
he can't. So he's not. He didn't go to PNB. He didn't go down to Texas for Lone Star.
Yeah, but I don't believe that he gets his flights paid to all the races. No, maybe he gets his flights paid to DNC.
No, I believe he gets travel. I believe he has a travel budget
to every race.
But he like, would be at PNB.
A lot of these guys.
That's a big race that you came second at last year.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest race after DNC.
I heard he got suspended. No, the reasons for the suspension, I'm hearing like, oh, this cars were dirty or this, but I really think what's happened is, well, you know, like his dad had made these different C and D plates for the Tekno, and he ran them, and Tekno didn't like that. And Tekno runs a tight ship, so maybe who knows, man? Maybe his.
I've never understood this tight ship ideology. Like
it works.
What do you mean it works?
Well, it's
everyone hates it.
No, but
have you seen the comments on the Associated B 6.3 release?
Probably.
Like people are like, why didn't you tell about this before? Like everyone hates the fact that no one tells anything if something's coming, or no one like allows people to try new shit.
I think if you're gonna
it's like no one is benefiting from it.
Listen to me. I think if you're gonna be a team driver, there have to be some, especially at a level that you're at, that he's at, there have to be some rules. There has to be. You know, when you don't have any rules, everybody just goes and does whatever they want to do. I know, I've been through it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there has to be rules, but like the rules can't be like, hey, I did some parts and now you're suspended. You're
I don't think that's not. No, no, I didn't say he got suspended. I said they had words back. That was last year. I don't know why they got suspended this year.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that Tekno and like they've had a little history there. So here's my word. I like Seth. I think he hasn't really had his latter half of 2020 wasn't as good as his first half. And I know he has the talent, and I want to see him do well. I'm just worried that he isn't racing. And when you ain't racing, you're only as good as your last race. So, you know, you got to be out there racing and whatnot. He definitely has the talent to do it. So I hope to see him, Seth freaking Van Dalen out there. But it's a lot of stuff just being kept on the wraps. I'm not there. I can't say. I don't know what's going on, but just rumors I'm heard.
The thing is, though, the whole Tekno team, to me, seems sort of like, even though they have a huge team, it seems kind of invisible. You always forget, oh, that guy's there too.
No, not really.
It's like
you haven't been to a race you haven't been to a race in a long time. The last time you went to a race.
Maybe at like the races, but like if you look online, you're gonna know there's like some other brand. Like
I think they keep everything.
Well, American brands are kind of bad at this stuff. Associate is really good at this, actually. Associate is like, if there's some guy in the CMA and it looks like he's one of the pros. Like if you're a Tekno and you're Tyler Jones and you qualify 9th, it seems like you're not even there.
Because they have so many people. What do you? They have so many guys. That
but like
names. No.
Yeah, but they always finish like 7th, 6th, and 9th. So it's like they always look so lost.
Well, Tyler Jones finished second at PNB. Congratulations. 2.
Yeah, but
Dark. I think I'm going to change his name to The Truth when he wins one. When he wins one of these big races, it's going to be called The Truth, not the Dark Horse.
He won at PNB 2019.
Yes, I know, but now he's got to do it again. He's got to do it not at PNB. He's got to do it at Silver State or DNC or the Nationals. So The Truth. Then
I gotta correct myself though, because I was kind of dissing Tekno on this, like tight ship and not being invisible. But like that's pretty much every RC company. So it's like whatever.
They do a lot of cool things though. They have but I think they just keep it all internal.
The rocket jump thing is the only cool thing they do.
No, they have like this little medallion thing that they give to team drivers and stuff. Look, I don't know any.
Yeah, kind of like those figurines you have on your table. Yes. Really cool.
Yes, like they're cool. But that means a lot to people. And if you really check it, people join.
Oh, they give it to like team drivers, like low level team drivers.
Everybody gets one. I don't know how it works, but if you really check it, people that join Tekno usually stay there. So they're doing something right.
Yeah, I'm just saying, they have sort of like a cult following. Maybe like they need to have a blood oath or something.
See what I mean? All right. J Concepts Northwest blood oath.
You're just not good with jokes, bro.
I know. I'm just like geez, some smacks. Every podcast, it's something. A blood in, blood out.
Yeah, but like no one can take this seriously. Like no one can be like, oh, he accused Tekno of being a cult and doing blood oaths. Like no one can be like, oh my god, he's being so mean. Like obviously it's a joke. No one is doing that in RC world.
It's a joke.
Yeah.
I know it's a joke. I'm just trying to move on because we did have the J Concepts Northwest Carpet Nationals, 2 races up in the Pacific Northwest.
Hey, I'm honest with you. All these races, I don't really give a shit. Like there wasn't a single big race. But like these aren't news. A club race was held at somewhere.
This is news because you know why?
The biggest
anywhere Dakota fan and Spencer Rivkin are racing is news.
Yeah, this is the only race, but you already went to so many club races that I'm already too exhausted to go by this. So, all right, guess who won? Brock Champlin, as he should have won always with his Schumacher cars on carpet, because he's the only driver who only practices on carpet.
That'd be true. He has nowhere else to practice. What about Rivkin, though? Rivkin in 7th in 4-wheel drive and 2-wheel drive. He had a stinker.
Yeah, I don't know. Guess was just had some cold feet after PNB.
Well, I think he broke a shock piston at PNB too. He had a good e-buggy.
Shock piston?
That's what someone told me, and he said it in his interview when he won e-buggy. But
that's weird.
A buddy of mine sent a picture of
because they don't run the MIP pistons anymore. I don't think.
No idea.
How would you break a normal piston? I have no clue.
Anything's possible. Anything's possible in RC.
Yeah. Maybe they would shine something weird, but I don't know.
My buddy sent me a picture of him and Fenn on the driver's stand together. I really, truly think these guys dislike each other. I do.
I would love it. I would love to see a fist fight.
See what I mean? I would be like a slap fight.
You're excited about these guys giving each other one dirty look over 2 years. I'm like, at least fight, you know?
Well, at least have some words. Let's have some words up in her. Some finger pointing, some stern finger pointing.
Finger pointing is even better than actually physically fighting, because that's like more aggressive somehow. Like finger pointing is the highest form of aggression there is.
I don't know, man. I just think that this is the closest thing we have to a rivalry brewing, and I want to see it. Like these guys are both young. They're both running the same tire company.
I feel like Mayfield Ongaro was the biggest one, but it just not been enough racing between them since the lockdowns.
Ongaro and Mayfield had a beef? Or was it Ongaro and Barufalo?
Mayfield. Remember before the Worlds, Mayfield was like accusing them of using gyros and all that.
Well,
and then like after the Worlds, he was like super pissed. Yeah, but like Mayfield was kind of vocal about it. I was kind of surprised.
A lot of people.
But he obviously later on he was like more calm about it.
I don't know. obviously they don't use gyros because I think
Yeah,
well
it's ridiculous that like I remember at DNC
Yes.
when like Barufalo qualified second or Figueroa qualified second. Yeah, and like everyone was like, "Oh, they're using gyros." Like come on.
Oh, that was the DNC of the Euros.
Oh my
you know what I mean? You think about it.
Yeah, that was the first time they were, and like the thing about it was that Figueroa and Barufalo, those guys weren't like that fast, even in Europe at that point. They weren't like top 3 quality.
Well,
they were like,
was.
Yeah, they make the main. Yeah, but before that, he was never even in the top 5 at Euros.
I think, but remember, that's the year Ronafalk won, you won Open, and there was a big international scene there. So
that was the first time it was like super international. Mm-hmm. So maybe there was just like Americans were like kind of jealous that they were beat at their own home ground.
Well, I think
maybe I'm kind of missing the Euro USB again. It's been completely lost now.
Yeah, and you know who else was fast that year too? JQ. Like, remember he finished qualified 9th in the last qualifier
until he put those stickers in the champagne bottle
twice. Jesus.
Well, those were probably champagne. Those was like sparkling wine, but whatever.
I know. I'll not forget when I walked across there and saw their stickers on their champagne bottles. I was just like, why? I was like, did Max do it? I said, did Max do it or did JQ do it?
I put like one sticker and it was like I can't remember where it was. I put like one.
I put them on like
I was kind of lame.
I put them on like the TV and then on the driver on the pit lane and stuff like that. I didn't put them on people's property, but people went crazy. That sticker stuff.
Yeah, property is sacred in America. Shouldn't do that.
Well, I think that's all we have for news.
Are we actually not going to talk about the carpet race? So Fenn was second.
You said you didn't want to talk about it, so let's talk about it. Brock Champlin.
Well, I was kind of half joking.
Brock Champlin first in 4-wheel drive does Brock have to just go do it on dirt to prove himself? I would say so. He's good on carpet.
I remember this one comment. I have to probably send it to you one day, but you wanna catch this it was like one of the announcements. Someone says like I just want to see him go to a dirt track and do donuts and cry.
That's harsh.
Because like the Schumacher cars are decent on dirt, but definitely not great. So I
think the biggest
we were just laughing at that because that's sort of like the meme here as well.
Yeah, that's a pretty harsh comment. And yeah, we have to see how these Schumachers are going to do on American soil. It's going to be interesting to see this. Quick.
They're going to probably be all right.
They'll be all right. Where this race was held. So this place was held at this place called Northwest Hobbies, right? So what this place is, you I don't know if you're old enough, but do you remember like the Sears, like the American store Sears, SEARS?
No clue what that is.
Well, Sears was like a smaller version of Walmart, I want to say. So in America, you had like Kmart's, Sears. They used to have these big magazines, big catalogs that they used to send you out every like Christmas time, before Christmas. My mom used to order stuff like from there, and it used to take like 3 months to get to Bermuda. Back when I was a kid, you go in there and pick everything out you want. And when we used to go for vacations, they had these like hundreds, thousands of them all across America, just stores, and they had appliances, and they had certain appliances and all this type of stuff. And basically, Sears is gone. It's bankrupt. It's been gone. So they have all these buildings left over. So this hobby shop facility is in one of these old abandoned buildings. Like, they rent it.
That must be huge.
It is huge. They're like building constantly, like. So it's not big like a Walmart. It's in Washington State, I want to say, up there in the Pacific Northwest.
But that isn't even that rural. How is it? How are they afford to pay for it?
Well, they probably got good. Who else is gonna you got these big abandoned buildings out there? I mean, you got to get some money for it. Maybe they got it real cheap. I don't know. I was asking all these questions.
Yeah, well, it must be like it's not like they're gonna make huge amount of money with just RC tracks there.
Man, they got
They make decent of it, but
they got a lot of stuff in it, and they're just still building. I've been watching them. They started last year, I want to say, and so they had this race, and it's all carpet, dude. They don't have any dirt in there, and it just looks like it's going to be a great facility when they finish it. So I just thought that was pretty cool. And if you went to one of these buildings, some of them used to be like dual story. I don't think this one is. I think it's just single story. But a lot of these buildings are on being abandoned and stuff like that. So I guess somebody said, "Hey, we'll give you a good deal," and you rent it out. There you go. Or they bought it. Who knows?
But it looked pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. It's nice.
All things considered.
Carpet, man. I'm telling you, man. Carpet is the future. It's gonna be what everybody races on her.
Well, it's been the past and the present and the future in Europe. Well, we had one dirt track in Europe, in Sweden, but then after a few years, it went away. I don't know if the issue was mold or if the issue was just money.
Well,
something.
It was before, like, if you mentioned carpet in America, it was like the taboo. Now it's just like more and more people are accepting it, more and more people are liking it, and it just makes it easier for track owners and stuff like that.
I don't really know why America is able to have the dirt track. Is it just that they don't care about the air quality, or is it just that they have such dry air, humidity? Because like in here, like there would be no way you could have a dirt track without the whole building just fucking having mold everywhere.
Maybe it's different,
like,
man.
It's so humid.
I don't know.
Maybe it's just that because American buildings are built really like fragile. They're just
they get
soft walls.
Too, but I think the way they do this, like they
there's like air coming out of every corner. They like leak everywhere. So it might be just that it's because here like you have to make it pretty thick walls and have some filling just for the heat to keep inside.
Right.
So that
insulation.
also makes it so that moisture keeps inside. Yeah,
well,
insulation.
I mean, American buildings are built like this. Maybe they're just in industrial areas where they're allowed. I have no idea.
Yeah,
but I think.
Yeah, but to me it seems odd. because even OCRC, they have those sprinklers on the roof.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's
that's California. And it's dry, but still.
No, but remember, that dirt probably never gets dry.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, how is there no mold there?
I don't know.
And it didn't even smell like mold, so it's not like. I mean, the dirt smelled really bad, but it didn't smell like mold. So
that's above my pay level right there. Maybe I should ask. I should have asked our guest, who was Derek Bouno. He was a hydrogeologist, so who knows?
Yeah.
I didn't even
probably
think
somebody knows.
All right, well, I think that's all. Carpet race. There was a lot of racing going on. These are not club races. These are actually big regional races. All of them had almost 200 bodies at each of them.
Okay, yeah. My definition of club race is not an official race, so maybe I probably should say that like regional races or something. What would you call this? I
would call these.
Why am I upset?
Well, see, I like the PNW race. That's actually that's a very big region of like about 3 or 4 states that get together and race. They have a really healthy RC community there, and COVID hit them hard because they had a lot of regulations and they couldn't race. So
yeah, but like I wouldn't say a race because Germany has big races. I wouldn't call those like I wouldn't call those like big races or anything. Like even though it's in Germany,
but when you get like a Drake and an Ogden go into these races, I consider that a decent sized race.
Well, is Spanish Nationals a big race? They have 3 European A finalists.
I would consider it a big race if them watching those guys. If we could, I would watch it. Wow, we did have.
So
some
Spain
nationals.
has 6 big races a year.
I get your point, Max. I get your point. But
yeah,
Spain ain't got. Spain Nationals doesn't have 100 and almost 200 drivers at it either.
Well, these races doesn't have either. Yes, they have like 100 entries tops.
No, they don't. Maybe
they have entries, yeah, but
no
entries. The drivers they have more than
Pacific
100.
Northwest had 189 bodies.
Okay. Well, the Spanish nationals almost have 100. I think they have A and B level nationals.
You're not gonna win this.
Spain is one of the biggest.
You're not gonna win this one, Max. This stubborn.
No, but I'm right. That's the issue here.
Most stubborn people think they're right.
No, but you don't
I'm
see.
Pointing my finger at you.
You think this race is big because Drake went there.
If
Drake didn't go there, you wouldn't say it's a big race.
Well, I would have. I don't think it's all right. It's not a big race. It's not a DNC or anything like that. All right, we know that. Yeah. But it's a nice size.
It's like a regional race.
It's a big regional race. They earn. It's mostly made up of the regional drivers, regional fast guys. I mean, you can see it. Like it was like Cold and Drake was 66 laps, and then I think Taylor Wanders is a Tekno driver from there, and he's really good, but he was like 62 laps, so they're 4 laps ahead of him, so that's, kind of how it works out.
And the thing is, like, Italian nationals are crazy, because there's like Ongaro, Barufalo, Berton, Boots, like these guys, like, those are the highest level nationals there is. Like, the UK national used to be pretty good, when like Boots and Lee and Bloomfield and Craig all went and all practiced quite a lot. But nowadays, it's just like not even all of those guys run the whole series. Mm-hmm. At least it feels like it.
I don't know, dude. I don't know, buddy. I don't know, Max. I think it's time to pay some bills and then get into the Beach RC questions. But you know what? This podcast is also brought to you by Lugs RC Racing. They are the new tire company on the block with over 55 years of combined experience in the RC industry. We are a small company making big moves in the RC world. As you know, in racing, it's all about tires. Lugs Racing has been testing different tread patterns, wheel molds, and rubber tire blends to bring racers the best product we can. Our tires are available in medium, soft, super soft, and mega soft. We have the Econ line that is developed for budget racers using improved existing molds with the same rubber compounds for their premier tires. That keeps costs down and allows to pass the savings on to you, the customer. For the all-out racer, we have the Protos and TQs. These are the premier tires for lugs. They are made with their custom-designed molds, utilizing their proprietary, I messed that word up, their special rubber compound to provide you, the racer, with the performance that you require. Please visit their website at www.lugsracing.com. You can save 30% off your order by using promo code NNRCLugs in all caps. So go check them out, show them some love, and use that promo code and save some money. Get yourself some wheels. They got white and yellow wheels and they got hats in, and check them out. Like, we know tires cost a lot of money and we use a lot of tires. So yeah. Thank you, Lugs, for your support. And remember, people, show them some love. It shows us some love. Max, we don't have a lot of questions, but I actually have a question for you. And I didn't tell you about this. So let's get on to the Beach RC Bench Racing Q&A. What do you say, Max?
Let's do it.
BeachRC.com, the racers' one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. BeachRC.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. BeachRC.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, JQ Racing, Pro Circuit Racing Tires, Nitro Lux Fuels, and Assault RC Performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at BeachRC.com today.
Yes. Thank you to Brent and Lucas of Beach RC. I was talking to Brent here the other day. I believe he's going to Silver State, so I'll see him there. Hopefully he'll bring me some NNRC decals so I can hand out to people. We do have an affiliate link for Beach RC people. It is a brick and mortar hobby shop doing big things. If you can use the affiliate link, it helps us. It helps them. Please use it. They've been a big, long-time supporter of this podcast. So thank you to Beach RC, Brent Dansford, and Lucas and the White Whale. So, Max, we don't have many questions, but I'm going to save my question for you for last. So first up is my buddy Benjamin James, an aspiring race announcer. He has a really great radio voice and announcing voice. I've talked at length about 8 scale and the worlds and who to watch for. Who are the guys to keep an eye out for the 10 scale worlds, particularly amongst the Yanks, the Americans? Who do you think, Max? We have to say the same, like Mayfield, Rifkin.
Spencer.
I'm not throwing Dustin. I'm not throwing Dustin Evans in there.
No, I don't know. I think his role associated is kind of just like having regional presence. Where does he live? He doesn't live
Colorado.
in California, doesn't he? Yeah, I think he just regional presence.
Who else? Who use your dark horse for a 10 scale out of America then?
It's kind of hard. I mean, you would like to throw in Cav.
I could throw in Cav, Fend.
But Fend is only good in four-wheel drive. Like, when was the last time he did good in two-wheel drive? Apart from, like, in the world. Like, not talking American high grip fucking traction control touring cars with jumps.
Where are the worlds for 10 scale? I don't know. It probably isn't going to happen. But
I think it was supposed to be in UK, but no clue.
Robin
right now.
Hood, I believe, right? Or was that the Euros?
Yeah. The Euros were supposed to be there at least. But
okay.
I think the Worlds were too, because a lot of times these guys nowadays want to do it so that they have like a warm-up race for the Worlds. Sort of like Reims was supposed to do, but then it was moved to Trenton.
Okay, so let's give our A-man, because they still only do 10, right? So who's your A-man going into the 10? If we had a 10 scale Worlds this year, who's your 10?
So are we going to do two-wheel drive or four-wheel drive?
Let's do what counts the most. Two-wheel drive.
Two-wheel drive. So it's going to be, well, it really depends on the track, though.
No, you don't have to put them in order. Just say who you think would be.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's do Euros first. So Orlowski, Ronnefolk,
Ongaro.
I would like to, Ongaro probably, yes. Most likely, yes. If it's on dirt, yes, Ongaro. Then I would like to put in Lee, but I'm kind of hesitant.
So that's 4.
So I would take Lee out.
Coelho.
I would say, Coelho, Coelho, Orlowski. What did I say already?
I can't think of any more. We got Orlowski, Ronnefolk, Ongaro, Coelho.
Coelho. Fuck. They must. Oh, Joona
Hotnen. Okay, so that's 5.
Yeah, if it's on dirt, then Joona. Well, dude, if it's on carpet, then Joona too. He's like, I don't know how he's doing now, but like, if he gives a shit, he's gonna make the world's a main in two-wheel drive.
Okay. How about the Americans? Definitely Mayfield. I'm gonna say Mayfield, Cav.
Mayfield, Rivkin, Cav are, Testament too. I'd say that's about it.
No, man. Then I want to throw in somebody like because look, man, we got.
You're forgetting the Japanese, dude.
Okay, yeah. Well,
there's been the Japanese A-main finalist since like forever.
But he doesn't race anymore. I don't think. Is he retired?
But there's always one that fucking pops up.
How about Young Gun? Aiden Horn, maybe. Arena Connect.
No, not even close.
Not even a
no, because like the thing is, these guys freaking melt down when it's outside their comfort zone, and it's not their fault really. Like, you would have the Euros melt down at Reader Race. So,
well, I definitely
the Americans race. The Americans race at such specific type of surfaces that
right.
When they go outside that, they really struggle. Like Mayfield, Tessman, what did we say? Fend and Cav.
All these guys are every surface.
Yeah, those guys are like the old guys. Like Tebow is not gonna. I wouldn't throw Tebow in, because he's like. I don't know. He hasn't like seemed too good in 10 scale.
I think he's kind of retired from 10 scale to an extent. I think he would still do the Worlds and the Nationals, but I think
definitely.
I think he's definitely
and Reedy Race.
Yeah, but I mean, he's won. He's been world champion. He's won the Reedy Race. He's done everything he needs to do. In 10
the weird thing about Tebow is he's like one of the only guys who started 8 scale and moved to 10 scale, and he has not won an 8 scale Worlds, but won 10 scale.
Well, he did. He started 10 scale. He started with gas truck.
Well, yeah, but it was nitro. They were running in nitro tracks. It was not like he was running indoor. Like Mayfield, Cav, all those guys started with 10 scale.
All right, so Americans would be Mayfield, Fend, Cav, Tessman, Rivkin.
Yeah,
I think those top 5 are, and I think
and
any
we
of those
do
top
acknowledge Tessman is Canadian, but he's Northern American, so he counts as American.
Canada. Yeah, I think that's a good. It's going to be hard. I think we won't probably see as many of those Euros in there.
I'd say I'm gonna be honest. Like the worlds are freaking crazy. Like the worlds are really like no matter what class, apart from, like no matter what off-road class it is, the worlds are like there's so many fast guys out there. There's like more pros than fits in the main. So
yeah, and. It's we don't know where it's gonna be or when it's gonna be. So, Michael Heiko. This guy must have some sort of maybe Heiko. Is Heiko a Finnish name? Heiko.
With 1K.
Yeah, it'll be like Heiko.
If it was with 2Ks, I would say it could have been an Estonian name, but with 1K, it's I don't know.
It doesn't seem like Japanese first. I don't know. He asked where we can see it live. Michael, we'll do a live show. Actually, I'm planning the great debate next week: Nitro versus e-buggy. So we're gonna do a live.
Who are the participants?
I don't know. It's gonna be me and Wally, the defenders of the glory, and we need to find 2. Probably need about 10 guys to battle us in e-buggy, but
it's gonna be hard to find anyone defending e-buggy.
You would be surprised. We get a lot of complaints about not talking about e-buggy on this podcast. We do, but
it's weird because I made a whole video saying why e-buggy is superior.
I didn't know that.
Like my like the whole RC Nitro Racing is dying video.
Oh, I need to
see
like
that whole video is about why. No, we talked about it in a podcast.
Man, I talk about so much stuff. I talk about so much stuff, Max. I can't remember.
You remember the fuel thing?
Oh, right.
Yeah, the whole video was pretty much about, hey, Nitro is dying. Let's do something about it. You know?
You know what, Max? I almost want to make you like flagellate for saying such blasphemous stuff about Nitro. I really do.
Yeah, but the thing is, no matter what I say, someone is always gonna get mad.
Well, you're stubborn.
As long as, yeah, I'm stubborn if I disagree with you. I don't know. I mean, I can't believe someone thinks I'm stubborn. Oh, I'm just like,
I can believe it. But we're gonna do the great debate. We need some e-buggy. Yeah. We need some e-buggy lovers to join us next week. Me and Wally and I, the defenders of the glory, versus e-buggy. All right, David Bauman. My question, conspiracy theory. Did Mugen betray the RC community on holding kits back to increase prices because they can? EU and US kits were not shippable since beginning of the year from distributors, but today, 420, both can ship instantly. Coincidence, conspiracy, or pure luck? So apparently, you couldn't get Mugen kits. And I talked to this person. It's like they were trying to buy them from America, from the Europe, and I don't know. I think maybe
it sounds like the US distributor just fucked up and tried to cover it up.
Maybe it's time for the 9 to come out. Maybe they were
the what?
Maybe it's time for the MBX 9. I mean, the MBX 8 came out when 2018.
They always release it. They haven't released an 8R, haven't they?
Yeah.
Or they have. I don't know.
They
released like the World's edition, but right. I don't think they released the 8R.
No, I don't think so either.
Because what they do, Mugen does this, and Kyosho sort of do this too. So the Japanese companies do it so that I think they've done it since the 80s. So they release a new car for the Worlds for their team drivers to run. And then they release it like publicly after the Worlds. So if, like, for example, Robert won the Worlds with the MBX7, but at that time the MBX7 wasn't released yet. So it had the wider pivot and all that kind of stuff. And like that was perfect because like this car just won the Worlds. Now you can buy it, and that's what they always do. Mm-hmm. And the craziest thing what they do, which is to me is really freaking cool, is they give almost like I remember they always have like, let's say 40 drivers running Kyosho. They give all Kyosho drivers, no matter if you are a team driver or not, they give the new parts. So let's say they have new shock towers or new arms. They give all the guys the new parts. At least I think Kyosho did it at some race, which is really freaking cool. I think that's one of the coolest things. The Japanese companies are, I mean, they run a tight ship too, but in a different way. They run it more like honestly, and they are really like honorable people.
But here's what I was thinking. But Mugen USA is his own entity. It's not really.
Yeah, that's the issue. Like they're fucking the whole thing up.
They're not like Mugen Europe is. I think it's a part of Mugen Seiki Japan, right? If I'm not mistaken.
It's not. It's run from Germany.
Okay, but I mean they have closer ties with. Like I believe that. Yeah, I believe Robert is directly paid from Mugen in Japan. Let's put it that way.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah, I would say so.
And where Mayfield is paid, I think Mayfield gets some. I believe he would get some contingency. I believe he gets contingency from Japan, but in general, he's paid. He's an employee or he's employed as a driver by Mugen USA. So Mugen Seiki USA is not really. It's not. Oh, it's just Mugen Japan and America. It's a whole separate company, like that Chris Moore.
Yeah,
and all that
but
stuff.
The thing is, the reason why they do this is because the American market is very different. The way it works has like, for example, the sponsorship model. Like, Europe really doesn't do this as much. Like nowadays, it's has started to do this. But like this didn't used to be a thing. Like this whole send your resume at the end of the year or start of the year thing, like that's only in America, pretty much.
It's funny you should say that. Tim and I made a post yesterday. He goes, RC Garage isn't an RC resume. Don't send me a link to RC Garage. Send me a resume. I thought it was hilarious.
Like the whole sending a resume seems fucking ridiculous. You send a resume to get a discount that you still have to pay for so that the company makes a profit.
Well,
that's
the RC world.
The whole model is fucking dumb.
You have to vet people somehow and see where they're coming from.
Yeah, but like why can't you just accept everyone and say you have to like pay for this? Sort of like what Mayaka is doing. Like it's basically the same shit. It's just that the other one you get the payment up front.
Well, because people we talked about the deal is the dick measuring thing. You know what I mean? Hey, I get 75%.
I know, and that's like the whole issue.
I know
because
it is.
It's like
I know it is.
Everyone tries to measure. Like if it was just that people would say, "I want to run this brand, and I want to have a discount. I want to be part of this team," then they become part of that team, and that's it. You know, it's not like you have to send resume to hundreds of companies just that everyone still gets a discount. But you had to just switch around who gets which brand.
Well, I would like to see the managers come together and actually talk about this at the end of the year and say, hey, this person didn't represent me good, or this person tried to leave. I think we should hold some people accountable to stuff. Contracts should actually mean something.
Yeah, but then if you hold too many people accountable, you will lose sales because giving out -20 sponsor deals is just like giving out free money. If you give like,
no, not like that, Max.
It's like if you lose your -20 sponsor deals, it would just be like you just lose customers for fun. Because like if you if you have fucking E-Clip on your team, you want to lose that guy. But if you have like regular people that are kind of assholes, like those guys will just go to another team and like it doesn't change anything. You just lose a customer.
Yes, you do, but it's you can put a stop from people. Prolific chassis sponsor jumpers. Like I've seen people that literally have changed a chassis sponsor 3 to 4 times in 1 year. But
they still always have a chassis sponsor.
Yes, exactly. And that's the
whole issue with the model.
I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. Yeah. And it's my pet peeve. But I think if the managers could come together and say, okay, we need to stop this. And you know what I mean? And at least make that one guy do his year. You know what I mean? Instead of, okay, yeah, that I don't like it. Don't get me wrong. If you get a little deal from your hobby shop and you want to run 10 chassis a year, you can. If you get out there and buying them retail for a whole year, you can too. But when you go to a company asking for the best discount, give them 2-3 months and then move on. That doesn't do anything for one, the company that you're supposed to represent, two, you, or anything. People, it's just that's the type of stuff that I want to get a control on in the industry, or I like to see better handled. But this has nothing to do with this. I actually think also that.
What was the question though?
It was about Mugen not releasing their kits, but I also think one of the issues has been is the U.S. ports, and especially in California, have been backed up with COVID. So maybe a lot of products sitting on boats or sitting in ports as well. Maybe their cars have been. Who knows? I don't know.
Is Mugen in California?
Yeah.
Kyosho is too, right?
Yep.
Pretty much everything is California.
Yep.
TLR is there too.
Yeah.
Well,
all right. Here's a setup question for you.
Else,
Jeremy Mux. He is a shock guy like Will Smith. I told him and Will Smith need to meet each other, but make sure I'm not around because I kill them both talking about shocks. They love shocks. What shock pistons and fluid would provide the least amount of heat buildup in the shock? Smaller holes, lighter fluid, larger holes, heavier fluid.
Isn't he just due to friction? So yes. You would need but
I think what
I don't know. I never see this as an issue. Really, the issue about this is when you have lighter fluids, when you have heavier fluids, you will have the car always too stiff to start out with and then ease out until the end. When you have lighter fluids, what will happen is the car will be okay when you start out, but then way too soft when you end up with the race. So when you run like 30 weight oils, you will always have like the car start out better than what it ends up. But when you run like 80, you will always have the car start out worse than it will end up. So that this also happens with diffs. Like I mean,
I think they're not taking the ambient temperature into.
I can't really think of it right now. I don't think there is a huge difference between the hole size and the. I can't imagine because there's so little friction in the shocks, really.
Well, I think what he's talking about heat building up in the shock, and
I can't imagine it. But I don't know.
If you rub two sticks together, you get heat. So the more that piston's moving up and down, it's gonna, the bigger the holes are. But
like if you like, he's making it so that the stiffness of the shock remains the same.
But it doesn't.
But he switches oil for piston size, the hole size,
Well, smaller holes, lighter fluid, larger holes, heavier fluid.
Yeah, so his question implies that the stiffness of the shock remains the same, so the movement remains the same, but the
heat buildup he's asking about.
Friction. Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, if I thought about it, I could probably figure it out, but
Max is tired.
I don't think that's that's like. Yeah,
I think it's about ambient outdoor temperature more, to be honest.
Yeah, and I would say the difference is so minuscule it doesn't really matter. I think I would say with stiffer fluids, the temperature just makes it doesn't have that big of an effect, like negative effect. Like every time you run, like the thing is, like if you run two stiff fluids, but the fluids are like really light, you will still have the car so that it will be sort of better in the start and worse in the end, even though it loosens up. But if you have super heavy fluids, it will just loosen up more. So it's weird and it sounds like
complicated
off, but yeah, that's how I always feel. Like if I run shocks that require very thin fluids to run properly, it always feels like it's better to start out with. And if I go to a thicker oil, it still feels sort of the same way. It will never be the way I want it to. But if I run larger holes and thicker fluid, I will always feel like the car gets better as long as I run it. So,
I get that.
But I mean, the heat buildup, I don't think it's a significant factor. I think, I can't see it being a huge difference between that. I do believe it sort of remains not a constant, but very close to constant.
I think, all right, yeah. I know before I met Joseph and all, I never took ambient temperature into factor when building shocks, you know? You just, you put this weight oil in because it works. And I've seen it. I've seen it, like, in my experience in traveling with Joseph and how, like, the ambient temperature really affects the oil in your shocks, you know? And you go touch somebody's car and it feels like, he says, you got cement in your shocks or something like that. So I don't know.
Hey, one thing I can say to this guy who asked this question, measure your left rear and right rear shock temperature sometime when you run it, and look at where the pipe is at. And you will most likely see that the left rear shock is slightly bit hotter than the right rear.
It catches so much debris, so much exhaust and all that stuff too.
Yeah, and the engine is like right next to it.
Yeah.
So yeah,
maybe you gotta run.
So like this type of shit affects more than like. I do believe there must be a difference between the hole size and the fluid viscosity, but these type of things are like the small things that like you just need to skip. And you need to focus on the big picture.
He stumped you. Good question, but we need to look into that a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't really know. Okay. I still do think it doesn't have a huge effect.
All right. So we have a couple more questions here. Michael Heiko Guter Bellet. That's the guy who was asking if he's finished. Often science and industry-related developers make their forecasts and describe their expectations. What do you expect to come for the 8-scale nitro buggy? Will there be more experiments with aerodynamics? Will the shocks, which all look more or less the same, get more sophisticated as seen in the MTB scene? What do you expect? How the industry of high-end RC racing will look like in 20 years or more?
Well, 20 is a huge, that's like, if you look at cars in 2000, well, actually, to be honest, like there had to be a huge development. I'd say the chassis layout will be mostly improved in the next 2 to 5 years. There will be huge development in the chassis layout just because like people are really lazy at the moment. So the chassis layout will be improved quite drastically. Then, people will probably start to realize that drive train friction has a huge effect. So they'll start to actually pay attention and start to actually think about stuff. Materials might be actually a thing. That'll be like 10 years from now, probably. Like, because then we're gonna have to move to, most likely European countries will not allow all types of plastic anymore, I would imagine. So that might be an issue at some point. But like purely technical development, I'd say aerodynamics will be a thing, but sort of like the way we're doing it now is like, yeah, that's close enough. That's how the brands think about it. I don't think about it that way, but that's how I feel like the brands will think about it. And I don't think there's going to be huge advancements in aerodynamics, even though there'll be some. Shocks are sort of an open bag because there's so many good things that people done with shocks that just get lost. Just like, well, it didn't work, forget it. No one even tried. One guy tried it and he didn't get them to work in the first 2 days of testing. and then just everyone says, well, those don't work, and they forget it. We have had shocks that you could tune by just tuning a screw. Mm-hmm. We have had shocks that had like slow and fast movement. We have had shocks that has like all kinds of different things that could be very good if just tuned right. Mm-hmm. And no one just wants to take the time to do it. So I don't see shocks improving drastically. I do see it getting closer to where it should be, though. To be honest, I don't see, like, the chassis layout is the one that I'm 100% sure will improve in the next 2 to 5 years.
What do you think? What do you mean by chassis layout? Do you think we'll see engines in the front or something?
Well, the engine is probably going to stay in the same place due to the way our pipes are. Mm-hmm. But just like the low profile, the way like the radio trays now, and most likely there's no reason to have our cars weigh this much as they do now. Like you can easily cut the weight down to 300 3,000 grams if you want to. So you could have a 2,200 gram weight in the bottom of the chassis just to make the weight limit. I believe this is going to be a thing. Yeah, I hope, because RCGP is trying to push for more open rules. Mm-hmm. So I think RCGP might actually, if the teams start to really, really care about it, I believe that will drive the change for more technical advancement. But yeah, I don't. He has 20 years. He has 20 years. So I'd say in 20 years we will have a proper shocks. We will have near the proper aerodynamics, and we will probably have. Well, actually, one thing I forgot to mention: we will have limited slip differentials probably already in 10 years. All cars will probably have it. I would imagine so.
How about EFI, electronic fuel ignition? No carburetors, stuff like that.
Being honest, I believe we will move out of nitro too. I'm pretty sure at least in the next 20, we'll move out of nitro. So, and also like electric, because the rules state that you can only have the throttle and steering servo. Mm-hmm. So no other electric things will be allowed, which is good, I think. Okay. Yeah, that's really about it. It's really hard to predict this, but I would say chassis layout is 100% sure, and in 20 years, pretty much all the things he stated and I stated.
In 20 years, we actually might have a professional RC World Series too, Mike.
Yeah, or then we all might be dead.
Well, I'll be close. I'll be very close. Jay Zellner. Where's the next driven? Y'all said March. Next week, it's May. I agree. I don't know what's going on. I just keep getting, when I ask, they say, oh, it's postponed.
Yeah, I don't know.
Michael,
could be just that because they canceled this season, they just might be postponing it just because I think the idea was to hype up this season. That's why they were pushing it.
There's still a possibility that the American side might happen if the Europeans can travel, but it's not looking promising.
Yeah.
Michael Thomas, this is a 12 scale question. How does today's 13.5 12 scale compare to yesteryear's modified? I don't know. That would be a question.
Probably more power.
Yeah, definitely more power.
Yeah. I kind of like I read some old posts in forums and stuff, and some really, really old magazines where it was he was off to the lead, but he had to sort of save his battery and he ran out of the battery in the last lap. Those kind of stories are someone runs out of battery.
Derek was actually talking about that at the first unofficial touring car worlds he went to in Japan. And Pavitas and Hara had to save battery power and all this type of stuff.
Yeah,
now you didn't have to worry about any of that.
Yeah.
Brian Bringle. How about what's up with 3 heats and an A-main race format? He says he brings that up and gets flamed all the time. We've talked about format a lot.
Well, what is it? 3 heats and A main. What
a
does it
main
mean?
in the main format, in the A main race format.
Oh, so like you don't have a long A main. You have short 3 short ones. Is that what it means?
No, I think he's. I don't know. I should have actually. The A main format is antiquated. It works decent for club racing. The heats, in my opinion, is mostly filler to prolong the race day and extend track time. The format is awful for big races, 400 plus entries. I think it's just talking about the format, like 3 normal. You get 3 qualifiers and you get your main.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We've talked about this a lot. I'm not going to
Yeah, we talked about it a lot. It's just like the format. It's hard to do because like the way we race, it's so many entries. So you have to qualify somehow.
Right. All right. So John Dawes, because Joseph kind of said something. John Dawes said something about the Mayako pictures, and then Joseph said something about John Dawes on his video. He goes, "Do you think the Mayako is an actual public beta release and not a genuine prototype? And do you, because he's a photographer, so he said something about the pictures. Do you think Mayako should have hired someone other than a backyard Muppet on Fiverr to shoot the product images? Or at least I'm assuming that's where they found the photographer, using the term very loosely there. You know, he's from Australia, so John is super raw. Beta release. I mean, I don't know. I've beta release is like a prototype. I used to play beta games for, like, they would release a beta version of a game, and you could get it and you could play it for a little while, and they used to take feedback from people and improve the game or work out some bugs. I think as an actual prototype, I think that, like, what the pictures that they showed, that is not what the actual people will get. That's actually got like JQ shocks on it and stuff like that, because they didn't have the shocks ready and all that type of stuff, I believe. So I think the prototype, or whatever the people get in August, in fact, I'll get one too. It's going to be a lot different from what the prototype pictures were. And as things go on, they release more pictures.
Is he like saying the pictures themselves were bad, or like what they showed in the pictures were bad?
He's saying is the prototype just basically what we're going to get and what people are going to get in the production run. And I don't think so. I think they're going to take feedback from racers, and this is a great way to test your product. Like, oh, we keep breaking drive shafts, we need to get this fixed. And I'm pretty sure the car isn't like 100% ready. Like, it's not like all parts are tested for production. I mean, I don't know, but it seems like it. I think that's what a lot of people, it's going to be a QC, and hey, this didn't work here. I think this is one of the better ways to get your car out there and see if it works. You get it into the hands of many different levels of driving too. You have that guy who's going to
not like X-Ray when they released their full drive, and then everyone was breaking the gearboxes. My friend went to the track, who is actually pretty fast. He's not like a slow guy. He's a sponsored guy. Right. He went to the track and broke 3 in the first day.
Well, other companies are better at keeping those things under wraps. As for the pictures, I actually think Joseph might have done it. I saw or somebody did it, but I'm not a photographer. I can't say.
I believe Joseph did it. I mean, I don't think anyone else has the car but Joseph.
Yeah. So
unless his like friend came to it, because he has all the things set up at his warehouse or office or whatever he calls it nowadays.
But this is just this. I hope this doesn't end up like Fat Jesus and JQ. Remember when we were all friends, and then JQ and Fat Jesus started arguing.
Whatever happened to that guy?
He blocked you.
He blocked everyone on Facebook.
No, he blocked anybody. Like JQ blocked him, then he blocked you and me, because we was obviously connected to JQ. And I've had my little arguments with Fat Jesus, but he was still a friend. I didn't understand some of the things he was getting at, but yeah, I hope this doesn't, because I like John Dawes, and I hope like now him and Joseph don't go tit for tat, and then next we're all blocked, because I like John.
The thing about JQ is he has he doesn't care if someone deeply hates him.
I noticed. I deeply hate him.
Some people are like, hey, I want to squander this beef. He's just like, whatever. Like, he's fine with it.
Okay. I think that's all the questions we have for this week. I wanted to ask you something before we sign off here, because I like to use you as an example. Joseph and I always say this. We think you could have been a top, not a top driver, but a pro driver. You think you could have definitely been a top 5 driver. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that time's passed for you now. As you're getting older, you're working and all this type of stuff. You're realizing there's other things in life besides RC cars. And Mike Hill and I always talk about this. And you came to America. You did well at DNC. You came back to America for P&B. You made the mains and all that stuff. But in your last year of RC, it was very hard for you. Not your last year, but your last real active year, and you're a JQ and all that stuff. It seemed like you found it very hard to make. Like I tell people, in the open class and in the lower classes like that, you can make gains. You make gains like in miles. You know what I mean? You can go a mile here.
Yeah, well, I run one race in open class ever in my life.
All right, but I'm just saying, like when you're at a level, when you're not in the top echelon, like you're not in the top 10, top 5 of the top people in the world. There's a lot of battling going on in those levels, and in some levels, I'm using open class because you can make strides very fast. But when you get to a certain level, you make big strides, fast. But when you start getting to that competition level, your strides become smaller and smaller, and gains are harder to get. You as a racer, a young racer that probably hit that plateau, like a plateau where you're like, hey,
I don't think I ever actually hit a plateau.
Right, but I think
I never felt it myself, at least.
Well, like
a lot of people, I think, feel it. I never felt it. I felt like my speed was getting up constantly. Mm-hmm. Like even like last year running JQ, I felt my speed was getting better and better the whole year. So I never felt like I was plateauing. Mm-hmm. I mean, the results wise, yes, I was plateauing, but like speed wise, I was making constant gains.
Okay.
So it was just like the whole feeling I had with
right.
With
I know
racing,
you wanted to.
I think, which was the issue.
I know you wanted to try something different and something new, but do you think a lot of people get to this point and this is the make and break point of their possible RC career, where you go from being a B mainer to actually making the A, and there's even levels within that, like, you know what I mean, from B main to top of the B main to bottom of the A, then your mid pack A, and then it's another stride to get into that top 5 and all that type of stuff. And I think people get very discouraged at that point because they were like, well, when I was younger or last year, I was making these big strides and making big advancements in my career. But when you get to a level when the competition's so stiff, those strides just become so minute, and you have to take and also you have to really just step up your game a lot more because everybody else is on a whole different level. So,
yeah, well, the thing about me is I actually never really cared about the results if I was fast.
Right. But you should care about results. But anywho.
Yeah, but like a lot of people don't, like, if they win a race, they think they were the fastest guy out there, even though they probably weren't.
Right.
So the thing is, like, I always, if I won a race and I was slower than the guy who finished third, I would be mad because, like, I was not the fastest guy out there. Gotcha. If I was the fastest guy and I finished second with a flame out or crash, I'd be okay. Well, this day wasn't my day, but I was at least the fastest guy out there. Mm-hmm. So I'm doing something right. Because the thing is, as long as you're not winning worlds, it doesn't matter if you are winning races. Like, it doesn't matter, okay, Euros, but if you're not winning huge races, it doesn't, to me at least, it doesn't really matter if you're winning races. If you win races by like being very consistent and you win one race and then finish like 10s on every other race, it doesn't really matter to me because you got lucky once. Mm-hmm. You're not the fastest guy. You're not like Mayfield. Mayfield is a guy who is the fastest freaking guy out there. And the thing is, like, to me, it's no value of winning one race if you're not actually winning it by skill or by speed or by actually having the well, not even talent, but actually having everything together to win that race. Mm-hmm. Like, for example, I think when Boots won the Euros in 2016, he was clearly not even, like, he was clearly gonna finish third in the race. Mm-hmm. But then like Robert and
well, it was Ronnefalk first. Was it? No, Robert first. No, Ronnefalk first.
Robert first, and then Ronnefalk in the same lap.
Yeah.
Both had their servos fail. Like if I won Euros that way, I don't think I would be even happy. Like I would be, yeah, I won. I'd probably get a bonus, but I wouldn't be like, yeah, it's a win. But I would be proud of it.
Right,
like I would be like, hey, I was. So a lot of people, I think, especially kids, don't see it that way, and I always see it that way. And I've seen it in like even in school and stuff. I never really cared if I got an like 10 or 10 minus or 9.5, which is A or A minus, or in American grades. If I actually knew the shit I was writing down in the test. So like that's like my whole life philosophy, because I feel like people actually see actual skill and actual merit more than they see what's written on the paper. Even though in real life that's probably not true. I feel like the real people who I want to know, and the real people who I want to know I'm good at something, see me in this way. So for me, this like plateau, or this like I like, because I see a lot of people have this, and you're totally right. But for me, I never saw this as an issue.
Okay.
The issue for me was like, I needed to do something for the longevity of my life, and like traveling around the world with JQ is fun and all.
Yes.
But like, if I'm not making advancements, it's like, it's no good. If I'm 22 and I traveled around the world, finishing maybe in a main at the PMB or something, but never actually making it pro so I can earn a living, that would be all to waste. So that's why I wanted to try something else and give it a shot. Obviously COVID ruined it all, so like that sort of blew it. But yeah, that's why I sort of wanted to leave, even though I knew with JQ I could have probably traveled to some more races, and so yeah, that's not like anything sort of the issues for me. The biggest issue was just like, I never felt like I hit the plateau. I just felt like I didn't yet have it together, and I didn't feel like I was gonna have it together with like having the mentality I had at the time. So
I think from my point Mike can always.
But there's
say,
definitely, your point is
right. You kind of realize
the point you're trying to make is right, though. I feel like a lot of people have this where they're like, well, I'm not winning races, so I must suck. They don't see that. And then some people are like, I'm winning races, so I must be great, but they actually suck.
Well, I just think people get
There's people like that too,
because the gains just don't, and not just winning, but the gains don't come as fast as they did. But they have to understand, you're now racing against people that are all trying to do the same thing you're doing. So you got people out there working harder, prepping harder, practicing harder. And I see it all the time. Like, and Mike Hill and I always talked about it. Like, like he said he hit that, like when he was a national pilot, RC pilot. And he got to the point, like, I can see, like, I'm not really going to make a living doing this to an extent, and I want to try something else. I mean, yeah, I probably could have made a living. He says, yeah, I know guys still doing it now, but I don't know if that was me. And, the amount of pressure and work it took to be at that level was just immense. Like, you know what I mean? And I just think sometimes that's what happened to you, but I see it happening to a lot of people. You're very realistic on your level of racing and skill, so you can see, okay, I'm probably not going to be a professional driver. I'm not saying that can't happen.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I always knew, even like when I was like making those advancements, I always knew there was no way without a superior car I was going to be a Mayfield. So it's not, I always knew that I always have to have my shit together if I wanted to succeed. So like, that's why I have tried, and I will try to work towards still, because I mean, I'm not quit racing, even though it kind of sounds like this, but I'm not quitting racing. And it's not that I mean, I most likely won't make it pro like someone like Mayfield is. But I still can see me like finishing high up if I like get all the shit together I need to get together. And it's not like, and the thing is, everyone can actually do it. Like, there's a lot of Finnish guys who have been racing for 20 years, and that suddenly at some race they get their shit together and they finish really high up. And it's just that you have to know what to do, and then you just repeat it. And that's like the goal, like the especially when RC racing is still at the very low level. Like some full scale motorsports, you need a team, you need money, you need all that. RC, you need some money, but you just need time mostly. Time is the only thing you really need.
Time and sacrifice, like anything. Time, practice, sacrifice, hard work.
Yeah.
So all that good stuff. All right, Maxi. Well, I think that's it. We've been going for 2 hours. I'm going to go on to talk with Zach in the Sun City RC Dawn and Quiet segment. Is it Dawn and Quiet segment? I can't remember. I've been up since 5. So we're going to thank you for the question. We ain't getting a lot of questions lately, so I want to...
isn't it time for that? Oh, isn't it time for the interview? Which way does it work nowadays?
No, we're just doing the questions. Now I go on to the Dawn and Quiet segment with Zach that I pre-recorded before this because he was up before you. He was in Australia. It was a great chat.
Who's the guest this week?
The guest is Derek Bouno. He
was
the
I thought
editor
it was
of
okay.
RC Car Action, Xtreme RC, and it was a good chat with him as well. So thank you for your time, Max. Yeah. Hopefully we'll have some more questions.
Hey, I want to actually because I sort of forgot about the whole conversation about plateauing. So I feel like the biggest issue for kids retiring isn't that they feel like they aren't accomplishing enough in RC. I feel like the biggest issue with kids is they realize that this is probably not what they actually want to do in life. Because like there's been so many guys in Finland that were already pro or could have gone pro that just quit RC. And even Joona now, I don't think he has been racing for a while, and he probably will get back when we get back to racing. But like even he is just hanging out with his friends, driving his moped and running around the streets.
He's being a teenager.
But I mean that almost always that happens when kids turn 18. He's 18 now.
Right.
Will turn 18 this year. So like there's this one guy who beat Ronald Welker just beat him straight up. And then like a year later he just quit RC. Well, he could have easily gone pro.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of work. Like it's a lot of work to do this as a professional, and people think you want that. And I'll be like, man, sometimes these guys just don't even have a weekend to be at home. Like, like now that I actually work in the industry and I look at things a little different, and I see people say, well, why this guy doesn't club race with us on throughout the week? And they might do that when they're getting ready for a race, but I think when these guys aren't prepping for a race, they try to spend some time with their families and or whatever, or doing something non-RC. I mean, some weekends for me, I just like when I was sick this past weekend, I was like, man, I can't answer my phone. I'm just not so people just don't realize how much work actually goes into it. And like anything, when you get paid for it, it's a job. It's a job.
And the thing is you don't really get that much out of it. Like if you're a Formula 1 driver, you sacrifice your whole life for it, but you earn fucking millions a year.
Yes.
So like RC, like even the top guys, they get 100K tops a year.
And you got to bust your ass to make that 100K too. Look, trust me, it's a lot. Trust me, racing RC cars is fun, and doing it for a job is awesome. And it's not as hard work as construction work, but it's still a job at the end of the day. And when you get home from a race all weekend, like you go to a race, like you go back to work, you get excited. When you come home and you gotta I gotta prep for another race. That gets old too. And the last thing you want to do on your free time is go do more racing, unless you really, unless you're trying to get ready for a race. So it's hard. And you're right. There isn't much coming back. Like you can be a professional RC car racer and nobody would give two shits who you are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and like JQ said this in some of the podcasts. It was something along the lines of like the people who actually wanna like make a good living and have a good life will leave RC, who are talented and competent, and the people who just love RC will stay. So competent people who don't actually love RC will leave. It's no point staying if you don't love RC. But if you really care about RC and like you like the racing and you, even as a hobby, you just enjoy it, you will stay.
I agree. Max, thank you for your time. We're going to have you on next week, I think. And then obviously I think we'll be chatting while we should, if we can work out the times, maybe we'll do a podcast from Silver State. We'll see. Kind of like what we did for DNC, but I'll actually be there, hopefully. And thank you for your time. I know it's late. It's probably like 2:00 in the morning there. And
I probably sounded so negative and dead to this podcast. I felt I was super negative.
Well, I think you was alright. You seem low energy. You seem tired, but I also understand it's late and it's the end of the week. I'm tired too.
I woke up 6:30 too. So
I've been up since 5, and I don't sleep much anyway at night. When you
but it's 1:15 at night. So
but it's 6:15 here, so it's been 13 hours. All right, my dude, let me let you go. Thank you for your time. Thank you, everybody, for the questions. Thank you, everybody, for that. Max, I will see you next week. And
all right.
Cool, my dude.
It was fun to hang around.
Yeah, it's time for the Sun City RC Raceway Down and Quiet segment.
Sun City RC Raceway, the home of El Paso's world-famous motocross-inspired 8-scale off-road track. The Showers family has over 20 years' experience creating one of the premier tracks in the USA. Their world-class facility has everything: handicap accessibility, covered beds, skate starts, space for parking RVs, trailers, and lights for night racing. Follow SCRC on Facebook under Sun City RC Raceway for updates, upcoming races, or host your own race.
Zachary, what's going on, man? It's been a long time since you've been on the podcast. You've been busy. You've been traveling. You've been racing. You've been working. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Been keeping busy. Lots of travel, lots of RC and just vacation stuff. So back home now, doing lots of prep at our local club, getting ready for some big races coming up in the next couple of months. But yeah, good to be back. Thanks for having me on.
Sweet, man. Thank you for coming on. We're doing the Sun City RC Dawn and Quiet segment. You had some great topics, and I was like, this would be a good topic to talk about in this particular section. But before we go on to that, I just want to shout out and say thank you to all the Sun City RC crew, Joey Showers, Christian, and Corbin. They have the Border Wars race coming up. I believe it is the weekend of the 23rd to the 25th of April, is it? I think it is. Yeah, April. So this week, actually. I'm thinking it's next month for some reason. So it's a great race. Check it out. I actually went to this race with Joseph, and I had a blast. The Border Wars thing's pretty fun. They make it really fun. They have different competitions and stuff like that. And it's just a good, and they also, every track has to provide a meal. So we had like a real like Navajo type meal because Corbin's wife is Navajo, I believe. So, yeah, it was fun, man. We just had a blast at that race, and that's when we got to meet the Showers family and all the New Mexico guys and that we know now, and we just had a lot of fun, and the facility is even better now, so if you're on the fence about going to Border Wars, go check them out. I believe it's this weekend. I have to check my notes, but I believe it is this weekend, and thank you for the support, guys. We appreciate it. Showers family are awesome people. All right, Zach, so real quick before we get on something, you guys have been racing a lot in Australia. Kyle McBride had his first race with the Tekno, and he was on this podcast a few weeks ago, and we had a great chat. He seems to be excited about the Tekno thing, which is great. I knew a new adventure, but his first outing didn't go too well. The great Alex Bernardzek, I say his name properly now, he beat him, and this is a guy we've talked about a lot. I've mentioned a lot. He hasn't made it to America, but he is definitely one of the fastest, if not the fastest guy. Between Kyle and him, you know, I think Kyle can beat him. If he puts his head down and gets back to work, he'll beat him. But Alex is nipping at the heels, man, nipping at his heels.
Yeah, well, I guess I think the big part with Alex is he's had a great program, and he's had that program for such a long time. He's been with Associated pretty much since he started racing, right? Which is probably, I want to probably say 6 years now. But, pretty impressive to see his journey over the 6 years that he's been driving. But yeah, he's been very loyal with his manufacturers, and he's had a lot of time under his belt to get very comfortable with the car and the engine and the tire package and program that he's on. So going to a race where, Kyle's really had a recent change with both tires and car. There's going to be a bit of a learning period there for Kyle to adapt. And like, he's been with Proline for so long. So, there's going to be a bit of a learning journey for him with the six mix stuff. So
it's interesting, man. I had a great chat with him. It sounds like he's rejuvenated as well to do something different. And it sounds like Tekno is committed to taking him to America next year or traveling more, which is what but we also I want to see Alex travel too. So I hope that happens next year when things open up for you guys. And yeah, and also like he beat Kyle straight up. Like, there was no mistakes, there was no flame outs, nothing like that. This was straight up win. Like, lap per lap beat him. I think it was by 20 seconds, I think, at the end or something like that.
I think it was about 31, something like that. Yeah.
I don't think Kyle's been beat like that ever. Well, in a long time in Australia. So it's a blow.
No, I mean, I want to say that Kyle's, he's 10-time Australian world champion. He's pretty much undefeated in Australia for 10 years. He's had an incredible run. I don't think really in the history of Australia there's only been driver that sort of matched that. So I think in the long run, it's probably going to be a good thing for him to have some competition that's sort of at his skill level. And if him and Alex get together and race more often, they're really just both going to lift their driving ability. And when they do get to travel overseas to the States, they're going to both push each other into competing, really at the pointy end of the field. And what I've seen out of both of them, really, you see Kyle at Thunder Alley at the last round of the RCGP was very competitive. So, to see Alex's pace, I think it's pretty exciting to, see their potential coming onto the racing scene once the borders open. I don't know how long that's going to be. I really hope that it's within the next year that the COVID restrictions ease and we come up with some sort of strategy to travel again. But yeah, really keen to see those guys get over to the States and see what they can do. Hey.
Yes, for sure. You guys have a lot of racing coming up. I just saw this video where I saw your twin and I didn't realize it was you on the other side. So you have,
man, I got you good.
I know. You guys got a lot of racing coming up. You have your nationals, I believe, as well. Is that on your side of the coast too? Or was that what that video was about?
Yeah. No, so we've got the actual nationals, which is in September at the Sunshine Coast. So that's like an hour north of where I live. And pretty much, Alex and Kyle are all in the same city as me. So, we're all traveling up there to race at those nats. But that's the track that both of Alex and Kyle raced on last weekend. So, pretty much the same dirt. They've hopefully going in there to rip up the track, a month out or something before the nationals, and we'll do a full rebuild and change up the whole layout, get it sort of dialed in before the nats, and that sort of just keeps it. That's part of the regulations, I suppose, with our sanction body, that the requirement is that you have to change up sort of at least 50% of the track. In some ways I don't really agree with that, especially with everything that's happened over the last year. You're putting a lot of financial burden on the club to rebuild and create a new track. There's two sides to every coin, I suppose. But our club at Pine Hills, I guess we're trying to save on having to rebuild a facility and a track every 6 months to a year just to host a race, and we prefer to just sort of keep it the way it is and refine and improve sections until it's perfect. The club's been able to financially save a lot more over sort of 6 months to a year than what we've ever done in the past, because we're just not doing that anymore. So that's where we're at, and that's why we actually got offered the nationals under the condition initially that we can keep the track the same, but then at the last minute the delegates got together and politics and no, you need to change 50% of the track, and at that stage we'd already put a couple of grand worth of turf down to fill the infield, and I was just like, no, we're not going to change the track. And fortunately, the Nationals gone up the road to Sunny Coast. They're a great club, and they got the ability to, I guess, change the track up. And they're not an oiled surface, so it's going to be a bit cheaper for them to change the layout. But that also gives us opportunity to do our own thing. So we've got the East Coast Nationals coming up, so it's not a sanctioned event, but we can do things that we want to do. We can, cap the numbers and try and provide, the most amount of track time for people that are going to be joining the race. So I don't want it to be, like 150 drivers. I want to bring it back down to like 120 or something like that. So we can, make the rounds longer and the heats longer, and people get more track time and not just be confined by the sanctioned rules that are sort of a little bit, outdated in some regards.
Yeah, big cost of changing a track, especially for you guys, oil. Those guys, not so much. But I guess that's the rules that they want. But, some of these rules are very antiquated and from the 70s and 80s. So we need to change that as well. But it is what it is. You guys keep doing. And actually, what's funny is I'm starting to see one with your track pamphlet, which was really popular, which people can go to the Pine Hills Dirt Racing and download it as well. I think people also are looking for your formula, your race format formula. And people are now talking about the oil and all that stuff. So you're having an impact on other people around the world, especially, I don't know if you'll see it in America per se, because they changed their layouts a lot.
So much. Yeah.
But for somebody who's maybe keeps their layout permanent, they can try it as well. You know what I mean? Especially for rainy areas, it's perfect. I mean, if we ever get a track going here, I've already told the guys we need to go the oil route. And when I get back from America, that's going to be one of my goals, is to pump, get this going here. So we shall see how it goes. We shall see. So yeah, having an effect, like just this being on this podcast, having that cool pamphlet and all that type of stuff, it's people are seeing things can be a little different, especially the pamphlet. The pamphlet is really awesome. Like, how to drive. Yeah. And all that type of stuff. Cool. All right.
Yeah, so hopefully dabble in a bit of video and stuff now. We got some software, and it's really good for the club. People enjoy video, so if we can get some interesting videos at the East Coast Nats, and maybe a couple of interviews with drivers, and hopefully it's another great battle between Kyle and Alex, and we can get some interviews with those two guys. And I think that's what's missing in the Australian scene at the moment. We don't typically get that sort of personality side of things going in the racing, and it'd be good to just for the rest of the world to see who these guys are and the personality they've got. They're both good characters, and we've got lots of interesting people down here that we just need to get some exposure to. So
I know I got this from my buddy The Wing, Llewellyn Fry. He sent this from EMCC. I was really appreciative of this. He sent it to me with a nice note. Nice guy. I call him Albie Mangles because we're both fans of Albie Mangles. And I forgot all about Albie Mangles till I saw his son's name. I said, did you name your son after Albie Mangles? He said, yeah, he was so awesome. I was like, yeah, I used to watch him all the time. And cool. It's so funny how I can be so far away from all you guys, like completely on the other side of the world, and we still have a lot of things in common. Like I grew up watching Albie Mangles was one of the guys that got me traveling, so it's crazy, crazy stuff. All right, Zach. So you had a pretty interesting topic for the Dawn and Quiet segment. So I'm gonna let you start it off, and we'll talk about it after you've mentioned it.
I guess, the interesting thing at the moment is we haven't seen a great deal of car development, in my opinion. If you look at probably Mugen, their car's probably not had a major upgrade for a good couple of years now. And Kaisho seem to be running the same platform, with some sort of minor evolutions rather than a revolution. I mean, I know they called it the MP10, but it's still really an MP9 with some minor geometry changes. And it's like, when are you going to see the next big development from a manufacturer to step in from, revolution to an evolution? Like if you look even at the shocks that we're running, if you grab an RC10 GT or something from 20 years ago, it's got a piston and it's got oil-filled shocks, and it's the same emulsion shocks that we're running today. I mean, the only change that we've got now is a screw in the cap so we can bleed out the emulsion. And it's, there must be some big step changes that can still happen even with shocks to, if you pull apart a motorbike shock, for instance, and, they've got so much capabilities in rebound and compression variability. And, our shocks are just so simple. It's just a question whether, we've reached the optimal design for our size. And I understand, our cars need to be cheap enough to manufacture. And so it's a balance there. I mean, if a manufacturer decides to go out and make a $4,000 or $5,000 car, they're not going to sell any cars to the consumer. So they've got to balance that fine line to developing the car. But it seems at the moment, 10 years ago, there might have been one factory driver in the States and one in Europe and maybe one in Asia who got some free parts and never got a paid deal. And, now we've got seems to be a lot of paid drivers and not a great deal of development happening in the cars if they're spending all their money on drivers and they don't have enough to, create new molds and step changes in the car, it's where are we going to be in another 5 years? Are we still driving the same cars, or is there going to be, something over the next couple of years that'll, really change the way the cars are and the design of the car?
I agree with you. Let's say the last big innovation was the Low C8 when it came out. Can we say that? Like really big. That changed everything. Changed a lot. That was the most dramatic change that we've seen in 8 scale. And all cars are kind of going to that similar route to an extent. More, and whatnot, narrow chassis, whatnot. But even now, they're struggling. They're struggling a little bit with their car. You know what I mean? And getting it right. And they have Horizon, who's on this, what's one of the biggest budgets in RC. Dakota Fan, Cav seems to be getting it right. But it's still not completely there, and it should be. And if you think back in the day when we had magazines and stuff like that, actually our guest this week is Derek Bouno from the RC Xtreme RC and RC Car Action magazines and VRC magazine. So like back in the day, we used to see different odd cars coming up. We had, let's throw out something like Durango. Durango came out, it was a bit different. But then they spent all that money on drivers, 11-year contracts, and where's Durango now? Gone.
Gone.
The Team Magic car, remember that? That car came out. A buddy who just showed me pictures of it, and I was like, I remember winning this car because it was so different. I thought it was, and that
they had like a 20-week advertising campaign where they, put one photo up of the car every week for 20 weeks or something crazy, and by the end it was like, I don't even want to look at this car.
Kind of like but everybody's waiting for that under the cover picture of the Mayako. And then we can even talk about do you remember the Pictor, which had the Pictor,
nearly horizontal shocks on it. The thing was so bizarre. And that just didn't work.
But I think it didn't work in that time because technology was not good. We didn't have 3D printing as well. So right now, 3D printing isn't as good as molds and all that injection molding and stuff like that, but it's getting there. I think the coolest thing I've seen is that Orb, that front wheel drive, 2-wheel drive car, and then the guy's making I like that type of stuff. I would buy that car just to have it. Or even what Ignite RC Design's doing is making conversion kits for making gas trucks better. It's not okay. He's making a conversion, but it's out of the box thinking. But I think the industry just doesn't have the urge to change anything. They don't need to, because right now they're saying we're using a lot of stuff that's worked before. We can use a lot of molds that we used before. We can keep costs on these cars. And I know it. People's like, you always come back to saying this, but it's going to come down to people's like, the industry isn't healthy. I say, I don't think the industry is healthy as we think it is. And so they have to stick to these things and make small adjustments. You know what I mean? And to make a whole car would just be so expensive, and something that you ain't even sure it's going to work. It's just such a big risk to take. I think the innovation, I asked Gil Losi Jr., he said the innovation isn't coming car-wise, it's coming race-wise, or how we do things, or how we promote RC. And I think, well, I would love to see innovation and things different. It's just no budget out there to do that. Especially when, as soon as you get your car and people's like, you always talking about this, like everybody expects the deal. And I get that. But if you're giving everybody a discount on product, you cut your own bottom line, and then things suffer with evolution and design and innovation. But I would like to see some, I'm very anxious to see what this Mayako car is doing and what Joseph's come up with as well, because he hasn't told me everything. Yeah. And I know a lot of people are waiting to see what he's come up with. He's told me a few things I can't really say, but it's going to be innovative, but not as much. Not like we're not going to see a whole new platform like a whole new Losi 8. Someone just rewriting the whole program, because it's just not. They can't afford it, and they don't need to right now. I think the industry is in a limbo right now where they're just making enough to stay afloat and pay these drivers, because not all these drivers cost money to travel and all this type of stuff. And every race wants to have a driver there, and they're paying people to come there. Everybody wants their deals. They want the bigger deal, because that's the dick measuring contest as well. These companies are too focused on trying to just probably stay afloat right now. I want to say not stay afloat. I'm sure there's plenty of companies that are in good positions, but yeah, it's hard to make that change right now, I think, especially with the way the industry is.
Yeah, and especially I guess the context of just how much it costs to make that change. And I think that's probably what drives the trajectory more into evolution rather than revolution of redesign. Because I was talking with Torrance when I was in the Philippines, we want to release a different mold, for instance, just even for like a wing mount or something, and that mold might be, $10,000 or $15,000 just for a mold for one plastic component. Right? And you're thinking, how many components in a car? So you want to make sure that you get that mold right, because you're laying out $10,000, $15,000 for a mold, and so the whole car itself, really adds up to a lot of coin. So if you were to start from scratch and make a mold for all the components of a brand new car, you're probably wanting to pay that car off over 5 or 6 years or something. So you depreciate all the molds over that period. It's not something that you're just going to make the money back in 6 months, a year, and then you can just redesign and start it again. And I think if you look at all the parts, they're all using 50% at least of parts that are, probably 10 years old, whether it be links or, diff housing or casing or, whatever it may be. But there's probably a lot of parts. I mean, I'm sure on the car show, there's a lot of parts that are at least 10 years old. And I'm sure they've paid for themselves over that time.
Yeah. And then
so it's probably,
molds were out
for a new car.
Yeah, and molds were out. People don't understand that. Molds actually do wear out after use many years. It's weird. Like you would think where I do see innovation coming on the onward segment, like with Awesomatics. They're doing a lot of different things as well. Maybe it's just an easier platform, no jumps. maybe it's more real world type of stuff too. On road, no jumps, kind of just turning.
Yeah.
No jolts and all that type of stuff. But they have a lot of innovative things going on. I mean, also like companies like X-Ray who can pretty much have earned their own factories. I would think we would see a lot more in the off-road side. I'm not too sure on the on-road side. But, and then Infinity. I mean, Infinity, another company that has not unlimited, but a very big budget. I'm interested to see what they come up with. But we are seeing a trend here. And you're right. We have more people that have deals and have free cars and all this type of stuff. And all that costs money. And that has to, and lack of innovation is probably why, and that's probably why we just don't have the innovation like we have or had before. Tinkering too. Yeah. People aren't tinkering anymore like they used to.
No.
So
yeah. I mean, I remember seeing in the magazine way back, like Raw Nuts or something in the EP space, and Pavitas and Kinwald were like dremeling out their chassis to get their batteries a couple of mil lower in the chassis. And like really now, especially, I just bolt the HB together, and I don't even need to get the Dremel out of the carbon. Like the Hong Nor back in the day, you used to need to go and get a brand new Dremel every time you got a kit because it needed that many Dremeling. It needed serious work to get that thing free, but like the car was pretty hooked up. Yes. But it needed some work. But now the cars go together so well.
I know.
But yeah, it's just it's disappointing that we're not seeing much change in the cars. And probably, the cars handle so good now. It's the next step for me is how you make the car easier to work on and easier to maintain. The diff mods that Associated came up with to pull the diffs out easier. That to me was a good step change. Yes. That's good engineering. That's a good development. That's the sort of thing that we need to see. So whatever the design is, if we were to look at the car and see what's obviously diffs are the biggest thing that we're having to pull out that's painful. So if we can make it even easier to pull the diff out and even things like if the sway bar could be on the other side, so you could just pull the diff out and you're not having to deal with the sway bar.
What would be cool?
It's still a pain.
Yeah. But that costs money. You know what I mean? To make a mold, to make quick access diffs costs money.
Yeah.
And people and it's just, I think once RC 3D printing gets, because it's also a developing technology, we're going to see a lot more. Once you can make a 3D printed part as good as quality as a mold, injection mold part, then we'll see a lot more innovation because it'd be cheaper to make things. Then these companies will be forced to do different things as well. I'm pretty sure that the HB is going to have quick access diffs eventually. Sure. It was.
I hope so. But if you talk to David and Adrian, I don't know if they're convinced on that. Like they just know that their current diff setup is super reliable and you're never going to have an issue.
So it's like,
I'm not sure if that's going to change.
They did make a company did make some quick access diffs, but it just wasn't to the 3D printing wasn't to the quality of injection molding. And that's
I got them, but I heard that they had issues, so like I never ended up running it.
You didn't? I think my buddy ran it and it happened, but I don't see them anymore. So obviously they were having some issue. I mean, they're still around, but I don't see that too much. So I mean, what would you like to see? If you could see a brand new car? What would you like to see? If someone just came on, hey, I'm gonna build the baddest ass off-road car. What do you want to see on it that we don't have?
That we don't have. I mean, I'd love to see some more complicated shocks. I mean, even. If you were to look at like back in the day when I was running the RC10 GT, we never had shocks with the bleeder cap, so we ended up buying progressive piggybacks that went on the shock cap. So it was a shock cap with a reservoir in it, and used to put foam in it to be able to effectively work as a bladder. So the foam would compensate internally. So the foam would still sit in oil in the progression shock cap. And so you could change the way the oil like worked with the foam. You have a smaller foam or a bigger foam, and that sort of is like running a stiffer bladder or a softer bladder. But if you could have a shock where you could dial in, more pack or less pack on an upstroke and a downstroke easily on the fly, I feel like that would be something that would be really interesting to be able, like, you think about how many times you come in and you go, like, I've got to change my oil by 2.5 weight, and I've got to pull the shocks off, and I've got to drain them, I've got to bleed them and rebuild the shocks. If you could come into the pits and whether it be I want 2 clicks on the shocks and all of a sudden, 2 of the holes closed up or half of the hole closed up on one of the pistons, and then you could just go back out, and how quickly you'd be able to find the sweet spot on what the car feels like. Having the ability to do that quickly would be incredible, I think. So yeah,
that's a good idea.
Like,
I never even thought of that.
Whenever I rebuild my shocks, like, the car feels incredible. And then slowly it dwindles away. But if you've got a limited, especially now, if you look at all these big races in the States, I mean, the guys have got such limited track time to get their cars dialed in. And if they, for whatever reason, choose the wrong oil before the main, or the temperature drops, 5 degrees or something outside of what they prefer with their special shock package, then they're stuck in that. They can't come into the pits and change any of their shock feeling besides ride height. So things like that, to be able to make it easier to change settings, for sure needs to be the focus. And that's where I think these top drivers will get a competitive edge, if they can actually quickly change their setup and dial the car into the condition that they're in.
Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. Having me adjust your shocks and just keep the same weight oil. Like, imagine how much oil you spend just to try this shock. Like, just fill these 16 millimeter shocks up with oil. Use half a bottle of shock oil. Oh, that didn't work. Dump it all out and do it all over again. It's backwards, but that's a great idea. And then it's a tuning option. Remember the quick release wheels for the 10 scale trucks?
Oh man, game changer.
Because it was 100%. Necessary, because they couldn't develop a compound to do a 45-minute race. But it never passed on to, why can't we have tire changes in off-road? It would be so fucking, they do it in on-road. It'd be so
imagine
cool.
if you had a box or something, right? And the tires were preloaded on either side of the box, and you brought the car in and just jammed it onto the box, and it ripped the wheel nuts off, pulled the tires off, and then put it on. Like, it was like an automated tire change on the car. And if you could do that within sort of 4 or 5 seconds or something,
it'd be so great.
Just make it, like, if you were trying to make an event worth watching to go on a Netflix or a Fox Sport or something like that, they're the sort of things that are talking points that would make the racing interesting. If you don't have what tire, at the moment, Formula One is so interesting because you look on the last weekend where Lando went out on softs. And the Ferraris were both on mediums, I think, and he got an advantage over Ferrari because of the tire selection that he these mechanics chose in the pits in that stop, and that's what made the racing interesting. If you had a mandated tire change in off-road, that'd be awesome. Even if the way it is now, right? If you just said everyone had to do a tire change, like, how interesting that would be.
I think it would be awesome
to see what would actually force, how do we get these tires off quicker? I mean, I know, I think the Tessmans came up with a magnetic steel screw. Yeah. So it's magnetic and the nut stays in the driver or something. But yeah, I'd love to see, one of these big races just say, you've got to make a tire change. That would be super cool.
Well, people would say, well, for us average guys, that would be too expensive. Yeah, but I'm not talking about us average guys. I'm talking about, I want to see these pro guys do it. And I think you hit the nail on the head. You hit the nail on the head just now when you said, we're not going to get this on Netflix or anything TV-wise. is that's what would create innovation, like trying to get our product on a little bit more mainstream, and then we have to adjust the race format and all that stuff too. But a mandatory pit, like you have to pit, or I think it'd be so cool. You have to pit and change all 4 tires. I think everybody has to do it. You can do it without. You can do it as many times as you want too. I think. Yeah,
sure.
But you have to do a mandatory, and maybe we need to figure out how to get bigger fuel tanks too. I think that 125 cc limit in nitro, but I'm talking about nitro buggy. Maybe we need. I'm sure we can get another 25 cc. And then maybe make these truggy tanks a little bigger, so we stretch out things longer. I would like to see things, little small things like that. But yeah, I never even thought about the tire thing. Or once we start thinking of making this product for others to view, then things become innovative. Like, how do we make this interesting? So just imagine as a commentator, and he's coming in for his pit stop. Will they come in and do their pit stop, their tire change? No, they don't have to. They can do it. You can wait to middle of the race and do it. And then it adds up. Then these guys have to figure out setup,
Yeah.
But they can be fast from the start. They don't have to worry about tires coming in halfway through or losing your tires at the end of the race. Like, it would be so great. It just that's why I like nitro, because we have pit stops. And that's the one thing e-buggy doesn't have. I like e-buggy, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't have that. And people are like, well, you can change battery packs. It's not the same. You're not coming in there and using a gun and but then we need quick release. So much stuff can be done, but the companies don't need to, because they have a product. People are happy to buy that product, and people will complain about innovation, but they won't pay for it at the end of the day. So that's what it comes down to. If you really want innovation, then you also have to look at ourselves as some of the biggest reasons why there isn't innovation, because we all want this cheap as possible. Well, you can't have cheap, you can't have affordable rate, you can't have all of that and the cheapest possible and have innovation at the same time. And the focus of the companies is not on innovation too much. It's on making their cars as best as they can without costing them too much money, because we just ain't there. Like, people may think there's hundreds of thousands of cars flying off the shelves every year, and every month. It's not like that. I mean, if one of these companies sold 100,000 cars in a year, I think they'd be doing great. And I don't even think some of the best companies are doing even nowhere close to that. It's just,
what's interesting is if you look at the P&B at the moment, there's a lot of different manufacturers in the final, and they're nearly all on the same pace. Mm-hmm. Hey, look, it's surprising that there's so many different manufacturers with different designs. I mean, they're not all complete replicas. They are all a variant of different geometries, and yet you put them on a track at the moment, and there's not a standout car that you can say they've got a significant advantage over the rest of the cars on the market. So there needs to be from one of these if they were to find some sort of step change in car performance, then it will stand out really obvious, because all the cars at the moment are so close. You just don't see a massive difference in lap speed between all the cars on the market at the moment.
That's true too. And we can look at two different races: DNC, rough outdoor, change of temperature type of track, and PNB, not as rough, bigger, indoors, more controlled. And okay, well, they didn't have Ryan Mayfield here this week at PNB, but I mean, you are correct. I mean, we had AEs, we had Teknos, we had HBs. Well, Cole was the one HB guy, and we had almost every besides JQ Racing, we had almost every car represented in there. And you're right, like, they're not blowing the doors off each other. It's coming down to, but I think it's gonna when the industry dictates that we need it, or when the necessity comes that we need it, when we seriously start saying, hey, we're tired of being not like, when I stop getting that question about when are we going to be on TV and all this type of stuff. When we start taking that part of RC serious and start entertaining people, I think then we'll see. And then by that time, your focus isn't on trying to, get as many drivers from that small limited pool. Your focus is on trying to grow this so you can grow everything and everybody, you get more people in there. Basically, innovation has to happen when the industry changes its mindset on how it's promoting RC as well, and getting more people.
100%. It comes from rules, mate. Like I guarantee you, if in a raw setting they said they had to come in and change their tires in the raw final, do you think there'd be much development in changing tires? I guarantee you they'd be looking at how do I change the tires 10 seconds quicker than what I'm currently doing it. So it all comes back down to rules and you know, if those guys set different restrictions, then that's what's going to drive the innovation for sure. And if they focus on how do we make it more interesting, what rules do we need to change to make the racing more interesting, then I'm sure that's what's going to make the change. Yeah,
there's some, and we need to look at other forms of RC technology too. I remember in years in boat racing, like with the big 90cc nitro motors and Doom, they have, because those boats run 6 laps and they're super fast. Like back in the 90s and stuff, people had extra servers set up to retune as the gas went down or something. How if they would retune the low, like, because it's mostly wide open and like that, but they would have a server there where you can adjust the tuning of your carburetor, like literally while you're driving. Maybe
I've definitely heard that. Yeah. Why can't we adjust the tune on the fly on the radio? That's right. I mean, obviously it's making the car more complicated and that sort of thing, but the technology is there, so it's
just got to do it. It's got to be. It comes down to this, man. Too. It comes down to money and having that money, like you said, invest and make a car that costs. People are crying now. Like people's like, RC is more expensive than it was back in the day. Well, yes and no. I don't think, if you really look at like a cost of a 8-scale kit back in the 90s, I mean, maybe it was $450 or something like that. Maybe a Kyosho was $450, $500. It's what, $700 now, $675. Everything has gone up. Everything has gone up in life. RC, I don't think RC has gotten more expensive. I just think the necessities for RC has gotten more expensive, i.e. tires and stuff like that. Yeah. Yes, RC is definitely expensive. It's more expensive for people like me who have to get everything imported here. And also when you run 3 to 4 or 5 classes at an event, RC is going to be expensive. So it's a lot of things. I think we need to. Innovation will come when it's warranted. When they kind of figure out, okay, this business model's not working. We need to get these governing bodies. Also, need to stop being so stuck in the 80s and 90s, 70s, come into the 2000s here, and start relooking at rehashing some of these rules. Like hey, you want to let's make the nationals where you have to come in and do a mandatory pit stop, like, and change tires. Oh man, you bet your boots that some company between now and June the 17th will figure out a way to have quick change hubs on their car.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
And that's why I bring that up, because that was one of the innovations that came out of necessity. Guys needed that to finish a race and just don't have it. I mean, we develop tire compounds now, but I don't know. I think it would make racing more exciting. I wonder what the viewers think. What would you like to see innovative on a car? Maybe better tuning motors. I don't know, even though the motors are easy to tune now, or maybe like a motor that is super easy to tune, like just out of the box work. I don't know. There's a lot of things we can do. I do like the shock thing. That would make things so much better. You don't have to, if you can just adjust your shocks with a click and then your car is better, it just come in, warm up. Oh, no, I don't like my car. Boom. And then you can do that halfway through the race. Imagine, oh, my car is getting soft. Tighten it up a bit. So much stuff that can be done. So much stuff. That's actually a really good idea.
Yeah. But I think really it's whenever there's an idea or an option to change something, especially even from a design perspective, you've got to acknowledge if a design is not as good. I think OS is probably a good example with that. They probably, whether it was by accident, stumbled on an incredible design with the B2101, and then they released the B2102, which is just probably one of the worst engines I've ever run. I did I ran it in, and then I did 500 mil with the engine, and I just couldn't get a single bit of power out of that. You lean it, and then it was just starve of fuel, and you get the power out of it, and then it would run at 140 degrees C, which I don't know, whatever that is.
That's too hot.
Fahrenheit, but it's cooking. And then they come out with the 2103, and I still don't think that they're at their peak performance of the 2101 with the 21J carb. I mean, it's just what I've ended up. I've got 3 2101s at home, and I've got, I don't know, 10 PSRs brand new, ready to go for it, because once I tried all these new engines and I'm they're terrible. And I don't know when OS is going to admit that they're wrong, which is probably never. So I'm going to buy all the parts, that I can find on eBay of this old engine and get as much stock as I can. And I've got engines. I just keep rebuilding them. The DLC crank is so good that it's never wearing out. I've done, probably 3 PSRs on one DLC crank, and you measure the end of the rod and the pin, and it's still pretty good.
I think that's one of the big innovations too, is that DLC crank has helped out a lot with engine wise.
Oh, it's crazy, man. And this ties back to, is RC more expensive than what it is? I mean, it's expensive as you make it. Yep. The technology, I feel now, you're getting years out of a set of servos. You're getting, so much life out of an engine where, the crankcase isn't wearing out, the carb is not wearing out, the crank's not wearing out. You're just changing bearings and the PSR. You just get a new PSR kit. So your cost of running an engine has come down a huge amount compared to having to fork out for a new engine all the time. You just got to be smart about it. The thinking that you've got to go and buy a new engine all the time is just, is probably not there with, the technology that these manufacturers have put into their engine.
Servos,
it's a shame.
Servos are a big thing.
Yeah, I mean, recently I've had a few electrical failures with servos, but it's only because my servos are 2.5 years old.
Exactly, and they were out, And
and so now it's before you used to just turn your servos over every 6 months or something, because the servos were just so unreliable, and you knew if you wanted to have a reliable main and always finish your races that you just had to throw money at it and make sure that all your product was really new. On the electrical side, you just new transponder, new receiver, new servos all the time. But now it's when do you churn your servos over? And if you're going sort of 2.5 years, I think I probably went way too far with those servos, and that's probably my bad. But
you can get them serviced too.
I think now, and now really, you could probably buy a set of servos and run them for a full year and be pretty confident that they're not going to have any issues. And then you put them. What we do is just have a race tray and a practice tray, and you can run say 10 race meets on your race servos, and then rotate them into a practice tray, and you're probably still getting 2 years, but then you're confident that whatever your race tray is got a set amount of time on those servos. And
people don't know, man. People don't remember. I remember going through hell with servos, and then I know this is a shameless plug because they're a sponsor of the podcast. Then I discovered Hitec, and man, I still have Hitec in my somewhere in my junk of stuff there that still work to this day. And they're not digital. I don't think they're not digital, but they're digital, but they're not LiPo compatible. Yeah. Okay, so, but they're still great servers. They have some, but I'm sorry, I have to plug them because they're a sponsor, but their servers actually have regenerative power now. So when you hit the brakes, it regenerates power into your battery.
No, really?
Yes. My buddy told me that, Mike Walker. I was like, shut. And my buddy Salty Joe, when you hit brakes, it's like a hybrid. It makes power and it goes back into your battery and puts power back into your battery, so you actually come off. Yes, I'm telling you. It's pretty cool stuff. I'll have some more information about it here shortly, but gonna get the guys from Hitec on to talk about that. But Yeah, people just now you can get a great servo to last a year, and it's $100 or less than $100. Before you have to spend. I had 2 KO Pro servos, $200 each. Still have them. That's probably some of the best servos I ever bought. Sent them in to get service, but I don't think I'll spend $200 for a servo ever again. Too much money, you know. Not too much money because they were worth it.
Back in the day, man, I remember Racing Line sent me over to New Zealand for a nationals there, and I was still out of uni, so I didn't have a great deal of money, but I had a few sponsors, and Hobby Shop was sponsoring me, and they had a deal with servos, and I ran the semi-final, and like my car was super dialed, and like I think I probably like put half a lap on second. I was like, this is going to be a good final. I'll just put some new servos in just for the final. And I did like maybe 5 minutes with a brand new set of servos, and my steering servo went. And that was game over. And it's just, you just don't have that unreliability.
No, not anymore.
And like while I might complain that there's not enough development going on, I think there was a good period there where electronics development has made leaps and bounds, and the quality of electronics these days. And like we used to have nationals in Australia where there would be like 4 people finish because, people just had failures just left, right, and center. And now if you want to win a final, nearly like if there might be one DNF out of a car of 12 or 15.
Right.
And these are our finals. Like everyone's finishing these days. Like the battery technology is better. Yeah. Electronics is better. So there's definitely been good improvement in the last 5 years, definitely in that space.
And cars, if you DNF nowadays, it's because you break your car, blew a motor. I mean, the electronic sides of things, I mean, you have your freak accidents like when David broke a receiver, never heard of that, or at RCGP.
Sure, yeah.
But speaking of innovation, I know we're going off on a tangent, but I think that's where you will see more innovation is on the electric side, especially on the e-buggy side as it's growing. So it's so big, like especially, I mean, I know you're not a big fan of e-buggy. I like it. I think there should be I think it should be with the Worlds, if the Nitro buggy. I do get disappointed that I still think Nitro is the glory. It's proof in the pudding because the Raw Nationals sold out in 4 minutes, and the ENATS never gets full, unfortunately. But I still believe that it's innovative. I think we're gonna see the technology there to make. I think one of the biggest complaints for people is that there's too much power. They want to soften it up to make it. Definitely got to get ESC technology better and motor technology so these cars can do 15, 20-minute mains, no problem. At least 15 minutes. We should be up to 15 minutes at least on these e-buggies now. Give them 2 15-minute mains. They got enough as a Nitro main. Cool, bam. I don't know, maybe some sound technology. Like I want to hear engines go or something. I don't know, but the e-buggy will provide
they could have mandatory battery changes in there, right?
Yes, they could.
Make that an interesting part of the racing and see if they can develop better quick change for batteries and make the racing interesting there. Okay.
People have done that. I just think we're just at a point now, like where, like I said, the companies are like her. They're like, okay, well, we got our head above water, but we're just kind of like bobbing right now. And I think it's going to have to come out of necessity here eventually, and it's going to be in different ways that people may not see. It's going to take innovation and other things in RC for innovation chassis and stuff like that to come together. But man, I definitely would like to see. Man, you've just added another thing that I like to see at a race, and that's having a mandatory tire change. People were pissing me about it, but I think it should be only for make it the pro main. Like you have to do a mandatory tire change. That can separate the pros from the amateurs as well. So the amateurs ain't spending a whole bunch of money on tires, because let's be honest, that's the biggest thing people spend money on. But here's another thing we never thought of. I think innovation is going to come in the form of track surfaces as well. Like your oiled surface is very innovative. I know it's been happening in the UK, but it cuts down on tire where. But I was also talking to, I think it's another Australian club, Chargers Club, I think it's called.
Yeah, yep, they're at Ipswich, which is probably, I don't know, 45 minutes from my place in Brisbane, so it's not far away. Yeah, and they've got this thing called a six surface.
Yes.
So quite innovative. Yeah.
That I was talking to Jonathan Huntley, I think his name is, and he was telling me about it, and I had seen this, and I want to know more about this surface. Like, what is it? And we got to talking. But I haven't had time to get back to him and talk to him some more. But maybe we see a surface that gives that good feeling, but also keeps. I know, because look, we're not going back to loamy, dirty, roost throwing tracks. We'll get one eventually, once in a while, but we're not. Yeah. We're not going to see that. Like, that's part of innovation too, unfortunately. But what we want is technology, these surfaces, to keep consistent, not eat tires, and like that's something that we need to work on too. Unfortunately, those type of surfaces require permanent tracks, so it's so difficult. Right. Like, it's so difficult. I remember. Sorry, we went off on a whole different tangent here, but I think, do you remember maybe 3 years ago a 10 scale track had like indoor 10 scale track had like a rubber mat surface? I don't know if you remember. It was kind of a narrow track, but it was all rubber. It had a big wall. You went up the wall at the ski jump. I don't know what it was called, but they actually used rubber matting, like thick rubber matting, and they made the whole track out of that. And it was like spongy. So when you jumped, you landed, you kind of didn't take the full impact of it. I think it's closed now, but it's amazing stuff, man. It's a lot of things that can be done. It just all comes down to having I'm sure there's plenty of engineers out there that have the imagination but are limited by budget and necessity. It's going to take somebody coming out with something innovative that hasn't been done, and everybody's going to copy it and figure out how they could do things better. But definitely, we need better shocks. If I was to say this to my buddy Will Smith, he would go crazy. Him and Jeremy Mux are like the two guys I know that love shocks more than anything. These guys will talk to you about shocks all day long. But that's their thing. And they say the same thing. Our technology is so behind in shocks. We can do so much better.
It's so old, man.
Yeah.
It's so old.
Zach, we was going to make this short, but we ended up doing almost an hour. It's good to have you back and chatting with you. You're going back to work next week, and then what's your next race?
We just got some local stuff, and then we're going down to an event called the King of the Valley at a track in Maitland, which is about probably 8-9 hours drive south of where I am. So again, another oil track. They're pretty much the founder of the oil, I suppose, in Australia. Awesome facility and awesome track, and a lot of fast guys down there. Last time there was a bit of a showdown there between Kyle and Alex. So hopefully those two guys get together and get to battle it out again, because I'm sure there's many more years of great battles between those two quick drivers.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And hopefully and then we can't forget there's other little young drivers come. Jack was there. He was like all tall. And then Jack was just barely looking over the podium, and he looked like, I'm going to get these guys one day.
Oh, man, I'm telling you, like, to see that sort of pace at his age, and really, like, it's just such great experience for him to be driving with the likes of Kyle and Alex, to see that pace. When you're 10 years old, you adapt to pace so quickly. He's going to be so fast in another 5 years, because he's constantly racing with these guys that are so fast. And keep an eye on Jack, man, because he is going to be fast.
We got to get him a nickname, though. We got to get him a nickname. I'll figure it out. I don't know. Yeah. I got to think of Australian nickname. Cool, man. We got to, probably won't have you on her till I'm probably in America, I don't think. Because you're going to be working next week. Then the week after, I'm traveling. Well, we got a lot of races. We got Silver State. We got the Nationals. I'll be there. So it'd be fun to touch base with you, because you'll be watching.
Oh yeah,
from
I'll be watching.
From Australia. I always like to talk to people who are watching it especially who are watching it online, because you guys see things that I don't see, and I'm looking forward to that. I hope nothing happens and I make it to America. So Yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm excited.
Get that behind the scenes stuff. You know what I mean? Like that we've been missing for so long. There's all these races, and you look at this weekend, like P&B's happened, and Ty's just come from really nowhere. He's not had a race anywhere near what he's done. Is he running anything new? Is he still running the same X-ray that he's run? You just don't know. You need someone there asking the question and say, what's happened this weekend from DNC? Are you putting new parts on the car, or have you found something, or are you just getting more comfortable with your package? Get in there and let's get some inside stories, man.
That's the plan. If they let me, how a lot of these guys are they're going to be tight-lipped about things, and I'll just ask permission, like, hey, anything new in the car? Can I take pictures? Stuff like that. That's all the stuff we miss, I think, that Phil used to do, under the hood, stuff like that, and just going around and talking to people too. Not just the pro guys, but the actual people that are there, getting the atmosphere of the races. And I think Silver State is because it's like a bar there and it's a resort and all that stuff. So people are a lot more, like, literally at Silver State. I remember Ciccarello came out to watch the main after he was in the pool. He was in his bathing suit, and he's a gorilla like me. He's hairy like me. So I'm like, well, one thing, I don't feel bad. You got to hurry back just like me. And he's sitting there watching the race, just come out of the pool. I was like, I was in the pool. I just came out to watch the main. And I think that's what makes this race great. Good. Now, if Joey Waters, he better water, because it was horrible with dust in 2019. And everybody that said that has said that. So, but the Nationals is what I'm looking forward to. Great facility. They just had a race there. I like the Nationals.
Yeah, sorry. Where is the Nationals?
LCRC in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Remember last year?
What's the dirt like?
It's outdoor. I don't even know what tires work there, but it's been around for a very long time. They've held the Nationals before. Remember last year, the Mugen Challenge, Cole and Mayfield battled at this track. Like, Cole was faster, but he just kept making these small mistakes, and Mayfield just kept staying ahead of him. So it's going to get blown out. It's going to get dusty. And the good thing about the Nationals is I don't believe you can fix the track and all that stuff once it's started. And it's a great facility. I was talking to the owners. They showed me a map of, like, a aerial map, like where I can pit and all that type of stuff. They even, like, I'm going to rent a tent and all that stuff to pit there. They have that available. So they're going all out, and I'm looking forward to getting there. From all the people that I know that go to this track, it's an awesome facility. The people are nice, and I can't wait to go there myself. Even going to have a photographer coming with me to that race.
Awesome, man. Doing it right. That's what we want to hear.
Silver State's going to be a test trial. Myself, my buddy, we're going to take pictures, but at the Nationals, I actually have he's from Florida, and he's a good photographer. He's doing RC photography now, and he's coming up, and we're going to work together and try and bring some awesome stuff. All right, Zachary. Well, I will talk to you in a couple weeks. Thank you for your time. I appreciate that chat. That was a great chat as well. I definitely like the shocks, and I definitely like the tire change. I have an idea. Maybe not about the shocks, but definitely about the tire change.
Good man.
You have a good time at work and a good time racing. Maybe you can be the guy that's getting interviews with people. I know you're trying to race too, but it would be good to get a little more insight.
Yeah, we'll do some stuff, man. I definitely would like to get some more videos, and we'll get it happening. So we got the East Coast Nationals happening the end of July, so about 3 months away. There's lots more videos to come out about that. So yeah, keep an eye out, and we'll definitely get some content out.
Sweet. And shout out to all the Australian fans of the No Name RC podcast. You guys are awesome. I try to give you guys as much love. I like Australia. I need to go there one day, go cage diving with great whites, find the thylacine, and have a good time. Zach, thank you for your time. You have a good evening, and I will talk to you later. It's now time to go on to the Tekno RC main interview.
Tekno RC. Tekno RC. Tekno RC is a premium manufacturer specializing in 8th and 10th scale high-performance off-road RC buggies and trucks. Visit www.teknorc.com for a complete catalog of their products. Tekno RC. Excellence in engineering. Hashtag Tekno Takeover.
So as you guys know, I'm a big fan of RC magazines, period. I used to have thousands of them, probably, and spent a lot of money on magazines back in the day. In fact, that's how I got into RC. So at some point in my time, and when I was really into this back in the 90s and early 2000s, I've read every one of these magazines that our guest has been an editor or worked for. I'd like to welcome Mr. Derek Bouno of Velocity RC magazine now, but formerly of Car Action and Xtreme RC. What's up, Derek? How are you?
Hey, man. I'm glad to be here. I got up early for this, so we're gonna knock some stuff out of the park, and
you look excited.
I don't know if we're gonna make. I never look excited. We're probably gonna make some people mad today. That's my face. I'm not excitable. So if you get me to look excited, you did a good job today.
So yeah, I've been watching RC Babble, which is you guys' YouTube stream that you do. It's yourself. It's Greg, right? Yeah. And the XXA main guy, Jeff. And I love you guys' banter. It's so awesome.
Yeah, we got a mix of people on there. It's Jeff, Peter, who used to work at Car Action, and Charlie's been joining us recently. So to have a little structured format where you have notes and stuff is a little different for me. Usually we just turn it on and go, we're supposed to do something today. So it turns into a shit show, to be honest with you. And I don't know.
No, but you guys' stories.
So it keeps us going.
You guys' stories are awesome. You guys have all the inside scoop on the things that happened back in the day, and we us normal people were only able to read about what you guys saw, and you wasn't able to print everything back in the day.
Yeah, well, in Xtreme, we printed a decent amount of the stupidity that went on, but there's always stuff that bro code can't let you talk about. But but there's a lot of it's a job, and you have people you like and get in fights with, and rivalries, just like sports teams, magazines were competition with each other. So it was a very fun time. It's, for me as an old person, the gray hair and stuff, I still like magazines, even though I don't have one in my house now. Just nicer to read something that's concise. The internet, you start looking at kittens and animals attacking each other, and then you forget what you were there for. So, taking a poop and reading a magazine was like the highlight of your day a lot. So.
I know. It was the best time to read. I used to take them all the time to work. Cool. Yeah. Well, how old are you, dude? I don't know your age. I don't even know how long you've been doing this for.
46.
Okay. So, all right. So you're a few years older than me. You're a California native, I believe.
No, actually I grew up in Connecticut.
Okay.
And that's how I got into RC.
All right.
I raced when I was probably my first car was a Falcon, if I'm not counting the cheap ones with cords. Mm-hmm. Met some friends in the street, and then we started racing. I think I raced my first race with my Kyosho Big Brute, which was not your typical race car, but you showed up at the track as a 10-year-old, and that's what I had.
So this is like late 80s, 90s we're talking about here?
Yeah, and kind of the glory days of of RC, where you grew up with my Gold Tub RC10 when that came out was not when it probably came out, probably when I got it, the original one. I raced my friend's old Ultima that he got rid of, and with a coupe body on it, I don't know. We had some weird stuff when we were kids, and then it's whatever you can afford or find, and then we just started racing off road in Connecticut.
Where to in Connecticut?
I started at Panthorn, which was a little track in Southington, which had the old school big berms. So that when you were on the track, all the turns were like BMX style berms. And then we started racing. Bethel had a big track. And then I went to RC Madness, which was kind of my home track, which is still technically there, a big track in Connecticut.
Connecticut doesn't get the credit that they do for the RC scene that they have. I don't think they've been around for so long. Big.
Yeah, I raced a carpet oval, flat oval. We had all the kind of we had seasons, so you had to race indoor and outdoor, and and go with this stuff. There was no pan car or touring cars back then, so we raced, RC 10Ls indoors, and then 12. I never got a 12 scale till later, but went around all the stuff. It was fun.
So, what was your favorite class back then?
I still say for me, in the beginning, obviously it was two-wheel drive buggy, but I would still say now, if you asked me if I had a race one class, it would still be 8-scale nitro, even though electric is obviously taking over everything. But I still like the sound of an engine. And I mean, I faced the dilemma buying a new car recently. Do I get an electric car? Or do I get in a car with sound? So
what did you get?
That's one of those things. I couldn't get a Corvette, so I don't have a car with that much sound.
Well,
you have to order one.
On this podcast, nitro is the glory. We believe that nitro is the number one class in RC, and probably one of the hardest races to win in RC is the IFMAR Worlds, I would say. You have to be lucky too, but it's definitely, actually I'm going to have a debate here next week, I think, live, nitro versus e-buggy, and it's going to be good. But e-buggy is taking over, and I have nothing against it, but it's just not nitro, so. Yeah,
we get in this fight all the time on our show about nitro and just how much easier electric is. And I mean, if you look at where we started, most of us started with electric, so it's not like a surprise, like, oh, surprise, it's electric. But I mean, nitro's, to be honest with you, if I wanted to fix nitro and I wanted to do this way back when it was popular, it's too freaking loud, to be honest with you. Like, we made pipes with no noise restrictions, and it should have been quieter. We didn't need it to be loud, but I hated being at the track and having people sit there and warm up their engine.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Right there in the pits. Like, we had a rule, don't warm up your car in the pits. Go outside or somewhere like that. Cool. So who were some of your early influences? Like, you get into this RC thing, you're young. Who were some of your early influences back in the day in Connecticut? Or just period?
Well, I mean, when I was a super kid, I didn't read magazine. How I got into RC, we'd ride our bikes down to the drugstore and look at RCM, which is an airplane magazine. And they had an ad for RC cars in there. And we'd go there and go, ooh, look, it's a Tamiya Falcon and a Frog and, the standard, what everybody advertised back in the day. And, and then I remember seeing my first Grasshopper and Hornet drive around in my apartments. And so racing, it was just whoever was local. And as a 10-year-old with no real support, except for a paper route, it was hard to stay fast. But I was actually a pretty decent driver back in the day when I was a kid. Just no money, you know what I mean? Like, and that takes some of the fun out of it when you can't afford to race 40-year-old dudes, which is, the downside of RC.
I know.
And then when I started racing at the bigger scene, I lived next to, oddly enough, Chris Tossolini, who was super fast and nitro and off-road as well, but he kind of just stuck to the on-road stuff for a long time. And RC Madness, then Mike Dumas came from there. Who else was around there? We had a decent pack of really fast guys. Mike McMahon was sort of in the area, John Orr. So those were the guys like I grew up with. And then when I read the magazines, obviously you get a big boner over. I remember going to New York to Long Island Raceway to watch the Gold Dust Twins, which was Hodap. And Kinwald came to, like, when they were on their Trinity traveling circus of just going around and annihilating everybody. That was a big thrill back in the day, obviously, to watch someone of that level. I
didn't realize RC was so big in New York back in the day. I was talking to my buddy Jay and another guy, Pete, and they were racers from the 90s. And it's like, yeah, it's a track right there in the Bronx. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, it's called something gun park or something like that. And it's still there. I actually want to do a show all about it because I didn't really, like, you think, well, I'm from an island. When I think New York, I think of a city. I don't think of everything else. But it was really, like, they still have a big RC scene. But back in the day, they were definitely there. Well, the Northeast period still has a good scene. Cool. So did you race like all through your teenage years and high school and all that stuff? Or was it just,
Through high school, I think I kind of stayed with it. Once I got a car and a girlfriend, it kind of slowed down a little bit. And then back, in college, I didn't really do anything. I mean, I was in contact with some of the I mean, I raced at a local track when I was not going to the main campus in Connecticut, and the editors of Car Action, that's how I got into magazines, came and raced at our track. And Frank Massey, I don't know if you remember him, but he was like one of the original names of Car Action, come down, and then I beat him a lot. So he got, and I seemed to know what I was talking about. It was like when jump jet pistons came out, the weird dual stage pistons. And he's like, oh, you know, as an editor, you're always looking for someone to do some work. So he asked me to do stuff. So, you know, through college, I kind of did some stuff. But when I got out, I worked at that hobby shop for a while, raced, you know, we had a little track and, you know, just did some minor racing, and then just fell into playing with toys for a living and writing, which I hate. So I don't really like to read or write. So
you don't like to write, but you ended up doing that.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's pretty weird because, I mean, we've all read some of
I was a math and science person. I went to school for environmental science, and that's what I have my degree in. And it was never in English writing. And I'm not really a good writer. I don't ever say that I am. I probably write with a little bit of, you know, not imagination, a little like character or something, you know. But I'm not one of the technical, there's a comma here, or this would sound better with, you know, a different sentence structure. That's not me at all. I just like RC cars, and it was something, you know, when I lied to get my first job at Car Action, you know, I have a passion for RC cars. Woo! I was going to play with toys for a living. What else are you going to freaking say?
Yeah, for sure. So I was trying to find information on you, and I found out that I found your LinkedIn, because that's about the only place I could find information. Besides many articles that you've written a lot of different articles for different magazines, websites and stuff. And you was a hydrogeologist. Now, please explain that to me real quick.
Well, like I said, I went to school for environmental science. So my major was groundwater resources.
Okay.
And hydrogeology is just groundwater, underwater, you know, underground water. So when I got out, I worked for a consulting firm that did cleanup for like basically mobile. So when your gas station created an environmental disaster, we came in and cleaned up the ground and the water.
Got you. Not an exciting job. Not very exciting.
It was exciting in a way that when you saw how much disgusting stuff is under the surface of your green grass, it's a little eye-opening, especially like in places where I worked, like New York City. It's going to be way off topic, but if you had told me there's 30 feet of old oil and gas floating on the groundwater, I wouldn't believe you, except I pumped it out of the ground.
Really?
So, yeah, you have hundreds of years of leaking oil, and it just floats. You know, oil. It's like salad dressing. Oil and water don't mix. For sure. So you shake it. So, yeah. And then I got an opportunity to play with toys. So, you know, what are you gonna do for a living?
I know, but it's like you was in school. You came up with a degree, and I think you didn't even do it a year, I think, or just about a year, and then.
Yeah, I don't remember at this point. So
I'm sorry.
I thought it was 2 years, but it could have been like almost a year and a half. I think when I did LinkedIn, you have to sit there and go, I don't remember when I worked. So
yeah, I've gotten jobs off LinkedIn, 2 jobs.
Yeah.
I went to Abu Dhabi and to London to work for both of them. I was a bit nervous when I was going to Abu Dhabi. You know, I was wondering if I was going to be put. Well, I was wondering if I was going to be put in a room with like 20 other guys and sharing a bathroom of 200. But that does happen. But
what kind of job was that?
No, well, actually, I worked underground. I wasn't doing tunnels. We was doing the biggest shaft in the world. Basically, they had a
bunch of dudes in the biggest shaft.
Yeah, it was the shaft because they didn't pay us really well either. But it was a 100-meter shaft. It was where a pump was going because they had done 42 miles of gradual tunneling from the city, and it was all down. It went from 5 meters all the way down to 100 meters, and then it all came in there, and then the pump would take it all out, recycle it, and then reuse it. So it's interesting work. Dirty work. It was muddy and shitty, but I liked underground work, and it paid. Well, that didn't pay good, but other jobs paid really well. So underground money is good money. All right, so Eric, you're working at probably at this time the biggest magazine in RC, which was RC Car Action, which was, oh man, I didn't put the dates here, but I think it was 2000 to 2002 you did that. And
sounds pretty close.
So what type of experience did you get with doing this? Like, was you excited that you got to travel a lot in those 2 years, or was it all that you thought it would be? How did it work out?
Yes. I got a job at Car Action. They hired my guy that worked with me, Kevin Hedmansky, before me because they said he had a better skill set. I love you, Kevin. But at the time he was single and they paid him less. That's what they told me later. So I got a job with basically a guy that I worked at a hobby shop with. We both worked there. And Greg, I don't know if I met Greg before we worked there. But the Car Action experience was different because at the time it was just they were just rolling in money. When you have a good product and everybody supports it, we really didn't work that hard there, to be quite honest with you. Especially when you work for yourself, you realize how much more you have to do. But what are you going to do when you're 22 and playing with toys? It was interesting because, as someone that grew up in RC and you idolize a few people, and I don't want to use that word as the right term, but you look up and say, hey, these are the people that were doing things. Like I remember the first time emailing Team Associated and then getting a reply, and I was like, oh my God, they're going to send us free stuff, and then you start meeting all these people and they're really nice. And it's just normal people, and, just traveling was a big thing. My first real trip was I covered it was the Worlds in Japan at Itabe. Really? My first time out of the country. And it was the first, I forget what they call it. It was the first touring car Worlds, but they didn't call it Worlds. It was like the showcase, when the first touring, the pre-Worlds, I forget what it was, like ISTC something. It was just tied into whatever on-road, the 12 scale and 10 scale pan. But that was like the main show still. So I just remember booking this, oh my God, I'm going to be out of the country for 14 days. And I do all this stuff, and we had a travel agent. So literally the day before I'm supposed to travel to Japan, I call the travel agent because I don't really have any of my information. And they tell me, oh, the travel agent died. And what? I'm like, that's great. Do I have reservations? Like, where am I? I got no information other than I think I had my flight. And so the day before I leave, I'm calling Japan, which had to be like 3 a.m, to the hotel I'm supposed to stay at. They didn't speak English. So I'm panicking. I'm calling everywhere. I find a hotel that has 3 days and say, okay, well, that's where I'm staying for 3 days. And then I get on a plane, and 16 hours later, I'm in Japan as a giant white 6'3" guy, as Godzilla I called myself. And I get lost right off the airport. So I take a train an hour and 40 minutes the wrong direction. Sitting there, which was supposed to be on the, this is when you print out directions. Okay, I'm supposed to take a train for 30 minutes. A little lady at the train counter told me to go this way. Hour and I don't even know how long I was in this train, but forever. I get to a train station. I step out. I have all my bags hanging there. It's probably at least 7,000 degrees, and I think that translates to Fahrenheit and Celsius exactly the same. Humid, like you're walking through a swamp, and I'm looking around. There's no English. Everybody's Japanese, and I'm just staring, looking around. I'm like, oh my God, where am I? I have no idea. And so I see a cab, and I just walk up to the cab, and I'm like, point to my directions, take me here, and then immediately get the no. I'm like, what do you mean no? Who doesn't take the cab ride? So I turn around and I'm walking, and literally this is my thought. I tell the story all the time. I was like, I wonder if I should just start crying, because why am I just crying in the middle of Tokyo or wherever the hell I was? I don't think I was in Tokyo. That might have someone help me. And I'm standing there and I'm just looking around, and I must have looked very confused and sad. And 2 Japanese guys drinking 2 beers on the side of the train station, just standing there. We grunted. They grunted to me, like the typical, we don't speak the same language, like, and they're looking at the directions, and then they see another white guy and they grab him for me. And that dude helped me get back to where I was supposed to be. And I realized later that cab ride, if that cab had taken me, probably would have been like a $1,500 cab ride.
Really?
Because the cabs in Japan were, to go down the street was $40. So if I was like 2 hours away, I can't imagine that was, he didn't want to drive that way. I wouldn't even have the money to pay for it. It's like I went to Japan with like $200 cash for 14 days or something stupid. Totally unprepared. But I got to the hotel, checked in, and then we figured everything out. I did have a reservation at the shittier hotel that everybody stayed at. So eventually I switched to that one, which didn't keep the air conditioning on. Very strange, like, I don't know if you've ever been to Japan, but just different cultures. Like leaving the door, when you leave your hotel, they open all the doors and everybody's rooms are airing out.
Really?
Yeah, but then we'd sit in the lobby, and they had a beer vending machine. We called it the Sky Bar. We just sat there and drank beers in the lobby every day.
Now, by the time you went to this race, was you kind of known in the industry? People knew you was media, and you was nothing. No. You was just there.
No,
wow.
I would say I was probably at Car Action for like a few months.
By yourself? Nobody else went with you?
No, this is the first time I left the country. I had to get a passport, did everything. I was straight to Japan. Never been anywhere else.
Wow.
I mean, in the U.S., yes, but when you go to a country that doesn't, it's not even the English part. You can't even read what the words are. You know what I mean? Exactly. Like at least you could go to Germany or somewhere that uses the same letters. You can make up your own pronunciations. But I've gone to Japan twice and had some fun stories of just the mayhem of trying to, when the second time I went, at least I knew what I was doing. Renting a car, which had no English navigation. The people that rented it to me didn't speak English, so they couldn't even help me set the navigation. Wow. I went to the worlds in the mountains of the other side, so it was fun.
Which world was that?
Off-road. Had to be 2003-ish. It was on the west coast of Japan. I don't remember exactly which one, but it was an off-road worlds at a ski resort in the mountains. It was fun. We had a good time, but you're in the middle of nowhere. And then you realize that, it's a very different culture.
No, back in this day, was you a photographer as well, or you just went there to take notes and report on what's going on?
Listen, when I got into Car Action, my skill set for the job I had was I played with RC cars for a living. So I have a camera. I never call myself a photographer because for me, a photographer is someone that has an artistic eye, which, I mean, I've learned how to do things, but I don't consider myself a photographer. Can I take pictures? And I would say better than most people that shoot RC cars. Yes. Okay. But I do have my own system that I invented, and I cheat a lot by being smarter than the lens. So
there you go.
Yeah.
You mentioned something earlier that back in the day, the magazines were rolling in money. Can you give us a number, like how much a full page ad cost back in the day for like
Car Action was probably like, some people were probably paying $3,000 a page.
That was every month. So that's like $12,000.
Yeah. I mean, you had budgets of $250,000, $500,000 from, the big brands. It was, the great thing about magazines and how media is kind of fallen apart is that a magazine was a hub. Mm-hmm. If you go on the internet and you're mildly interested in RC cars and you Google RC cars, you don't start with a place that anywhere. There's no landing of, what do I need? Or show me what RC is. It's just going to be a random link to something random. And a magazine, if you were, once you got into it, you'd buy a magazine and you'd see all this stuff and you'd be amazed by it. I just still remember you'd open the magazines and everybody complained about ads, except that's where you saw new stuff. You'd be like, oh, look at that. I need that.
Yeah.
So a magazine was a very good hub, and it was a focal point for the industry where they concentrated their money. And then the job of the magazine was to get the most eyes on stuff. You didn't have a cost per thousand. You did, but it wasn't trackable. It's not like you can go to your website and 1,300 people visited your website. And, I used to laugh when Facebook, and still now, people will be like, oh, I got 100 likes on something. I mean, man, we used to pay $3,000 for a page and sell product from it. Now we're so happy for 300 likes. You know what I mean? It's just, and it's spread out so far that, there's no concentration. There's no loyalty to people that put time and effort and stuff. I'm not bagging YouTube because, to be honest with you, to have a full YouTube channel where you're trying to do something every day, it's probably why people burn out on it pretty quick, or they just repeat the same process. You know what I mean? I'm not guilty. We just do RCE reviews online. I don't try to be entertaining.
Right.
what if the review's entertaining, it is, but it's not my goal is to be a YouTube star. It never was when we started this magazine.
Right. It's a difference. You're just there providing a service for products, whereas I consider myself an entertainer. You know what I mean? Yeah. An entertainer plus somewhat educational. We try to get messages across and make people think. Try to show people that there's a different way. Not make, but show that there's a different way. And yeah, we probably rub people the wrong way as well. But I think we rub the right people the wrong way. Does that make sense? Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what partnership you had with Joe, but Joe used the antagonist view.
I work for him. I work for him.
So he was an antagonist, and Joe's very smart, but he was too smart for himself, and he didn't know when to pull back the.
He's learned knife a little bit, but he still doesn't know. Like, it was so funny because I was listening to you guys, and you're like, you're the only people. You and Joey Christensen are the only people that I've heard him call him Joe. Only people I've ever heard him call JQ Joe. I barely heard people call him Joseph. So I have many names for him.
I'm not calling him Joseph. Yeah,
I have many names for him. Usually they start with curse words.
Yeah,
but yeah, definitely different, man. Like, people just don't understand how big the magazines were, and how, like, I remember I was talking to a potential customer sponsor for this podcast. I'm like, we had a budget of $36,000 for back in the day for magazines and stuff like that. I was like, what? Like, I just couldn't believe it.
Now you can't get 50 cents from somebody.
It's very hard. It's very hard.
Yeah.
All right. So you're working with, all right, I have one more question. What was the first vehicle that you got that you had a review for Car Action? Do you remember?
Yes, I do. I wish I still had the actual thing I wrote, because it was very Naked Gun. Did you ever watch the movie Naked Gun? Yeah. So it was like a comedy show more than a review. It was, I don't remember the actual car. Schumacher came out with it. It was like right when touring cars didn't have a direction, and Schumacher came out with a 10 scale 4-wheel drive, and the body was an Alfa Romeo, but it was it wasn't the normal touring size. It was like a giant cartoonish body. Mm-hmm. And they sent that to me review, and for some reason they made me take pictures at home, which I borrowed my sister's camera, which she developed at, they still had film.
Yes.
And so I had to take pictures in my home with I bought like card paper and stuff like this. And some of the pictures didn't come out terrible, but it never got printed because he read it, and it was like, he said it, they laughed how terrible it was. And I wish I had it to reread it, because I'm sure it was amazing. I have no idea, but I do remember I used the quote like a midget at a urinal. So I have no idea what I was referencing, but I do remember writing that and laughing. I was like, yeah, that's funny.
He was ahead of your time. They weren't ready for that type of humor back then. Not RC.
No,
not RC.
I'll tell you when we, so Car Action lasted about 2 years. And then I got an offer to work out in California at the time. I was breaking up with my ex, and it was a good exit, I'm going to move to the other coast and start a different life. And the competitor that I liked better, because Xtreme was a little bit more young and edgy, not knocking Car Action, but everybody that ran that place was old. And when they hired me, I was young, and they did not like young opinions, which was probably some of their downfall. I remember being in a meeting, and they told me that I was too young for anybody to care about your opinion. That kind of hurt my feelings. Not that I have any, so that made my mind think that there's better places that, if you're going to try to do something and not just run the motions.
Let's talk about that move to Xtreme. How did that happen?
I had randomly emailed Mike Velez, who started Xtreme, about, just their magazine was, like I said, a younger, hipper look, and it looked like they put effort into it. It wasn't designed by old ladies, which Car Action, most of their designers were been there 20 years or 50-year-old people that aren't into RC, and I could tell that whoever was doing it was at least cared about what they were doing. So, I would say, hey, good job. And then at the time, they were growing, and he just randomly emailed me one day and said, hey, call me, and we took the call, and they made me an offer to go out there, like doubled my salary because I made shit at Car Action.
Which was probably a living wage in California.
Yeah, I mean, at the time it was okay. I think I don't care about talking about money. I think at the time I went from making like $32,000 to $68,000, which at the time felt like it was $1 million. You know, you get out of college, you don't make any money. Mm-hmm. And so I moved, and we started the magazine, we just grew exponentially. I'm a hard worker, and I took over all the editorial stuff and helped make it more of a personality magazine. And we went from, 70 pages to our prime when the market was huge. I think we almost had a 230 page magazine, which is a very, like, if you look at mature Car and Driver and stuff like that, they never were over 110. So that was a different experience, because now I'm working with, everybody's young and we're partying everywhere and trade show drama of, it was just a different vibe.
Yeah. I guess that I kind of say that now, like RC's full of old guys. I mean, I'm old. I'm 42, 43 this year. But I think right now that's one of the biggest issues with RC racing is run by guys who are stuck in the 80s and 90s and whatnot and still think it's like that. And I think we need to get new people involved, younger blood involved in that. It's hard.
I don't know how you get young people to really commit to anything except complain online. So,
Fortnite.
Yeah. So it's different. And I think looking back, even when, I considered myself younger at 23, it's still a hobby for older people because it's expensive. Kids are, young. And if you look at like the racers that were kids that are fast, like Cavalieri and, all the ones that kind of grew up racing had a very long period of being giant assholes. Most of them have matured to be normal. And I don't hate them for it, but I mean, they did grow up somewhat in the media, magazines and being RC famous, whatever the hell that means. So I can see them being a little bit of a baby because they're basically in a competition all the time, which is hard.
And you know what? Speaking of those three guys, it's probably Tebow and Cav and Mayfield too. But Mayfield was kind of a little bit different. But I just don't think them guys had a normal childhood. Like, you know what I mean? Like they were always either at an RC car track in the magazine, or it's fun. Don't get me wrong, but they didn't have. I don't think. I look back on that. I'm like, these guys didn't have the per se normal. No. Like going to high school, I'm sure they did, but not
they were pulled out of high school.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Pasolini quit high school to start to race, and I addressed this several times. Is like, how are these companies recruiting kids and recommending that they stop going to school? Like,
they miss out on so many social, and you can see it because I think a lot of these guys are introverted too, and they get awkward around people, and they shouldn't because they've been talking to people for so long. But once they get to know you, they open up. But I think that is a big social skill you learn in high school and whatnot, and they kind of didn't have that.
No, yeah, not at all. But to their defense, I think a lot of them have matured, and everything's changed, especially where now you have to be a personality. And
there's no personality in RC.
Before it was just show up and race and get your face in a magazine, have them take a picture of you. And now I have to watch you put a servo in every week, and try. That's why I don't do this shit every day. It's like, how boring can it be to watch someone screw a servo in?
It can only be done so many times, so many different ways.
I guess people watched it, but I say that, and I'll probably have a video of how to install a servo in the next week, but I won't.
So Xtreme, younger magazine, I remember it. It was great. I remember when it came on. It was definitely edgy. Like I told you, I like that and RC cars. RC Car Action kind of went, like, I stopped buying it because it was pretty much ads. And just those magazines were just much better to read. In fact, I think I still have an Xtreme RC magazine.
I have some in storage. The cool thing about, I don't believe in fate, but so me and Mike Velez are pretty much, I think we're close to the same age, maybe a year apart. And I think I'm a year older than him. When we moved out there, so we started putting girls in the magazine. We became more of the maxim. And before Maxim, my favorite magazine, the only magazine I ever subscribed to before I got into magazines, was a magazine called, was it PC Accelerator? It was a gaming magazine.
Yes.
But it literally had humor in it like you wouldn't have in a normal magazine. It was the difference between Car Action of just being, I can't offend anybody, to being an offensive magazine, but in a funny way, not like you're stupid. But they were more realistic. You know, this game sucks. They had jokes in the bottom. And that's was Mike Velez's favorite magazine. And we talked about it one day and we're like, holy shit. And he goes, yeah, that's how I got my template for Xtreme, is that I copied their design. And I was like, wow, that's freaking amazing. And you know, that's kind of how we kind of bonded, that we had this same love of one magazine. And the funny thing about that magazine is I subscribed to it, and my first issue was their last issue. I got their issue in the mail and they sent it out. It was, they merged or got taken over. So the first one I got in the mail was a black cover and it says "It's over."
No way.
And that's the only magazine I subscribed to, and it was their last issue. And then they subbed it with something else that was boring as shit. So Xtreme's initial look was based on a magazine that two guys from opposite sides of the country read and was their favorite magazine. So it was pretty interesting that was a connection.
So by this time, I take it you're known in the industry. People know who you are. But now you're going to live in the mecca of RC, from Connecticut to California. How was that living in California back in the early 2000s during peak RC time?
Yeah, it was fun because we covered a lot of races. So I was really traveling, once every month, going to a big race somewhere. So you're always on the road. And like, I tell this thing is that most of my friendships and acquaintances, and this is probably the same in every business, I know most people from buying them beers at the bar. That's kind of how I kind of broke in, being at a trade show, and you'd have all these people, and I got a company credit card, and I'm like, come here, have a beer. And then, you break down all the awkwardness. And so California was, other than visiting places that you like, oh my God, what does Team Associated look like? And then you go there and it's like, oh, they're in like an office park and it looks shitty.
It's disappointing.
But you just realize that these were mom and pop shops.
Right.
It's not a corporation where it's not Apple, where you walk in and it's $1 billion thing. They started from nothing and grew into their surroundings and moved a couple times, and and you meet all these people, and the joy of getting free stuff was always like part of the appeal. You know what I mean? You had everything, which was difficult. I raced a lot. I raced A-Scale Nitro all the time. I was always at the dirt with Joey every weekend, and Proline, and what else track was around? Revelation.
On the alley was around, was it? It might have just been starting. Might have been around in 2002.
I was there when they made the dirt track. They had a dirt track, but it was mostly on road. I raced, on road there. They had the dirt track on the other side. They kind of flipped them. So it was a fun time, and getting to know, like I said, meeting all these people that I'm good friends with Matt Francis from this. Meeting him for the first time, and editors or magazines are always looked at as they suck, and for the most part, I would agree that a lot of the people that in magazines are not the best drivers. And then most of the time they're never going to be, because you don't drive one car. You don't go to the track every weekend and practice with your one car and sit there and pet it and make it pretty. You're just building a car to try to pump out content, and getting all that squared away and is much harder. So, if you're not focused on one car, you're never going to learn how to drive it. But I was good. Stephen Best was a good driver. Pete's, if you watch this, Pete, he admits he's not the best driver. Who else was in there? Frank Massey was a decent driver back in the day. Doogie, which was another old Car Action guy, was not. George Gonzalez was somebody that was terrible. There was a lot of people that were terrible.
How long did it take you to review a vehicle? Like, how much track time did you put into it, and before you wrote about it?
It kind of would depend. Some of the cars, like especially the crappier ones, you didn't spend a lot of time on. I mean, if you review an OFNA, before they were started to try to make race cars,
right?
They had a lot of these ready to run garbage things that you kind of just like, you're happy it made it through action photos, so,
yeah, I know all about them.
Yeah, I don't have a huge, some things are instant. If you're a good driver, I'm gonna be honest, like if I get a race car and I go on the track, in 3 laps, you really know what everything it does. You won't test the durability in that time, but like you could say, oh my, it pushes here and stuff like that and make some changes and blah, blah, blah. But it's much faster than ideal. You know what I mean? You're not spending 3 months doing a review because you don't have that time frame. You'd get a new kit, 3 weeks before publication, which means it has to be done in a week and a half. So you have to build it. You get studio photography, and thankfully we have digital photography now, because before it was you have to wait for the slides to come back. So it was a very fast paced, and could it be more thorough in general across the board? For yes. I want to say that you caught a lot of, if you were smart, you can catch a lot of the bullshit, and especially in certain publications, you could tell the person had no idea what they were talking about.
Okay, that makes sense.
And I've caught those people, and it's, some of them worked for me at some point. You made fun of them that like, I thought you knew stuff, but obviously you just are a very good bullshitter. But when you bullshit and you're wrong, then when you get caught, it's kind of hard to get out of it.
Yeah, it's kind of egg on your face.
Yeah.
But these were like the last glory years of magazine, I would say. We did have the forums. We had the S grid. I know you guys talk about that starting grid. That was probably the closest thing we had to a decent forum where we could communicate with pro level drivers. I know Chad Bradley was active. That's where JQ became famous as well. People just won't get it, like the starting grid and how much. And then obviously, Facebook came along and
RC Tech. I would say RC Tech became much bigger than Starting Grid.
It did.
Starting Grid was like a forum from like 1980. The worst forum. Yeah, they had a lot of people on there and a lot of racers arguing with each other, but it was a terrible format. I would say RC Tech. RC Tech came, and that was kind of my login still works at RC Tech. I think I'm I forget what number I am, but like a very low member number.
Yeah, but I remember back in the day, if you was a serious racer, it was S grid, and RC Tech it's still kind of bashers. I go on there now and then, but it's still around, and S grid isn't. So, but some epic battles in there. I always talk about it. In fact, I have another podcast for RCGP called The Starting Grid. Mm-hmm. So, as magazine guys, who was all right? When you got to Xtreme and it was edgy. What was probably the one edgy thing that you did, and you was like, "Oh shit, I think that's gonna cause problems," but it went through anyway. Or what caused a bunch of shit and got you in trouble?
That's a long list. The most controversial thing that we did is that we started putting girls on the cover. The industry, I don't want to say they were like goody two shoes, but they were a little bit don't understand the difference between trying to get someone to buy a magazine and making a product. I ran into that. I did a beer magazine too, and I ran into the similar thing of, what you sell is not what I'm selling. Mm-hmm. That caused some problems, and people loved it. I tried to do it in the current thing we do, but it just becomes a time and we went from 14 people working on a magazine to 3, and time becomes a giant problem.
Where'd you find these girls? Were they like agencies where you had models? You just picked them? Yeah. Or did you bring out the company card at the bar?
Our first move, was that we'd go to Hooters and pick up the hottest Hooters chick, because it was you could always pick someone up with a business card and a magazine and say, "Hey, we do a magazine, and this could be you."
That's true.
We'll pay. I'm not paying you. We didn't pay them at first, and then it was like $50 or something. And then I got into meeting someone that was like an agent, and then she would send some models over for everything. And it just, we always used to say is, what do you want to see, us ugly guys with fat bellies, or do you want to see someone attractive,
Who was the biggest complainer? Can you say that now? Like who was the one who was adamant about not having girls on with their
well, I mean, Horizon was a religious based, or they were, they were the most conservative, I'll say the word, out of the bunch. Triple X Main and Jeff, I mean, he has stories of them. He couldn't sell his product in there because it had the word Triple X in it. He had to change his header card. They wouldn't sell his videos because there was girls in it. It's like this just big joke story of, when he started Car Action, didn't even want to run his ad. They wouldn't take his $2,500.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, everybody's scared of, I get it when you get older and you have something to lose, you know what I mean? It's, you're younger, you have less to lose. I started a company and I have chicks in it. If I don't sell it, I didn't lose anything. I just didn't gain anything.
Right.
But when you're on the top and something comes in and it's, I get associated with it. Like this ad is in there, therefore you're endorsing it. Mm-hmm. But Horizon was definitely super ultra conservative. Hobby people was a little strange at times. I pissed everybody off because honestly, I didn't kiss anybody's ass.
Right.
I wasn't a dick about stuff, but they were used to people just saying, yes, sir, I'll do whatever you want. You're the best product. I mean, I was friends with Ernie. I would still say we hope. He says we're friends. I haven't talked to him in forever. I did sleep over his house once, so I guess that's friendly, right? He used to just he was smart. He'd try to pick one favorite editor. And he just, every time you send your product, you just get emails, 10, this is a 10, this is a 10, whatever it was. You know what I mean? Like body post markers. If it wasn't a 10, you get a phone call. What are you doing? You're trying to fuck me out of money. It's not a 10. Everything's a 10. So you get the pressure to just, and this is true in most media and more so because we only have ads from people that are in the industry. It's not outside. You can't be, everybody wants a review saying this sucks, a bag of peepees. But if you're intelligent, you would never just break it down to saying that. You have to be smart about how you criticize stuff. You do have to realize that if you're in the media, you do have the power of ruining someone's company, especially if you're one of the bigger influencers, as the word is used today. So you have to be smart about it. Some people were smarter, but I'm not a good ad salesperson because I'm just honest and upfront about what the reality is. You know what I mean? I don't want to sit here and lie about how many issues are being sold and how much we're going to do for you just to get your money. I'm going to tell you the honest answer of this is what it is and how we do it. This is how we'll be a partner together and grow. But, sometimes it maybe doesn't come out as
right. I think I'm kind of like that too. I'm not disrespectful to anybody, but if it happened, I'm gonna say that it happened, and I'll probably give my opinion on it too, because I think that's what we desperately are missing in RC at the moment. Is everything is now PC and vanilla, and nobody wants to say anything to offend anybody, and it's made RC incredibly boring, in my opinion, and we have no charisma. But I'm not gonna throw somebody under the bus. Like if they say, Keenan, can you? I don't like that. Can you? Can you help me out? I'm like, all right. That was a little bit too edgy. Let's erase. We can adjust that. But if you go to the race and you say you want to fight somebody or you fight somebody, I'm not going to act like it's not going to happen. That's part of the race, So it is what it is. It's too vanilla now. But you guys were like the last bastion of this, because when I was watching the RC Babble talk a few weeks ago, you guys talked about in 2008 when you went to the Worlds in Charlotte, which is when Live RC did their first real coverage. I remember watching this. I was renting bikes in Cabarete at the time. I was in this little concrete structure with a tin roof, have my bikes, and the internet was shitty, and I was just like amazed that I could watch this race, the Worlds. But for you, it was kind of like one of the final nails in the coffin of independent media, because you guys said they wouldn't let you on the track. Who wouldn't let you on the track?
The organizers. And we got kicked. Jeff forgets that we actually got asked to leave the event. so, we never got paid to go anywhere. We paid to go there. So 2 people to fly there, stay there for whatever days we decided, cover the thing. And I remember emailing the promoter about saying, because at the time I was on a push of like, man, I hate going to these tracks that treat us like shit. You show up and they're like, they think we're like we're there to annoy everybody. We're there to do a job and cover the race, which is, I don't want to say at the time, we were the only people covering races. Mm-hmm. You don't have a place to put your camera down. I don't have a charger. I don't have, you just show up and it's like we're in the middle of the jungle. And I don't remember who ran the race. And I remember emailing them and they wanted me to pay to go. Like, oh, you have to pay $300 to attend the race. I'm like, oh, I ain't paying to come cover you. I'm like, what the hell is going on? I'm not going to go on the media. You're going to ask me to pay to be there? Mm-hmm. I'm like, something's wrong.
Right.
And so we get there and there was a few websites, but it's just people with, at the time, terrible flip phones, and they had way too many. They didn't vet the media. Like if an RC magazine shows up, they should have tier 1 access. You can go wherever the fuck you want.
Right.
If you want to allow somebody that had a website with no views to show up, if you put them on the same level, you're obviously an idiot.
Right.
And that's kind of what happened there. It was like, man, you got these websites and some of them were probably pretty big, but I mean, still in the terms of US media, if you did not cater to, Xtreme, RC Car, I can't remember if they were there. They may have been there. Car Action, RC Driver never really covered races. They didn't cater to them. And we would go there and, I'm trying to get a good picture and you're on the edge of the track. And again, I've done this for a living for 10 years, we know not to block people's view and try to do the stuff, we're pretty intelligent about this stuff. And they were told that you can't go near the track. I'm like, well, that's what I'm here for, is take pictures, get the action, try to cover the race. And they were just turned into very aggressive assholes and kicked me and Jeff out only. Basically, because at the time, it's the same thing I've done forever. It's like, I can't listen to the people that's not their job. My job is to go there and cover for media. I do this all the time. I mean, I was on the track in Utabi and at the Worlds and sticking my camera next to a car and a flash indoors. And, they would try to complain about it, but it's, Ernie was the one that would defend it. It's like, we need them to take a picture of your car. Like, that's why we're all here. You know what I mean? Like, if it's not in the media, we're not doing it for anything other than to just win by yourself. Mm-hmm. And I just remember it was Dawn at the time.
Dawn Sanchez.
Yes.
From the Raw. She was the Raw president for a long time.
Yeah. We could talk about how
I remember. Sorry, I got a side note. Her and Homer Almond's epic battles on the S grid.
Yeah. Homer still pops his dumb head in every once in a while.
Still got the tilt yard, dude. He's building it now.
Yeah. Actually, when I met Homer, he's pretty funny in his track. I did go to a race at the tilt yard, which was good. But he just argued. He argued. I don't know if he did it on purpose to just cause a controversy.
He was like reverse JQ.
Yeah.
He was reverse.
It's a good one. And QJ. And then so we get kicked out and they're out talking and then we came to somewhat of agreement, but it was like the realization and we didn't want to pull covering races, but I was like, man, we really had to check what we're doing. It's like, we're spending thousands of dollars to cover these races. We're not wanted there. Nobody there is really our customers. So anybody at these races, would go there and give away free magazine. That's the only time they ever saw the magazine, even though they're in them. And then it was a kind of a shift in our culture of we can cover these larger regional races where we go there and they'll, I don't want to say buy us dinner, but show up with an appreciation we appreciate that you came to this. Most of the people there were more amateurish, which would be, they were excited to have a magazine coverage, to see their name in the magazine, do anything. And that's kind of when we're like, well, we don't want to go against Roar because we've been a supporter. Like Mike Velez was on the board. We used to print their flyer. We give them free ads. We do all this stuff to try to help promote racing. And then we go there and they're basically like, oh, you're kicked out with no defense. And that was kind of the end of covering some of those bigger races and wasting money. Because at the end, we started to look at it. It was like, great, well, we can just cover. First of all, we live in Southern California where there's a giant race every weekend. and the people that read about races don't care where it is.
Yeah. And
so
what did you think of, because you guys talked about live RC, because I know this was a big discussion. When you saw that, was you like, it's over for us too? Or
to be honest, when you said it was their first race, I had to think about that. If it was, I wasn't.
No, it wasn't their first race, but their first Worlds, I believe.
Right.
They had done some previous. They were around before that, but I didn't really pay attention to them to the Worlds, because I was like, what? I can see the Worlds? I'm going to pay for this.
Brandon is obviously very smart. I don't know if I've told the storyline, but when he started, he was in Roar, and he's the one that we came up with an affiliation. When you subscribe to Roar, you got a free magazine. You got subscribed to Xtreme. We did a lot of collaboration stuff, and whatever he suggested, we did. So it was like, oh, you want to do this? Okay, we're on board. We're a racer magazine. We're here to support it. We understand Roar's function. We may not agree with everything, and Roar may get mad at us, but hey, we're not doing it to try to get people in trouble. We're just making suggestions. If you take it to heart, that might be just your problem, and you're not looking at the big picture. You're looking at your personal side of it. And so we did all this stuff, and then so when the magazines all collapsed, and I would say even Car Action has been collapsed for a while. I started this, the online version, and I went to Brandon, and I still say to this day that race coverage online sucks. Watching the race is different, but like if you go Google who won what and what happened, there's no coverage of the Sports Center. It's a highlight reel, and that's what a magazine race coverage is a highlight reel. And I came to him, and we were at. I forget what the other track was in Orange County that closed down. Some guy named Danny had a track, and it was a big race there. I think it was a Reedy truck race. And I went up to him, and I talked to him and said, hey man, like, this is my idea. Let's partner up. We're both kind of media. You guys are spending all this money to go all these races covered live, but there's no, at the time they were trying to do daily coverage, which is just a bunch of babble, someone filling a page with some words. It wasn't, it wasn't beginner friendly. It was like you had to be super geek, and we're trying to get people into it by beginner. And I went up to him and I said, hey, this is the idea. You cover it. You just give me the pictures you have, the information, and we'll make it a pretty race coverage in the magazine, brought to you by Live RC. And he basically told me, I'm trying to think of the exact quote, but he's like, what do I need you for? You're new and you have no readership.
Well,
and I was like, man, that's a pretty harsh thing to say to someone that when we've worked together and when you had nothing, when you started Live RC and we did what, promoted you in the last magazine when you had no viewership. That's a very kind of asshole comment.
Yeah, I would
say. And I walked away from that, and I was like, I can't believe this dude just big time me.
Are you cool with Brandon now?
And to this day, I mean, I don't hold anything against him. Mm-hmm. But it was like one of those things where it's like, man, I can't even understand this mentality. I mean, I'm sure he had world domination in his eyes and looked at me as, hey, we're competition. But we weren't, because we weren't doing live coverage. I just wanted to have race coverage in the magazine without cost. And I'm providing him with a finished product. And, and even if we only had 10 people racing, is 10 more people that he didn't have to pay anything to do.
But not only that, Live RC has had writers, you know what I mean? And they don't have much anymore. I honestly feel like Aaron Waldron was their last. I really enjoyed his writing. He was very, what's the word? He was sarcastic in a very good way. But they ran him out of RC. Mind you, part of that was his fault, but it is what it is.
When you're stupid, sometimes you don't get a second, third chance.
Yeah, unfortunately. But I mean, we're desperately lacking that writing in RC. That's why I encourage on my little website for this. I have blogs, and I put up blogs because I like blogs and I like reading people's opinions. And I was like, if you're ever interested in writing a blog, I'll put it there. Like, I just want people to read it, and we're missing that, and we're missing unbiased coverage of things. And I think in 2008, that's when the unbiased independent media just was just like, that's it. Like, it's over. And it's just been what we have. Now it's mushroomed and snowballed into what we have now, which is every single person out there is a media company. Every company has their own media person, and nobody knows what the the hell's going on at the race, because it's all about just what's going on with that person's products now, which is fine, which they can do. But I would like to know about the race. Like, you know, I want to know what about the race. I don't want to know that your guy finished 4th. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about what happened with the top 3 guys or something like that. So
yeah,
it's a shame, man. And even Live RC, their competition is the guys from over in Europe. You know, RC Racing TV, who do a very good product. You know, and they're hired by Zacfor to do all the Euros and even RCGP. Have you seen any of the? I always have to bring it up. Have you seen any of the RCGP stuff? Which Joe, now you get me calling him Joe. Joseph was involved in.
I watched a couple. Mm-hmm. Some of the things to me, especially live, are too long for my attention span.
I'm going to send you the docu-series because they've done 2 episodes, right?
Yeah.
So I'll send you them. Like, the point is to create some excitement and some backstories and stuff to this series that they made.
The personality stuff that you got to do. I agree with you on the race coverage, but you can't have a race only website. I mean, a website has to be like the magazine format of beginner, intermediate, with the intent of being an expert, but not going to that, because experts at some point don't believe anybody. They can't be taught anything. We used to go through this with Xtreme. The companies would be, oh, you're the racer magazine. We're like, well, we're not the racer magazine. We're the ones that teach you the right thing. And it's just focused around racing. That's how you learn about camber and
right.
Center of gravity and stuff like this. We just don't dumb everything down to the lowest denominator. We're trying to elevate the beginner to have a little bit more knowledge. So, you know, if you have a beginner, an RTR or stuff like that, we're still the starting place. It's just that we're not just going to make it. We're not just going to be the dumb thing and say, this is good for you. You know what I mean? It always was an issue because we were kind of like segregated to, oh, you're too advanced for our product sometimes, or you're, you know, but so a website and I'm going to talk about this dumb idea that I had now 8 years ago. A website has to be an all-encompassing thing. And I'm saying that because my website is not an all-encompassing thing. Okay. So, and it was by design, but in hindsight, I think it was a dumb idea. And I haven't fixed it, and that's a lot of work to do. Our idea was to be a media company, and we realized that, there's more than one platform for putting content out. And so our flagship is the magazine. So, I mean, I don't know if you want to share.
Yeah, let's bring it up.
Share and I'll just flip through it. So we make a magazine online. It delivers to you in a PDF, and whatever PDF viewer you want to have, it still does the same thing. The links are live. We used to have a fancy online version that would kind of be more interactive, but I think interactive magazines had a 1-year lifespan, and then nobody did them anymore because they were too much work. Mm-hmm. So it's the same magazine, and our idea was, you can turn that off whenever you want. Our idea was like, okay, we have a flagship magazine. The problem with digital stuff is that there's no newsstand, so you don't have any place where someone can stumble upon this. So you actually have to market the shit out of it. So our website was designed to just simply be a kind of more of a newsstand. And if you've pulled up our website, it's basically what's supposed to be our newest magazine is here. Here are the back issues. And then the idea of the personality was supposed to be there, but it's just hard to make people do stuff, even if you own it. We were supposed to have nothing of press releases of the barf of here's a new aluminum servo horn, all the, just how, the people complain about ads, but yet they'll read a press release all day. We were supposed to have commentary from an expert of like, this is why, or, not regurgitate the press release, kind of put some personality into whatever we did. That didn't happen. It was, it did and it didn't. But the focus of the website was supposed to be just a magazine. Then we started a YouTube channel, obviously to engage YouTube, because at the time it was the number 2 search engine. It might be, I don't know if it surpasses Google, but it was the number 2 place where people were searching for content.
Okay.
So we didn't want to be a YouTube channel. At the time, I don't think there was a business model for it except for RC Sparks, who I think went out of business.
He retired.
Yeah. I can see why it's a lot of work. And so we did the YouTube channel, and our idea was not to make it amateurish. So another thing that you have some pride, especially when you do a magazine, it's supposed to look polished and finished. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the YouTube stuff was like amateur porn. It wasn't really filmed well, and it wasn't narrated well. It was terrible, and people were watching it. And as someone that did something for a living where you were proud of whatever you put out, it was like, man, I don't ever want to put out stuff that was that terrible, because why are people watching this shit?
Yeah, but your reviews are good.
Yeah, but so at the time we had Jeff, who was the video guy. Jeff did videos for a living. He made DVDs, and so I'd film all the data here, and at the time it was, on a camcorder. I'd have to upload 5 gigs of video to Canada. Jeff doesn't work in the same time space continuum of the universe. He's on a different level of time. He's got
some wild hair too, so that explains.
Yeah, it changes. But he could take a month to put out a video, and it was like, well, I'm doing all this work and the video content. He's a good video editor.
It's
it
artist.
Always came out.
Artist.
Yeah, it always came out really good. But do I think he's slightly too much of a perfectionist, because he never wanted to release it. And then I was at the track doing a article on fast charging lipos, when everybody's doing these 50 amp dumps and stuff like that, mm-hmm. if it made a difference on the performance of lipo. And I have my iPhone, and I'm doing some video, and I made a video at the bar 30 minutes after and published it. And I don't think it got super views, but I looked at it, I was like, man, Jeff takes a month and a half, and I just did this drinking a beer after the thing, and it took me 15 minutes. Yep. So then I started to think, I was like, all right, I can't have this level of, I want it to be movie quality when I don't think anybody gives a shit. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So it went from me doing camcorders and all this stuff to a GoPro and my iPhone. And I literally poop out a video in a day. Yeah. And that includes the going to the track, going to wherever we are, filming it, eating lunch, which takes way longer than the video. Because I mean, if you know what you're doing and you have a format, it's very simple to get enough footage to make 7 minutes of video, even though it's not, whatever, he's stringing together a story. And I went and I was like, man, this is just too easy to do, to not have it come out. And I'm not proud of the production, although I am, right, because the time, energy I put into it is amazingly short. And then I just did the voiceover. I've changed some of the things I've done. I kind of try to be sarcastic and funny in it, but I don't. And people like them. It's just, it's hard to be honest with you right now. It's really just hard to get product.
Really? Yeah, that was my next question. Are people still sending you stuff to review?
Yeah. I mean, not every day. It's not like, in the magazine days where you're getting a kit every day and you got to figure out how to put this in. I really have to kind of beg for it, just because you look at there's no focus. Like, you'll have a YouTube channel where they'll send product to all day, and you have this website or something. And, and I see things where it's like, man, this website, they're sending this kit to someone that has 150 views on their YouTube channel on something, but they won't send me a kit. I don't know. I pissed a lot of people off only because, it's just the honesty and upfrontness.
Yes.
I don't know if I told the story of the low C where they sent me that stupid gas buggy where I wasted a month of my time.
Oh, with the actual gas engine. I remember that.
Yes. They sent me it. I was at the track. I'm from the day of it's an RTR. I showed up at the track and tried to start it. It wouldn't start. So I'm calling the engineer. I'm like, what's going on with this thing? And he's like, oh, did you read the instructions? I go, I have to read the instructions? It's like a 4-stroke gas engine. It's pull and go. And they're like, no, you got to break it in for a day. And I'm just like, I couldn't get it to run.
Yeah.
So they sent their engineer out, and we spent 2 full days, 10 hours at the track. He broke it in for 3 days, blew clutches out, did all the stuff. And we'd go to the track, and it would not make one lap without shutting off.
Wow. I remember that. They had it in their MST as well.
Yeah, apparently the truck worked a little better. And Drake I don't know if he's talked about it online, but he said that the project was a disaster, that they never tested it anywhere. It was just tested in the street, running back and forth. And whatever, taking a jump and the fuel sloshing, I don't know if that was something different. So we go through this whole thing, and I'm just like, man, your product doesn't work. And they're like, well, can you, they somewhat asked me to not run it and alter it, because they were saying, oh, they're going to discontinue it and dump it. They were going to discount it. And I was like, well, now I'm confused. They're like, first of all, and I said this honestly, you guys aren't an advertiser of mine. So you don't pay me, and I don't have to worry about losing the money that I don't have. And I'm not saying this in a bad way, but what you're telling me is, you have a product that doesn't work. And you're asking me, that someone that wasted 3 weeks to try to get this in the issue, and now you want me to put it in the issues and not say anything so you can dump these cars on people.
That makes no sense. And
it make me look like an asshole. And if I take it out, I wasted. I mean, at the time I was only doing this. Mm-hmm. I said I wasted a lot of energy and time. I said, so I don't have anything to fill the space that I need. So I was like, I'm going to be honest with you, I have a moral dilemma of, I have to say that this doesn't work. And I printed it, and I'm pretty sure I blew my relationship.
You got a cease and desist. Jake, you got a cease and desist this year. So from Horizon.
For what?
From Horizon, for calling TLR. I'm not going to say it because I don't want to cease and desist either, but not calling them Team Losi Racing. Just Team Losers, and I'm not saying the last word. Oh. So he's been saying that for a while, but they sent him a cease and desist, and he says, I'm going to get one soon too, because I said their car isn't the best right now. But yeah, that's Horizon though. I've talked to both people on both sides. Like I had Brian Nunez on her. He's been there for a while. It's difficult. It's corporate, but you have to have morals too. You know what I mean? And you have to have your reputation is on the line at that point. Yo, this car is great, and nobody can even get it to go do a lap around the track.
And especially because we were new, and that was probably, I don't remember what issue, but it was in the first 6. And I didn't want to, my whole goal was like, we debated when we started the magazine to not get free stuff and just buy it. Mm-hmm.
That's actually the best way to do it.
It is. And then I could sell it afterwards and make my money back and not really cost anything. But
it's expensive.
It's something more that I think I have to do now because of the shortage of cars I'm getting, and just looking at it. I don't mind being honest. I don't think, aside, even in the review where I said this car doesn't work, the chassis was an 8, which was great. And there was nothing wrong with the chassis, just the engine didn't run. And if you watch the video, there's people commenting that I don't know what I'm doing, that I didn't use the right fuel. And I said, I had the engineer with me for 2 weeks trying to do this. I don't think I'm the idiot. I mean, I was in the beginning thinking that an RTR, you can go to the track and it'll start. Mm-hmm. I guess that makes me stupid. But that was probably, I would say, and what sucks for me is that some of the guys at Horizon, I've known from the beginning of me being in RC, and we hung out at all the races, we did all this stuff, and now they're the bosses. And I feel like they just basically said, fuck off too. I don't know if that's the case. They have somewhat helped me in getting stuff occasionally. Mm-hmm. I don't ask for product. They're down the street from me. I said, hey, let's go out for a day. Let's test it. I could do all my stuff in 6 hours. And we have a 10-page article. And for the most part, most of the stuff now is not garbage. And I don't even think that car was garbage. I just think it was a failed product. Like I said, when they gave it away, they sold that car for like $280. You got a full chassis that you can put the nitro engine back in. Yep. And you got in a radio, and you got it cheaper than the other version. But that was a big thing that I think caused a lot of problems for me, because now Horizon owns everything.
Well, the thing is now, YouTube's so big now, and they can't stop that either. So it's so many people with just YouTube channels, and some people buy this. A lot of people buy this stuff, and they say what they want to say. So they can't stop everybody from doing it. No,
yeah. I'm almost willing to bet that most of the bigger YouTube channels don't.
No, they don't. I know what you're talking about.
So I could see the friendliness of the videos. Mm-hmm. They're not as like I said. I'm not a person that says you have to say this sucks.
Right.
But I mean, we're lucky, and we're in an era of most RC cars are leap years ahead of what we had when we all started, especially with ready to run stuff. I mean, it's hard to really say that something is super terrible at this point. Even race car wise, I mean, I always use Formula One as an example, but the difference between top and bottom is 3 seconds a lap, which is a lot, but it's you're not that far off.
No, the quality of RC cars is just so much better now, and things last longer, they're stronger, easier to work on. People, I just had this conversation, I think, when people say RC is more expensive now than it was back in the day. I think tires are, because you use more tires. That's about it. You use more consumables. But if you really look at it, the prices, like a kit was like $450. Yeah, it's just everything's going up. It's going, a kit's now $700, maybe $675, $650, around that.
Well, if you're a member, it's only $389.
I know, but people didn't get that part either.
Yeah, I had an argument with Jeff the other night. He didn't understand it. But he also doesn't race.
It's a new concept, and like anything, and it's JQ's involved. It's always going to be criticized, no matter what he does. I think he could cure cancer, and people would still criticize. He's getting better, though. He's getting better. But he always does something to piss somebody off. Mainly me.
Yeah, as I told him, we talked about this. This method was me and him drinking beer and eating a burger. So it's kind of funny to see. Maybe that's why I like it better, because it was something we talked about. But it's different. And like I said to Jeff, I said, really, be honest, if the car is good, it's a concept that'll work. If the car isn't good, and Jeff's like, well, every car's good now. It's stupid. It's, which is true. Like if four-wheel drive makes up for the most part, a mid-range racer is not going to see any difference in racing different buggies.
Well, I think it's funny because one of my, we always get this question about innovation. And, well, I think one of the reasons, we're going on a JQ tangent, one of the reasons people may be excited about this is because, wow, JQ ain't a dummy. And he's been around for 10 years, and now we want to see what that 10 years he's learned. Now he has somewhere to do it and, have a better budget and all that type of stuff. So it's going to be exciting. Let the product speak for itself. Quick question, because we didn't touch on it, but when did you actually end with Xtreme RC, and how did that happen?
The market crash in I forget exactly when it happened. It was 2007, where America decided to go bankrupt. That really crushed media. So we kind of hung on for as long as we could. I think we could have probably survived it if it were, in hindsight of, you have human errors and some of the things. In that tenure, I'd started a magazine about beer. So I was also doing a beer magazine. We had that. And then the market crashed. And at the time, Mike was trying to keep everybody working and didn't want to lay anybody off. And I think he waited too long to go down to the core and keep it alive on,
unfortunate.
Yeah. And so at the time, he was looking, obviously, I don't know if it's obvious, but I was the most expensive employee there. And usually when you're the top, you're the first one to go. And, even though nobody, and I'm not knocking anybody that worked there, nobody could do what I did in the time frame and all that stuff. So he kind of gave me the magazine, which was him giving me debt, which was smart for him because now I had to publish a magazine by myself. And at the time, my ex at the time, we both worked there. So she was an art director. We both got laid off at the same time and said, here, you got a beer magazine. And it wasn't, it worked out for both of us for a while. And then,
because you did do the magazine thing for a little while after, and then you actually went out and you have a real job now, like a real first-time job.
So, when I ended, I just did the beer magazine and I was making a living. It was me, and I had an art director as a wife, and we made the magazine, and I somewhat made it happen. But just like RC magazines, it wasn't an RC problem, it was a magazine problem. And I kind of did the same rock of the beer industry we did to RC, is that I created a maxim of beer magazines to try to convince the people that drink Bud Light to drink a better beer. And you had to do it by catering to the people, the 90% of the market, and try to trick them into learning about beer. And it's similar because beer is a hobby. It was very paralleled RC the same way at, hobby shops, which were beer stores, and people that made their own and did all this stuff. So it was a very easy transition for me. We did add personality, and first issue was awesome. It was very Maxim / I had a toilet paper challenge in there, which didn't make any sense for a beer magazine, but I was like, I just look at it as you're going to read this magazine in the bathroom, and nobody's ever told you which toilet paper was the best. You know what I mean? So, and then the beer industry rejected it, and we made some headway. We were the number one selling beer magazine in the country. I would say the world at that point. And we had no support.
Ahead of your time. Now look.
Well, one of the breweries said your magazine's 5 years ahead of its time. But in those 5 years, all magazines went out of business.
Yeah.
Even my competitors that were around for 20 years have all went bankrupt. So I did that for a living. And then when Velez finally folded the RC magazine, he went bankrupt too, I believe. I had now Mike McMahon, who was a racer that worked for us, and then Jeff. We're like, well, let's start a digital-only magazine because, we have all this contact and know-how. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. The overhead will be nothing if we can mildly do what we did at Xtreme and 10,000 subscribers would be, enough to make us all have a living, and which never happened. But it was a learning lesson that online is much harder. And then, so I started to do 2 magazines by myself, which was way more workload than possible. And when you do a digital magazine that has no overhead and you're printing, that's on a schedule, and you have to mail stuff, when it starts screwing up schedules, you have cash flow issues. And all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, I see a huge problem coming. And so I figured, I was like, I'm going to have to start getting another income. And so I got to basically work in the car industry. I work at a Honda store. So,
yeah, it's unfortunate.
Not for me, to be honest with you. The Honda store has afforded me a very nice life, and I still like doing this I don't make money at it. So it's just something that, I don't race every weekend. I don't have time, but I still enjoy the process of trying to make something that someone else will enjoy. So I kind of still do it for that reason, and that reason only, because it might cost me more than it makes some months, and what it is.
Do you guys have any sponsors for Velocity, or is it just all self-funded?
Yeah, we from the beginning, we've had a core group of advertisers, and I'm like I said, I'm not really a good salesperson. I don't call people, and the beginning I did, and I'm not really pushing anything, and partly because it's very hard to make this. We have everybody in a different area. I didn't think the pandemic affected me that much, but it does, because for a while I couldn't get people to come help me. I can't do video by myself. I've tried it. It doesn't work. Yeah. I could tell the people that do it because it's all the same boring, GoPro footage of someone just whipping by. But it's stalled me a little bit. Like, we're really behind on this issue because of it. Mm-hmm. But we'll catch up. Now that things are kind of going back to normal, and I'm, I go in cycles of getting people to come help. So
that's true. Like Babblefish, you have a bunch of different co-hosts. I mean, Babblefish, RC Babble. I don't know why Babblefish was in my brain.
Yeah,
cool, man.
That was a website or something, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, I just have a few more questions here. I know you're going off on a bike ride here. One of my questions was, you got to see a lot of great drivers and cars in your time. What were some of your favorite cars that you got to test, and what are some of the greatest drivers you got to be around or got to see drive?
Well, maybe because it was my first trip to Japan, where the TC3 had just come out. I could still remember this race. It was Hara and Masami, who I met, which was always very awkward, because I don't know if he was awkward, but it was just very awkward. He's like a big man child, it seemed. But I can still remember Pavidis. We still had batteries that didn't last the race, so you had to do throttle management. And you watched the TC3, the efficiency of Hara, just a half a lap ahead, and then in the last 45 seconds, Pavidis reel him in and almost win the first Worlds. Mm-hmm. But that was one of the more memorable things. I remember screaming and, watching it and seeing how fun, you're just watching the thrill of the race and seeing this this cat and mouse chase of Hara annihilating him, and then slowly he drop off in power, and then Pavitas pull up, and I feel like it was like the last turn, and it was like photo finish. I don't remember if that's really true, but that's what it felt like.
How about car wise? What was one of your favorite products that you got to test that you probably kept or wanted to keep?
It was always exciting getting, like, especially when it was like when everybody only cared about like buggies. That was always thing. But I think one of the biggest cool things is like when the T-Max came out. That was like something you'd never seen before. I did break it in the first 30 minutes.
Most people did. That's why they had aluminum everything.
I mean, it was on I just started it in the radio. Went to failsafe or something, and it went to full throttle and just drove away from me into a wall, and then full throttle past me into another wall and ripped the front end off. And that was our test kit in the first. Nobody knows what a runaway is anymore, but when you've had them and you're chasing a car across a giant field at running after something going just faster than you, it's.
Oh, I know what you're talking.
Yeah,
I've seen it happen. It's like, why are you running? You can't do anything.
Just let it go.
Yeah. Then they came up with the Revo. I always thought the Revo with 18 OS in it, and you got that thing done properly and shifted. It was nice.
We patronize Traxxas a lot, and Pete has worked there in the past. But if you look and you're honest with yourself, they've done a lot of things innovative and like didn't care. You know what I mean? Like, we're just going to come out with something. Like, their dragster was one of the worst things I've ever driven. That the actual NHRA replica that went 70 miles an hour and had its wheelbase is this wide.
Yes.
I don't know. It's probably why that never caught on. They look really cool. I still have them. But whew, man, if they gave those to beginners, is the worst idea ever. But they did it, and they got the giant balls. They've come out a lot of stuff that was
they've helped the racing scene as well. I mean, look at what's the Slash done. And it's funny, we kind of say, well, how's Traxxas going to help RC racing again? That's something that we say here on this podcast as well.
Yeah, and the Traxxas has done a lot of advertising and probably to help other companies more than them, because they were the gateway. Mm-hmm. So most people would say, oh, I bought a Traxxas, and then once they got into it, they found another product. So they were really advertising for RC. I remember Associated and Traxxas kind of got in a fight when they did the Lucas off-road stuff.
Oh, right.
Because Traxxas, they were racing in it, and then Associated looked like they kind of like grabbed onto the coattails a little bit, and like there was some tension where they were like asked to leave, and it seemed like they had a very internal fight.
Who were asked to leave? Associated was asked to leave?
I think they had some issues where like the sponsorship and because again, it was a Traxxas series at one point. So they sponsored like some cars, and there was some drama. It's just business stuff. Traxxas is big enough to, people are always copying Traxxas and like say that comfortably. And they get mad at Traxxas because they sue. I go, these are things that Traxxas did that copyrighted and trademarked and stuff. They have the right to defend it. They haven't done dirty things as much as I would say like Horizon and Great Plains used to do to try to put people out of business, but I'm sure they have. You know what I mean? They're not innocent in any way, but they do a lot of stuff, and you can make fun of. I mean, I do. The Stampede's still a great car, but it's been around for 30 freaking years. Yep. But it's still here.
It is. And look,
it's more expensive than it used to be. But they're one of the companies that really helped keep RC afloat for a while, because we kind of stalled. Nitro, as much as I like Nitro, it's a very difficult entry point.
Yes.
For a while it was, which was crazy. Like the T-Max, I think that fueled people to get into A-scale Nitro, because you had people with their first car being a Nitro monster truck that you had to tune an engine. That was the beginning ones were finicky. You had a two-speed. You had to learn how to adjust. There was a very steep learning curve to that truck, and people stuck with it. I mean, amazingly. They never say how many they sold, but I would say they sold 1 million more of those stupid things. And I think that fueled a very big nitro push, because at that time you watched club racing with nitro just go nuts.
Yep.
And I don't think anybody has ever really connected those two, but that's
I never thought
the only
of it.
way that you can only get that amount of nitro people going into nitro is because they got a T-Max.
Mm-hmm.
And then they said, oh, I could buy an A-scale car that's more durable, faster, and easier.
I never thought of it like that. That's actually a great way to think of it.
Boom was right around the same time, because it was, we'd have the Saturday series out here. We'd have 250 people doing a 1-day race. And, Revelation would have people. And you'd have 100 people at Revelation practicing on a Thursday. And it was all Yahoos. It wasn't, so it wasn't factory guys. It was the normal people going out and just running laps and trying to learn how to do stuff. So, I mean, T-Max was probably one of the greatest things, I would say, still ever. Even though when we did our top 20, it wasn't the top one, even though I figured it would be. But we voted different.
And you can say the same thing that Slash, because that's when the lipos and brushless technology really kind of hit hard and it was good. And they kind of did that for electric
racing. Definitely brought electric racing back. I tell a story. It's what brought me back to racing electric. Mm-hmm. And there was no lipo at the time. It was it was their silver can and a stick pack. So I mean, that was a great, thankfully we were here and racing that. We went every Wednesday, and
that's
you had 30 people running Slash at OCRC. And we would come off the stand laughing and high-fiving each other. And then you watch people race a two-wheel drive buggy come off trying to kick, their car across the track. And I was like, man, it's just, I guess I've grown up. I don't really want to be that.
Yeah, that frustrated.
Yeah.
All right. What are your thoughts on the industry now and RC racing? And what are some of the things you would like to change, if you could?
The industry now, for me, I'm not in it 100%. So it seems less engaging. I don't know. I mean, I'm friends with the people that own OCRC, so they're still posting stuff. And I think people are, you're always going to have people into racing. I don't think racing is growing. You might say electric, A-scale might be growing, but I think it's just taking away from some other either truggy or nitro buggy, to where it's just like, man, this is easier. I mean, there's a lot of great stuff out now. The speed stuff is insane. I mean, I can't imagine that most things go like 50 miles an hour now, which is super fast.
But the race is kind of still the same too, I would say. You guys always talk about format and being at the track for hours and stuff like that. We're still doing a lot of things that we done in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s.
Well, it's a hobby. I mean, look, this is a hobby that you do because you enjoy it. You're not, as we get older, I think we complain, oh man, I can't spend 8 hours of my day sitting at the track. But man, when I was younger, that's what you did. You're like, I'm going to the track, and you're hanging out with your buddies. So it's not like it's the most miserable experience. And you don't have to be at a track like that. You can do club racing where it's shorter. You know what I mean? Like I'm guilty of this too. They make fun of, like, I don't want to do this long thing. For me right now, the only thing stopping me from racing is there's nothing close enough for me to not have to drive an hour and a half and then maybe sit in traffic. So if there was something closer, and my buddy Joe has a track in his backyard, that was more like, with enough people to show up to, where it wasn't just 3 of us playing in the backyard. And it has to be on my schedule. So I have a lot of stipulations. I'm like a hot chick at this point, It's
you cost a lot of money
to show up and do something. It's really got to be very convenient for me. Mm-hmm. But I do miss racing a lot. I think it's fun. And if I want to go back, I have a stock Slash in a box somewhere, and I really want to get everybody back to just running very hard tire, no traction, so you have to drive it, but also competitive because it's not fast. Mm-hmm. That was some of the most fun I've ever had racing when we did that Slash. It was me and Mike McMahon, and I'm going to brag because we were like kind of the forerunners of racing this. And me and McMahon, who was a national champion for 12 scale, would have these great battles of slash on the track where you'd have people watching us cheering, because it was just like the real stuff. It was like we'd tactically take each other out, not like, blast you off the track. You'd stick a nose in and push you off, or he'd jump me over a double, and when I singled it, and, you'd have all this battle. And at the time we had like the format was in 2 minutes, and then you group everybody back up. And it was so much fun. And of course we were drinking beer in the pits. We called it Red Cup Racing. But it was just the more fun. And I think if I go back, it's going to be something like that. The ultra competitive stuff is definitely something that it's just, I don't want to say it could be toxic, but if you're going to beat yourself up for not being the best at it, you're definitely not going to be the best at something that's hard.
Yes.
I make fun of carpet off-road racing. For me, that's the worst. You're like super nerd at that point if you want to do that, because it seems it's like 12 scale with giant jumps, 12 scale mod.
It's actually fun. I did it when I was in the UK.
It's not fun, but I think as a term of trying to get people to come racing, it's very intimidating for me to watch, because it's really like, I love 12 scale racing, but now you're 12 scale racing with jumps and modified, which is too fast. You know what I mean? It's like, it's nuts. And then you have all these, crazy tracks that I've watched where, you have over-unders and shelves and all this crazy stuff. But I don't think you ever get a new person coming into that. I don't. I mean, I'm sure there's an example.
No.
Yeah, and that's how I look at it. It's like, where's the entry point of getting people into something? And that was always the downfall of Nitro, is that you had no beginner class. You kind of got jumped into going fast.
Yeah, we say that it has to be something scale. And we've been trying to figure it out for a while to what is going to be that next class that gets people to cross over to off-road. What we do, because this is most primarily off-road and primarily Nitro, but definitely need something that attracts people that looks real.
I would have thought, and it was a short-lived product, the short course A scale. I'll use Associated because that was awesome.
Yes.
The SC8 would have been that, and nobody pushed that one. To me, that was like, you had the scale. If you didn't ruin it with tires, and you had a scale tire tread pattern rule, that was for me what is missing in the scale side. And especially because short course was big at the time. I was like, how is this not bigger?
Yeah.
And then even the gas truck with the short course body on there, I thought that would have brought back gas truck. And obviously, I don't know what I'm doing, because none of those really took off.
Well, because Wally, I remember Wally just built one of those SC8s, and then I remember seeing a video of Mayfield wheeling one around Revelation one time, and I just thought it was like a Nitro one, and it just looked real. He was drifting it into corners. I really wanted one of those SC8s badly as well, and there is a small gas truck revolution going on, because Chad Parks actually makes some good conversions to convert current cars into one. But it's still minute, and gas truck's hard to drive. So people,
I had this argument with Jeff. It isn't. I mean, back in the day, I think for me it was more that the engine had a very abrupt power band. But modern engines are very linear now. Like, it's such a different game. I didn't find them hard to drive. Maybe because I started gas truck when the first Losi came out, and I don't think it's hard to drive as everybody says, because you can throttle it back. You got to put a restrictor in there. You just need a very linear curve to make it more electric. Back in the day, you'd have these Italian race engines that had just like so much peaky power. Of course, you were going to go from nothing to, it was like dumping. It was like old school turbo technology. So all of a sudden you're VTEC'd out.
Those little 12s are fast on the back straight.
Yeah. Yeah. But a RC10 GT was like a push machine. You had to muscle that car around.
Yeah, but it taught you throttle control too, and that's why we still talk about guys like Cavallari, Tebow, and Mayfield to this day. Well, mostly Tebow, and I think he cut his teeth mostly on gas truck, but all those guys raced it, and even Adam Drake, cut his teeth on gas truck, and he's still 42, 43, and he's still fast. Cool. Well, Derek, we have one more section. This is going to be quick because I know you're going for a bike ride, but we have this little section where I'm going to throw out some questions. Usually it's a one word or multiple. You can explain yourself, but the object is to be quick. This is brought to us by TNR Fuels. This is the TNR Fuels Stop and Go segment. Check out tnrfuels.com and get yourself some of the new hottest fuel on the market. And it's made by racers for racers. So check out TNR Fuels, Chris Nelson, and get yourself sorted. So, Derek, this is the Stop and Go segment. Number 1, car action, Xtreme RC cars. Who was the best at its peak in its time?
Xtreme.
Okay. Number 2, jankiest hotel you've had to stay in for work.
Ooh, a couple of those. Sure. I usually made that judgment if I slept with my socks on, which I hate doing. But a couple times the snowbirds were skeevy. But I feel like somewhere near the tilt yard was kind of gross too.
I know what you mean about that sock thing when that floor is all kind of sticky and even the carpet's sticky.
Sure. Yeah, or if they change the sheets, sleep with my clothes on, Not into that.
Ugh. All right. Number 3, the one person you hated working with.
Ooh.
Like if you knew, like, oh man, it's just not going to be a shitty day.
Oh man, that's a tough one. I'll go back to car action. It was one of the art directors, the one that told me that my opinion didn't matter.
Okay.
In terms of business, if it was a manufacturer, I hated working with hobby people. They were ones that you needed to destroy. They had a XTM line or whatever that was a bunch of pile of trash, and we had to pretend like it was great to get their money. And I remember that. I ruined our relationship with them on our first meeting.
Really?
They came out with some solid axle monster truck, and we were talking about it, and they're like, we need it on the cover. And I was just like, well, the cover is meant to sell magazines, and if this truck isn't any good, I can't put it on the cover. It doesn't make any sense. And I was just being honest. And then when we got back, they're like, yeah, we're not advertising with you guys because Derek. You're
very JQ-esque.
I believe me, I see our similarity. Yeah. I usually make fun of JQ only that with his Finnish accent, you can't tell that he's sarcastic because it's very flatlined.
Yeah.
It's not, so, but like I said, I'm overly honest.
Mm-hmm. All right. Number 4. Now, which company gave you free will? Like said, yeah, just do whatever you want.
No, none of them.
Okay.
There wasn't always an implied, you better take care of this thing, especially if they're paying you. There's a, you pat my back, I pat your back.
Got you. Number 5, favorite race attended.
Man, I'm going to go back to Japan just maybe because it was such a memorable shit show of how I got there, and then the race. That Worlds was amazing, and then I've had really good snowbirds too, but that's because that's basically a drunk festival for me. I didn't have to race, so you got to track for 24 hours. There's little you can do aside drinking the bar there and then go to strip clubs.
Where is the snowbirds in Florida anyway?
Orlando.
Okay, well, yeah, there's plenty of strip clubs there too.
Yes.
You had a beer magazine. You obviously like beer. We've mentioned it a few times. I'm on a year sobriety here. Nice. I love beer too, but I just decided to take a break. You like Modelo's? That's my favorite beer besides Presidente here in the DR.
Nice.
What is your favorite beer then? Is it Modelo's?
No. And because I did a beer magazine and beer is like there's 1,000 different styles. I would say I'm going to say my favorite brewery only because they're independent. And they've stuck to their guns, and they probably could have sold out for $2-3 billion and didn't. As Sierra Nevada.
Okay, all right.
They're pale ale, but they're just one of the first companies of the beer. I would call it like team associated. Okay. They were in the forefront and kept things real.
Okay, number 7, most overrated person in RC.
Most overrated person. Yeah.
I asked these because I knew you would be able to answer these hard questions.
I get a lot of shit for this, and everybody disagrees with me. And this isn't me being an asshole, but I want to say it's Masami.
Really?
Yeah, he is. Listen, he's won a lot of stuff. But for me, like I don't. It was in a time where it was like a lot of 12 scale. Mm-hmm. which wasn't huge. And I'm not saying there's disrespect. Obviously, he's won a lot of shit. But I guess if I'm saying I think there was better drivers than him, and everybody will disagree with me for some reason. But
well, I kind of say, how would he fare nowadays against the level of competition now? And the amount of racing that he has to do. I'm not. Obviously he's talented and he's carved out a name for himself. But when people say he's the greatest of all time, I don't think. I say Cavalieri is one of the greatest of all the time because he's won in off-road. He's won a whole bunch of stuff. But people like Masami, I say, yeah, but it's a little different. Like the competition level is a little bit different for Cavalieri.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like picking the best basketball player all the time. I'm Michael Jordan, you know what I mean? And but it's also when I grew up. And so, I agree with LeBron James being one of the best ever, but, gotten very passionate fights about Kobe and Jordan, but still Jordan. But I mean, it's a time difference, and it's very hard to say who would do in their primes who was faster. I mean, Mayfield's one of the fastest people I ever watched, and I used to say in the beginning when he couldn't win, if he could just go 9/10 instead of 11/10, he would win everything. Yep. But he drove like somebody stuck a finger up his butt and drove around at full throttle.
He's learned though. He's learned.
No, that's why he's won stuff. I think he's slowed down. He was too fast for his own good. He just drives too fast, and then he'd blow out. He just had to go back to 9/10, and he was faster than everybody.
I think that's what Dakota Fed needs to do right now. I pick him every week, every race, and I'm banned from picking him now. So, all right. Well, with that, who is the most underrated person in RC?
Ooh. Current stuff, I'm way out of loop because I don't really. I mean, I watch some of the races online, but it seems like it's the same people. I'll go back to probably the touring car era, and I think Paul Lemieux was probably one of the best drivers ever, especially for on-road. I remember the first time I saw him drive, we were at a trade show, and to me, I used to have a celebrity race. We'd have all these, sponsored drivers and media do a toy race with their front-wheel drive Mini Coopers. And we'd all be in this race, and he literally made that car look like it was a 12-skill car. And that's like when you look at what we were doing, and I'm just like, holy shit. But he was like a next level on-road guy.
Awesome. All right, and the final question: who is your favorite co-host for RC Babble? Is it Jeff, Crazy Her, XX Main Guy? You and him have some epic banter battles, by the way.
Oh,
it's like Canada versus America. I love it.
Yeah.
Then I like when Charlie's on there, and it's Greg, right? It's the other guy's Greg. Pete. Sorry, Pete. Who's your favorite co-host?
Oh God, I mean, I'll agree with Jeff because we're sharing painful stories. He's my JQ. He's never on time. He's always too busy for everything. He complains. He cancels all the time.
Sounds just like.
But
JQ.
We do. I wish at some point we recorded all of our arguments because we have argued about everything, and it's great, and we don't get mad at each other. So there's a good level of respect because he's good at arguing, and so am I. So I do like Jeff, even though I hate his guts.
Sounds like my relationship with Joseph. Definitely sounds like my relationship. Well, we actually, I want to physically do harm to him when I start arguing.
Oh, I told Jeff all the time if he was around, I'd punch him right in the face.
Yeah.
Only because he overpromises and underdelivers in a nice way. But, we're far apart, and I get it. But he's one of my best friends. We've been together. He came in the car action, and obviously we were close to the same age, and we worked together. And I knew he was a special child for me. Of always having to me chase him around to get stuff done. So,
is he still in RC now? Is he still doing anything RC?
He still does Triple X, man. Yeah,
really?
That's how he makes his living. Yeah, believe me. I mean,
people still buy it. I haven't seen it. I have to go Google it.
I saw Triple X made. He thankfully his niche is. He doesn't change his stuff ever. I don't think one new product came out was camo paint mask, and I made fun of him because he said it took 2 years to design, and I was like, I just drew some blobs, and I said I could have fixed that for you really quick. But hobby shops like it because I think it's universal, so it's not fit to a body. I don't think it's expensive, and this picture glue does well. Jeff made all his money on DVDs, I guess enough to live forever.
Nice.
When Triple X made the DVDs came out, I think he made a decent amount of Canadian dollars off that shit.
Yeah, maybe he lives in a log cabin or something up there in Hunts Moose.
Yeah, I know. He would have made 10 times more money if he actually produced stuff. You know, before I met him, I made the joke of, you know, it was like a DVD would come out and he'd sell, I don't know, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or whatever he sold. But he'd do one a year. I was like, dude, why don't you come out with one a month? You have a ticking time bomb of when your VHS format will end, or your videos, and that's when YouTube came out and basically stopped all DVD sales forever.
Wow, he missed that. He could have made a lot more. I like you guys banter. Check them out. RC Babble. They do it once a month, once every 2 weeks when they feel like it.
It's almost a surprise.
Yeah, it's very laid back. It's very banter. It's lots of. It's just like being at the track, and in the pits and talking with your buddies. Derek, I want to thank you for your time. I know we said this was going to be an hour, but we've almost been 2.
Yeah, I'm okay.
So
we're good.
Yeah, and man, it's been awesome. I hope to meet you one day as well. I'll be in California here next month, hopefully, if America.
Well, then if you're in SoCal, you're near me, so we'll have water and I'll have a beer.
Hopefully, they let me in. I hope they let me into America. And yeah, thank you, man. Excuse me.
Felon? Are you a wanted felon?
No, but no, definitely not. I just had to answer that question the other day too. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back to America. It's been about a year and a bit, and I'll be in California for about a week, I think. So after Silver State, check out Velocity RC. It's on YouTube. It's also, I'll put the link to your magazine here in the written description of this podcast. Would you like to say thank you? Shout out to anybody before we sign off here?
No.
All right, JQ.
Thank you.
All right, JQ.
See for always for arguing with me forever. No, this is fun. I like telling these stories. I mean, it's I probably repeat them a lot, but there's a lot of fun memories, and even now, I'm sure hopefully someone is in the industry has some stupid story of what they had to do something, you know. But it's always good to hear the backstory of what goes on behind the scenes, because a lot of times it just looks like, you know, the car comes out, but there's a lot of drama that goes on that people don't talk about. It's fun.
I know. And I try to bring that drama, not that drama, but that part of it to light, because I think it makes our industry interesting, like SportsCenter, like ESPN or anything like that. Cool, man. Well, thank you for your time in the magazines. I've read plenty of your articles. I miss them. I know they're not coming back, but you know.
Well, again, we still have magazines, just not on paper.
I know, but it's just not the same.
I'll send you all the downloads so you can read your iPad on the toilet. That's always the place to do it. And let's not pretend we're not all on our phone while we're taking a poop. So. Oh
yeah, no more magazine racks. You just got your phone now.
Yeah, it's gross, but it's all everybody's. That's why I never pick up somebody else's phone.
Oh my god. That and a hotel TV remote. I remember Max always says the hotel TV remote is the dirtiest thing in the world. It's probably been up somebody's butt and you don't know.
Yeah. Well, everything in there. That's why if it's dirty enough, sleep with socks on. That's my travel tip of the week.
Sweet.
So keep your socks on and your underwear.
All right, man. Well, you have a good day, and thank you for your time.
Cheers, it was fun.
Cool.
We'll see you again. And when you Silver State's in Vegas, isn't it? Or no?
Yeah, then I'm coming over to California.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say. Okay.
Cool.
All right. Well, I'm in that area, so we'll meet up for sure.
Sweet, man. Have a good day. Talk to you later.
Cheers.
So that brings our podcast to an end for this week. It's another long one. I'm sorry, guys, but we got talking. I did this all in one day. So thank you to our guest, Derek Bouno, for coming on. If you guys want to check out Velocity RC magazine, the link is in the written description of this podcast. Thank you to Max for his time for coming on. I greatly appreciate it. It was another great chat, even though he was off working that middle shift. It sucks. Shout out to Zach. Thank you for your time, buddy. Good luck in work and everything that's coming up there in Australia. Thank you for that. Thank you to all the Australian listeners. And yeah, I think that's it for this week. If you're racing this weekend, have fun, be safe. I want to say thank you to all of the NNRC squad around the world. Without you guys, none of this is possible, so thank you for that. Also, thank you to our patrons on Patreon. We greatly appreciate your support. If you wish to be a patron of the podcast, you can. The every little bit helps. I mean, that's part of the money that's helping me go to America here. So if you want to support, you can go. The link for Patreon is in the written description of this podcast. Thank you to those guys. I interact with those guys quite a lot. We have a Facebook group, everything. So thank you to the patrons of the NNRC. And yeah, enjoy your weekend of racing, everybody. Do that. And remember, showing our sponsors some love shows the podcast some love. So shout out to all the awesome sponsors of the podcast: Mayako, TNR Fuels, Hitec, Beach RC, Tekno RC, JQ Racing, Sun City RC Raceway. Good luck to everybody going to the Border Wars. Lugs RC Racing, Manscaped.com, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic. Check out Papa Willie's, man. We got a promo code in there that you can use, save 10% off your order. Racecraft USA, Wally Builds, RCGP, House of RC. Remember, all the links for these sponsors are in the written description of this podcast. There are some promo codes to save you some money. There are some affiliate links. If you can use them, it helps us out a lot. Thank you to those companies. Show them some love, everybody. And yeah, I think, that's it. I'm out. I'm done. I'm dead. Been a long day of recording. We got it done. Being sick sucks. Hey, but that's how you got to push through sometimes. So with that said, remember, Nitro is the glory. E-Buggy pays the bills. If you ain't grinding, you're sliding. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent don't work hard. Send it this weekend. Be safe. Have fun. And you know what? I'll talk to you guys next weekend. Lefty is out.
Thank you for listening to the No Name RC podcast. We greatly appreciate all the support and love from you, the listeners. Without all of you, none of this is possible. Special thanks to our patrons on Patreon. If you wish to support the podcast further, you can at patreon.com/NNRC podcast. As a patron, you will receive early releases, special content, and patron-only giveaways. Also, please follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and our website, www.nnrcpodcast.com. Remember, Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. If you aren't having fun, it doesn't make sense. And if you ain't grinding, you're sliding. Lefty out. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory.
wasn't so bad.